Hey everyone, and welcome to this rainy night. Settle in, get comfortable, and let the sound of the rain pull you a little deeper into the mood, because tonight we're diving into encounters that people still struggle to explain, skinwalkers and wendigos. Stories from the woods, the mountains, and the places where the line between the natural and the impossible gets thin fast. If you enjoy this kind of content, take a moment to like the video, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss more rainy night horror. And tell me in the comments where you're watching from, what time it is right now, and which kind of horror creatures fire up your imagination the most, skinwalkers, wendigos, or something else entirely. Let's begin. Story 1. I didn't plan on coming back to the ridge. Not after what happened the last time I hiked those trails. Not after the way the woods made me feel like I was walking through someone else's memory instead of my own. But when my brother called me and said a kid had gone missing up there, 16 years old, last seen near the old fire road, I didn't even hesitate. I packed a bag, grabbed my boots, and drove through the night toward the mountains I'd spent half my life trying to forget. The Appalachians have a way of making you feel small even before anything strange happens. The trees lean in close, the air gets heavy, and the silence settles on you like a weight. I used to think that was just the way old forests behaved, but the ridge was different. It always felt like it was listening. My brother, Mark, was waiting for me at the ranger station when I pulled in just after sunrise. He looked older than I remembered, more gray in his beard, deeper lines around his eyes, but the way he hugged me was the same as when we were kids. Tight, relieved, like he'd been holding his breath. "Thanks for coming," he said. "You didn't give me much of a choice." I told him, but I meant it lightly. He knew I'd come. He always knew. Inside the station, a map was spread across the table. A red circle marked the last known location of the missing kid, Evan Parker. He'd been camping with two friends. They said he walked off to take a piss and never came back. No scream, no struggle, no sign of an animal. Just gone. Mark tapped the map with a pen. "Search teams covered this area yesterday. Dogs didn't pick up anything past the creek. It's like he vanished." I stared at the circle. The creek. The same creek where, years ago, I'd heard something move through the trees without footsteps. The same place where I'd found tracks that didn't match any animal I knew. "You think he's still alive?" I asked. Mark hesitated. "I think we need to move fast." We loaded our packs and headed out before the sun fully cleared the ridge. The trail was narrow, overgrown in places, and the morning fog clung low to the ground. Every sound felt amplified: the crunch of leaves under our boots, the distant drip of water, the occasional snap of a branch somewhere deeper in the woods. About an hour in, Mark stopped and crouched beside a patch of disturbed leaves. "Look at this." I knelt beside him. At first glance, it looked like a footprint, bare, long, narrow. But the toes were wrong. Too long. Too spread. Like someone had tried to imitate a human foot and gotten the proportions slightly off. "Could be Evan," Mark said, but he didn't sound convinced. "Evan doesn't have feet like that," I said quietly. Mark didn't respond. We followed the prints for a while, but they faded near a cluster of rocks. That wasn't unusual. Tracks disappear. But something about the way they ended bothered me. It wasn't gradual. It was like the ground stopped recording them. Like whatever made them stepped into a different kind of space. We kept moving. The ridge rose ahead of us, a long spine of rock and trees. The air grew colder as we climbed. The forest felt older here, heavier. I remembered this part of the trail. I remembered the way the wind used to shift without warning, carrying sounds that didn't belong. We reached an old hunter's cabin around midday. It was barely standing, half-collapsed roof, broken windows, moss creeping up the walls. But it was shelter, and it gave us a place to rest. Inside, the air smelled like damp wood and something else. Something faint, metallic. Mark didn't seem to notice. He dropped his pack and sat on the edge of a broken cot. "We'll push to the ridge after lunch," he said. I nodded, but my attention was on the far corner of the cabin, Something had scratched the wall. Deep grooves, long and uneven, like claws or fingers, dragged through the wood. I ran my hand over them. The cuts were fresh. "Mark," I said quietly. "Someone's been here." He stood and walked over. His face tightened. "Could be an animal. Animals don't do this." He didn't argue. We ate in silence. The woods outside were still, too still. No birds. No insects. Just a low hum of wind moving through the trees in a way that didn't sound like wind at all. When we stepped back outside, the fog had thickened. It curled around the trees, soft and white, but there was something off about it. It moved wrong. Too fast. Too deliberate. Mark adjusted his pack. "Let's keep going." We followed the trail up the ridge. The fog swallowed the world around us, leaving only the narrow path ahead. Every few minutes, I thought I heard something behind us, a soft shuffle, a breath, a whisper, but when I turned, there was nothing. Then, halfway up the ridge, I heard my name. Not shouted, not whispered, just spoken. Clear, calm, close. "Daniel!" I froze. Mark turned to me. "What is it?" "You didn't hear that?" "Hear what?" I swallowed hard. "Someone said my name." Mark scanned the trees. "Probably just the wind." But it wasn't the wind. I knew that voice. It sounded like my father. My father who'd been dead for 10 years. We kept climbing, but the feeling of being watched grew stronger. The fog pressed in tighter. The trees seemed to lean closer. And every so often I heard footsteps that didn't match ours. By the time we reached the top of the ridge, the sun was already dipping low. The world below was a sea of fog. The air was cold enough to sting. Mark pointed toward a narrow path leading deeper along the ridge. "We'll check that side before heading back." But before we could move, something stepped out of the fog. A shape. Tall. Thin. Wrong. It stood just far enough away that I couldn't see its face. But I could see the outline of its body. Too long, too narrow, limbs slightly bent like it wasn't used to standing upright. Mark whispered, "Daniel, don't move." The shape tilted its head. And then it spoke. Not in a voice. In voices. My father's. My mother's. My own. Layered together. "Daniel!" My blood went cold. Mark reached slowly for the radio on his shoulder. The shape took one step forward, and the ground beneath us seemed to hold its breath. Mark didn't wait for it to take another step. He grabbed my arm and pulled me backward, slow at first, like sudden movement might trigger something we couldn't take back. The shape didn't follow. It just stood there, head tilted, like it was studying us the way a person studies an animal they'd never seen before. The fog curled around its legs, hiding everything below the knees, and for a moment I had the sickening thought that maybe there weren't legs under there at all. We moved until the shape faded into the white behind us. Only then did Mark let go of my arm. His hand was shaking. "We're going back to the cabin," he said. "We can't leave," I told him. "Not yet. Evan." "That wasn't Evan," he snapped, louder than he meant to. Then softer. "You know it wasn't." He was right. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't a kid. It wasn't anything that belonged in these woods. But turning back felt wrong too. Like we were leaving something unfinished. Like the ridge wasn't done with us. We made it halfway down the trail before the fog shifted again. It didn't thin. It didn't blow away. It moved, sliding across the path like a curtain being pulled aside. And behind it, something scraped against bark. Slow. Deliberate. A sound like fingers dragging across a tree trunk. Mark raised his flashlight and swept the beam across the trees. Nothing. Just trunks and branches and fog. Then the sound came again. Closer. "Keep walking," Mark said, but his voice was tight. We picked up the pace. The trail twisted through the trees, and every time we rounded a bend, I expected to see that shape waiting for us. The fog pressed in from all sides. The air felt too cold, too still. My breath sounded too loud in my ears. Then, from somewhere behind us, I heard footsteps. Not animal footsteps. Not the light, quick rhythm of a deer or the heavy thud of a bear. Human footsteps. Except they weren't right. The spacing was off. Too long between steps, like whoever, or whatever, was walking had legs that didn't match the cadence of a person. Mark heard it too. He didn't say anything, but I saw the way his shoulders tensed. We didn't run. Running felt like the worst possible thing we could do. Instead, we walked faster, boots crunching through leaves, breath fogging in the cold air. The footsteps behind us matched our pace. Then they got closer. "Mark," I whispered. "I know." We reached the cabin just as the last light of day bled out behind the ridge. The fog thinned near the clearing, but the woods behind us stayed thick and dark. Mark fumbled with the latch, shoved the door open, and we stepped inside. He slammed the door shut and threw the bolt. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. The cabin was silent except for our breathing and the faint creak of the old wood settling. Then something moved outside. A soft step. Then another. It circled the cabin slowly, the way a person might walk around a house they'd never seen before. Curious. Patient. Testing. Mark reached for his rifle. I grabbed my flashlight and killed the beam, not wanting to give away our position through the cracks in the walls. The footsteps stopped near the window. I held my breath. Then something tapped the glass. Not hard. Not aggressive. Just a single, light tap. Like a knuckle. Mark raised the rifle, but he didn't move closer. Neither did I. We just stood there, staring at the dark window, waiting for something to appear behind the glass. Nothing did. Instead, a voice came through the wall. My father's voice. "Daniel!" My stomach dropped. The voice was perfect. The tone, the cadence, the way he used to say my name when he wanted my attention. For a moment, just a moment, my brain wanted to believe it. Wanted to open the door. Wanted to step outside. But my father had been dead for a decade. Mark whispered, "Don't listen to it." The voice came again, softer this time. Closer. "Daniel, open the door." I stepped back, heart pounding. The voice shifted then, changing pitch, changing tone, like someone flipping through a radio dial of memories. My mother. My brother. Myself. Hearing my own voice from outside the cabin made something inside me twist. It wasn't just mimicry. It wasn't just imitation. It was learning. Mark grabbed my shoulder. "We're staying inside until morning." I nodded, but my eyes stayed on the window. The fog outside pressed against the glass like a living thing. The footsteps moved again, slow and deliberate, circling the cabin once more before fading into the trees. We didn't sleep. Not really. We sat with our backs against the wall, rifles across our laps, listening to the woods breathe around us. Every so often, I thought I heard something move outside. A branch snapping. Leaves shifting. A low, almost inaudible hum. But the voices didn't come back. Not until just before dawn. I must have drifted off for a moment, because the next thing I knew, Mark was shaking me awake. His face was pale. His eyes were wide. "Listen," he whispered. At first, I didn't hear anything. Then, faintly, from somewhere deep in the woods, a voice called out. "Help!" It was a boy's voice. Young. Scared. "Help me!" Mark stood up fast. "Evan." I grabbed his arm. "It's not him." "It could be." "It's not." But he was already moving toward the door. The voice came again, closer now. "Please! I'm hurt." Mark's hand hovered over the latch. "Mark," I said, "that's not a kid." He looked at me, jaw tight, eyes full of something between hope and fear. Then the voice changed. Just slightly. Enough to break the illusion. "Help me," it said again. But this time, the tone was wrong. Too flat. Too calm. Like someone repeating a phrase they didn't understand. Mark stepped back from the door. And from somewhere just beyond the tree line, something laughed. Not loud. Not human. A low, breathy sound that made the hair on my arms stand up. The sun finally broke over the ridge, and the laughter stopped. But the feeling didn't. The feeling that whatever was out there wasn't done with us. Not even close. We waited until the sun was fully above the ridge before stepping outside. The fog had thinned, but it hadn't disappeared. It clung low to the ground, drifting between the trees like it was searching for something. The air was cold enough that every breath came out in a white cloud. The forest was quiet, too quiet. No birds, no insects, no rustle of small animals. Just a faint whisper of wind sliding through branches. Mark scanned the tree line with his rifle raised. "We move fast," he said. "We check the creek again, then the fire road. If we don't find anything by noon, we head back to the station." I nodded, but my eyes kept drifting to the place where the voice had come from. The woods looked normal in the daylight, but something about them felt wrong. Like the trees were standing too still. Like the shadows were holding their breath. We followed the trail down toward the creek. The ground was damp, covered in a thin layer of frost that crunched under our boots. Every so often, I saw impressions in the leaves, long, narrow shapes that might have been footprints if you squinted. But the spacing was off. Too far apart. Too deep in some places, too shallow in others. Like whatever made them didn't weigh the same way a person does. Mark crouched beside one of the impressions. "Fresh," he said. "Maybe an hour old." I didn't say anything. I didn't want to. The idea that the thing from last night had been walking the same trail we were on made my skin crawl. We reached the creek around mid-morning. The water was low, trickling over rocks in a thin, cold stream. The banks were muddy, and that's where we found the first real sign. A footprint. A clear one. Bare. Long, narrow. Toes splayed too wide. Heel too sharp. The arch too high. Mark stared at it for a long time. "That's not Evan's," he said quietly. "No," I said. "It's not." There were more prints leading away from the creek, heading deeper into the woods. They weren't in a straight line. They zigzagged, doubled back, crossed over themselves. Like whatever made them didn't walk with a purpose. Like it wandered. Or stalked. Mark looked at me. "We follow them." I hesitated. "Are you sure?" "We don't have a choice." We left the trail and moved into the trees. The forest grew darker the deeper we went. The fog thickened again, curling around our legs, rising in thin tendrils that brushed against our hands. The prints led us through a narrow ravine, over a fallen log, and up a steep incline covered in dead leaves. Halfway up the incline, I heard something behind us. A soft step. Then another. I turned slowly, rifle raised. Nothing. Just trees and fog. But the feeling of being watched was so strong it felt like a hand pressing against the back of my neck. "Mark," I whispered. "I know," he said without turning around. We kept climbing. The prints grew more erratic. Some were deep, pressed hard into the earth. Others were barely there, like the creature had suddenly become weightless. At one point, the prints changed shape entirely, longer, narrower, the toes merging into two blunt points. Mark stopped. "What the hell?" "It's changing," I said. He didn't respond. We reached the top of the incline and found ourselves in a small clearing. The fog was thinner here, and the sunlight filtered through the branches in pale, broken beams. In the center of the clearing was something that made my stomach twist. A shirt. A blue flannel shirt, torn at the sleeve, lying crumpled on the ground. Mark picked it up. "This is Evan's," he said. "His mom said he was wearing blue." The shirt was cold. Damp. But not dirty. Not torn the way it should have been if an animal had dragged it. It looked placed. Deliberately. Like bait. Mark looked around the clearing. "Evan!" he shouted. "Evan, can you hear me?" His voice echoed through the trees. Then, from somewhere deep in the woods, a voice answered. "Help!" It was the same voice from the cabin. The same tone. The same wrongness. Mark took a step toward the sound. I grabbed his arm. Don't. It could be him. It's not. He looked at me, eyes full of conflict. We can't just ignore it. The voice came again, closer this time. Help me! But the pitch was off. Too flat. Too steady. Like someone repeating a phrase they'd heard once and didn't understand. Mark's jaw tightened. We're checking it out. I didn't want to. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to turn back. But I couldn't leave him alone. So I followed. We moved toward the voice, deeper into the woods. The trees grew closer together, the branches twisting overhead like skeletal fingers. The fog thickened again, rising up around us until the world felt small and closed in. The voice called out again. Help me! But now it sounded different. Lower. Older. Like it was changing. Like it was trying on different versions of itself. Mark slowed. That's not Evan. No, I said. It's not. We stopped. The woods went silent. Then something moved behind us. A soft step. A breath. A whisper. Daniel. My blood ran cold. Mark turned, rifle raised. And that's when we saw it. Standing between the trees. Tall. Thin. Wrong. Its limbs were too long. Its shoulders too narrow. Its head tilted at an unnatural angle. The fog curled around its legs, hiding everything below the knees. Its skin, if it was skin, looked pale in the dim light, stretched too tight over bones that didn't match human anatomy. It didn't move. It didn't blink. It just watched us. Then it spoke. Not in one voice. In many. Layered together. My father's. My mother's. Evan's. Mark's. Mine. Help me. Mark took a step back. The creature took a step forward. And the forest seemed to close in around us. The creature didn't rush us. It didn't lunge or snarl or make any sound that belonged to a living thing. It just stood there, half hidden by the trees, its head tilted like it was trying to understand what we were. The fog drifted around its legs, and for a moment I had the sickening thought that maybe it wasn't standing on the ground at all. Maybe it was just placed there. Mark kept his rifle raised, but I could see the tremor in his hands. I felt it too, the instinctive, primal fear that hits you when you're looking at something your brain can't categorize. Something that shouldn't exist. The creature took another step forward. The movement was wrong. Too smooth. Too quiet. Like its joints didn't bend the way human joints do. Like it was imitating the idea of walking without understanding how it worked. Back up, I whispered. Mark didn't argue. We moved slowly, step by step, keeping our eyes locked on the thing in front of us. The creature mirrored us, matching our pace, closing the distance inch by inch. Then it spoke again. Help me! But this time, the voices were layered differently. My father's voice was still there, but now it was mixed with something else, something deeper, rougher, like a growl buried under the words. The sound made my stomach twist. Mark swallowed hard. It's trying to draw us in. I know. The creature stopped suddenly. Its head snapped to the side, like it heard something we couldn't. Then it turned its face, if you could call it a face, toward me. I couldn't see its eyes, not clearly, but I felt them. Felt them lock onto me with a focus that made my skin crawl. Daniel, it said. My name came out in my own voice. Perfectly. Mark grabbed my arm. We're leaving. Now. We backed away until the trees behind us grew thick enough to break line of sight. Then we turned and ran. The forest exploded around us, branches whipping past, leaves crunching under our boots, the fog swirling in frantic patterns. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see if it was following. I just ran, lungs burning, heart pounding, every instinct screaming at me to get away. We didn't stop until we reached the creek again. Mark bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. I leaned against a tree, trying to steady myself. What the hell was that? Mark said between breaths. You know what it was. He didn't argue. He didn't have to. We stayed by the creek for a long moment, listening. The woods were silent again. Too silent. The kind of silence that feels intentional. "We need to get back to the station," Mark said. "We need more people. More gear. We can't do this alone." I nodded, but something in me resisted. Not because I wanted to stay, but because I knew, deep down, that whatever was out here wasn't going to let us leave easily. We followed the creek downstream, moving fast but careful. The fog thinned as we descended, and for a moment I let myself believe we were putting distance between us and the thing on the ridge. Then we saw the footprints. Not the strange ones. Not the long, narrow impressions with the wrong toes. Human footprints. Bare feet. Small. Light. Even size. They led along the creek, weaving between rocks, crossing patches of mud. They looked fresh. Too fresh. Mark's face tightened. "He's alive!" "No," I said quietly. "He's not." Mark ignored me and followed the prints. I didn't want to, but I couldn't let him go alone. We moved quickly, eyes scanning the trees, ears straining for any sound. The footprints led us to a fallen log. They stopped there. Completely. No prints on the other side. No sign of a struggle. Just gone. Mark crouched beside the log. "He must have climbed over." "Then where are the prints?" He didn't answer. I stepped closer, scanning the ground. The mud was soft. Damp. It should have recorded every step. But there was nothing. Not even a partial impression. It was like the boy had vanished into thin air. Or like something had picked him up. Mark stood slowly. "We're going back." I nodded. "Yeah." We turned to leave. And that's when we heard it. A soft breath. Right behind us. I spun around, rifle raised. Nothing. Just trees. Fog. Silence. Then the breath came again. Closer. Mark grabbed my sleeve. "Move!" We didn't run this time. Running felt like it would trigger something. Instead, we walked fast, staying close, rifles up, eyes scanning every shadow. The breath followed us. Always behind. Always just out of sight. We reached the trail and started up the incline toward the cabin. The breath grew louder. Closer. More deliberate. Like something was leaning in, smelling us. Halfway up the hill, Mark stopped. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. I listened. At first I heard nothing. Then, a voice. Soft. Familiar. "Mark!" His eyes widened. "No!" The voice came again. "Mark, help me!" It was our mother's voice. She'd been dead for 15 years. Mark's face twisted. Pain. Fear. Something else. Something dangerous. "Don't listen," I said. He shook his head. "It sounds like her." "It's not her." The voice shifted. "Mark, please." He took a step toward the trees. I grabbed him. "Stop." He pulled his arm free. "You don't know that." "Yes," I said. "I do." The voice changed again. Lower. "Wrong." "Mark." He froze. The breath behind us stopped. The woods went silent. Then something whispered, so close to my ear I felt the warmth of it. "Run." I didn't think. I grabbed Mark and pulled him up the hill. This time we ran. We didn't stop until the cabin was in sight. We didn't look back. We didn't speak. We just ran. And behind us, somewhere deep in the fog, something laughed. Not loud. Not human. A low, broken sound that followed us all the way to the door. We didn't speak for a long time after slamming the cabin door behind us. Mark paced the floor in tight, angry circles, the rifle still in his hands, his jaw clenched so hard I could see the muscle twitch. I sat on the edge of the broken cot, trying to steady my breathing, trying to convince myself that the laughter we'd heard wasn't still echoing somewhere in the back of my skull. Eventually, Mark stopped pacing. "We can't stay here," he said. It knows where we are. It's known since last night, I said. If it wanted to get in, it would have. He didn't like that answer. I didn't like it either. But it was true. Whatever was out there wasn't trying to break down the door. It wasn't trying to kill us outright. It was doing something worse. It was playing with us. Mark rubbed his face with both hands. We need to get off the ridge. Back to the station. We regroup, bring more people, come back with a plan. I nodded. We leave at first light. He looked at me like he wanted to argue, but he didn't. He knew moving in the dark was suicide. The thing out there didn't need light. It didn't need sound. It didn't need anything we understood. We barricaded the door with what little furniture was left. A chair. A broken table. A stack of firewood. It wouldn't stop anything determined, but it made us feel better. Sometimes that's all you can do. Night fell fast. Too fast. The fog thickened again, pressing against the windows like a living thing. The temperature dropped until our breath hung in the air inside the cabin. The stove was long dead, and we didn't dare light a fire. We sat in the dark, backs against the wall, rifles across our laps. The woods outside were silent. Then, sometime after midnight, something brushed against the cabin wall. Not a knock. Not a scratch. A slow, dragging sound, like fingers trailing across the wood. Mark stiffened. I held my breath. The sound moved along the wall, circling the cabin. Slow. Deliberate. Testing. Then it stopped near the window. A shadow passed across the glass. I couldn't see a face. Couldn't see anything clearly. Just a shape. Tall. Thin. Wrong. Mark raised his rifle, but I grabbed his arm. Don't, I whispered. If you shoot, it'll know we're scared. It already knows, he whispered back. He wasn't wrong. The shadow lingered for a moment. Then it leaned closer. The glass creaked under the pressure. And then, a voice. Soft. Familiar. Daniel! My father's voice. I closed my eyes. Don't listen, I whispered to myself. The voice came again, closer this time. Daniel, open the door. Mark's grip tightened on his rifle. It's trying to get you outside. I know. The voice shifted. Mark! Our mother's voice. Mark's breath hitched. I felt him tense beside me. Mark, please! He shook his head, eyes squeezed shut. It's not her. The voice changed again. Lower. Broken. Wrong. Mark! He flinched. The shadow moved away from the window. Silence. Then, a knock. Soft. Gentle. Like someone asking politely to be let in. Mark raised his rifle again. I swear to God. Don't, I said. It wants you to react. The knock came again. Then a third time. Then, a whisper. Right behind the door. Let me in. Not my father's voice. Not my mother's. Not Evan's. Not mine. Something else. Something that didn't belong to any living thing. The whisper slid under the door like cold air. It crawled across the floor, up the walls, into the corners of the cabin. I felt it in my bones. Mark whispered, It's inside. No, I said. It's not. It's trying to make us think it is. But even as I said it, I wasn't sure. The whisper faded. Silence settled again. We didn't sleep. We didn't move. We just waited. Hours passed. The darkness outside shifted from black to gray. The fog thinned. The first hint of dawn crept over the ridge. Mark stood slowly. We're leaving. Now. I nodded. We removed the barricade, opened the door, and stepped outside. The clearing was empty. The fog was lifting. The woods were still. Too still. We started down the trail, moving fast but careful. Every sound made us jump. Every shadow felt like it was watching. Halfway down the ridge, we found something that made us stop cold. A tree. A tall, dead pine. and carved into the bark, deep and jagged, were words. Our names. Daniel. Mark. Fresh. Mark stared at it, face pale. It's tracking us. No, I said quietly. It's choosing. He looked at me. Choosing what? I didn't answer. Because I already knew. We kept moving. The trail twisted through the trees, the fog thinning with every step. The air warmed slightly. The forest began to sound normal again, birds, insects, the distant rush of water. For a moment, I let myself believe we were safe. Then we reached the fire road and saw the footprints. Not ours. Not Evan's. Not human. Long. Narrow. Toes splayed too wide. Dozens of them. Leading down the road. And beside them, another set. Human. Small. Bare. Evan's. Mark's breath caught. He's alive! No, I said. He's not! He turned to me, anger flashing in his eyes. You don't know that. I didn't respond. Because I did know. The footprints weren't leading away from the ridge. They were leading toward it. Back toward the thing that had been calling to us. Back toward the thing that had carved our names into the tree. Back toward the thing that was waiting. Mark took a step forward. I grabbed his arm. Don't. He pulled away. We have to follow them. No, I said. That's what it wants. He hesitated. Then, a voice. Soft. Broken. Help. Evan's voice. Mark's face twisted. He's alive! He started down the road. I grabbed him again. Mark! He shoved me back. Hard. I'm not leaving him! He ran. I cursed and ran after him. The fog closed in again. The woods grew silent. The footprints led deeper and deeper into the trees. And somewhere ahead of us, something moved. Something tall. Something thin. Something waiting. Mark disappeared into the fog so fast it was like the trees swallowed him. One moment he was 10 feet ahead of me, boots pounding the dirt, breath sharp and ragged. The next, he was gone, his shape dissolving into the gray, his footsteps muffled until they blended with the forest's unnatural quiet. I sprinted after him, branches whipping my arms, the cold air burning my lungs. Mark! I shouted. Stop! My voice vanished into the fog like it had been swallowed whole. The footprints, Evan's small, bare ones, led straight ahead, weaving between roots and rocks. But the longer I followed them, the more wrong they looked. The spacing was too even. Too perfect. Like someone had placed each one with careful intention. Like bait. I caught a glimpse of Mark again, a shadow moving fast between the trees. I pushed harder, legs screaming, heart pounding. The fog thickened around me, rising in swirling sheets that made the world shrink to a few feet of visibility. Then the forest went silent. Completely silent. No wind. No birds. No footsteps. Not even my own breathing. The silence was so total it felt like pressure on my ears. Like the woods were holding their breath. Mark! I yelled again, but the sound came out thin, swallowed before it traveled more than a few feet. I slowed, scanning the trees. The fog shifted around me, curling in slow, deliberate patterns. The footprints continued ahead, but something about them made my stomach twist. They were too clean. Too sharp. Too deliberate. Then I saw it. A second set of footprints. Long. Narrow. Toes splayed too wide. Walking beside Evan's. Matching them step for step. My blood went cold. Mark! I whispered, even though I knew he couldn't hear me. I followed the prints deeper into the woods. The trees grew closer together, their branches twisting overhead like skeletal fingers. The fog thickened until it felt like I was walking through water. Every step felt heavy. Slow. Wrong. Then I heard it. A voice. Soft. Broken. Help! Evan's voice. But it wasn't coming from ahead. It was coming from behind me. I spun around, rifle raised. Nothing. Just fog. Then the voice came again. Help me! Closer. I backed up slowly, eyes scanning the trees. The fog shifted, and for a moment I thought I saw a shape, tall, thin, leaning forward like it was listening. Mark, the voice whispered. My brother's name. But it wasn't Evan's voice anymore. It was my mother's. Then my father's. Then mine. Layered together. Mark! I turned and ran. The fog swallowed everything. The trees blurred past. My boots slipped on wet leaves. My breath tore out of me in ragged gasps. I didn't know where I was going, just away. Away from the voice. Away from the thing that wore voices like masks. I stumbled into a clearing and nearly fell to my knees. Mark was there. Standing perfectly still. Facing the trees. Mark! I ran to him, grabbed his shoulder. We have to go! He didn't move. His eyes were fixed on something in the fog. Do you hear it? He whispered. No, I said. There's nothing there. We need to move. He shook his head slowly. It sounds like her. My stomach dropped. Mark! He took a step forward. I grabbed him. Stop. It's not her. He didn't look at me. You don't know that. Yes, I said. I do. The fog shifted. A shape emerged. Tall. Thin. Wrong. Its limbs were too long. Its shoulders too narrow. Its head tilted at an unnatural angle. The fog curled around its legs, hiding everything below the knees. Its skin looked pale in the dim light, stretched too tight over bones that didn't match human anatomy. It didn't move. It didn't blink. It just watched us. Then it spoke. Mark! My mother's voice. Perfect. Mark's breath itched. Mom? I stepped in front of him. It's not her. The creature tilted its head. Then it spoke again. Daniel! My father's voice. Then, help! Evan's voice. Then, please! My own voice. Layered together. Wrong. Mark raised his rifle. Stay back! The creature didn't move. It didn't react. It just watched. Then it took one step forward. The movement was wrong. Too smooth. Too quiet. Like its joints didn't bend the way human joints do. Like it was imitating the idea of walking without understanding how it worked. I raised my rifle too. Mark, on my count. He nodded, eyes locked on the creature. 1. The creature tilted its head again. 2. It leaned forward, its limbs bending in ways that made my stomach twist. 3. We fired. The gunshots tore through the clearing, echoing off the trees. The creature jerked backward, its body twisting unnaturally. For a moment I thought we'd hit it. Thought maybe, just maybe, it could be hurt. Then it straightened. Slowly. Bones cracking. Limbs snapping back into place. It took another step forward. Mark whispered, "Oh God!" The creature opened its mouth. And screamed. Not a human scream. Not an animal scream. A sound that felt like it came from inside my skull. A sound that made the world tilt. A sound that made my vision blur. I grabbed Mark. Run! We ran. Branches tore at our clothes. The fog swallowed everything. The scream followed us, echoing through the trees, vibrating in my bones. We didn't stop. Not when the fog thinned. Not when the trees opened up. Not when the ridge came into view. We ran until our legs gave out. Until our lungs burned. Until the scream faded into the distance. We collapsed near the fire road, gasping for breath. Mark looked at me, eyes wide with terror. "It's not going to stop," he said. I shook my head. "No." He swallowed hard. "It's hunting us." "No," I said quietly. "It's choosing." He stared at me. "Choosing what?" I looked back toward the ridge. Toward the fog. Toward the thing that had worn our voices like masks. "Which one of us it wants?" Mark didn't answer me. He just stared down the fire road, chest heaving, eyes wide and unfocused, like he was trying to see something through the fog that wasn't actually there. Or maybe it was there, and I just couldn't see it yet. The woods were too quiet again. No wind, no birds, no rustling leaves. Just a low hum of silence pressing in from every direction. "Mark," I said, stepping closer. "We need to move. Away from here." He didn't look at me. "It's close." I swallowed hard. "I know." He finally turned his head, and the look in his eyes made my stomach twist. Fear, yes. But something else too. Something like recognition. Like he'd heard something I hadn't. "It's calling me," he whispered. "No," I said. "It's mimicking. That's all it does." He shook his head slowly. "You didn't hear her." I didn't respond. There was nothing I could say that would pull him out of whatever grip the thing had on him. The fog drifted across the road in slow, deliberate waves, curling around our boots, rising up our legs like cold fingers. Then, from somewhere deep in the trees, a voice called out. "Mark!" Soft. Familiar. Our mother's voice. Mark's breath caught. "She's hurt. She's dead," I said sharply. "You know that." He flinched like I'd hit him. "You don't know what you heard." The voice came again. "Mark, help me." This time, the tone was wrong. Too flat. Too steady. Like someone repeating a phrase they'd memorized but didn't understand. Mark took a step forward. I grabbed his arm. "Stop." He pulled away. "I can't leave her. It's not her." He didn't look at me. "You don't know that." "Yes," I said. "I do." The fog shifted. A shape emerged. Tall. Thin. Wrong. It stood between the trees, half hidden by the fog, its limbs too long, its posture too still. Its head tilted at an unnatural angle, like it was studying us. The fog curled around its legs, hiding everything below the knees. Its skin looked pale in the dim light, stretched too tight over bones that didn't match anything human. Mark raised his rifle. "Stay back!" The creature didn't move. It didn't blink. It just watched. Then it spoke. "Mark!" Our mother's voice. Perfect. Mark's breath itched. "Mom?" I stepped in front of him. "It's not her." The creature tilted its head. Then it spoke again. "Daniel!" My father's voice. Then, "Help!" Evan's voice. Then, "Please!" My own voice. Layered together. Wrong. Mark's grip tightened on his rifle. "What do we do?" "We leave," I said. "Now." The creature took one step forward. The movement was wrong. Too smooth. Too quiet. Like its joints didn't bend the way human joints do. Like it was imitating the idea of walking without understanding how it worked. "Back up," I whispered. We moved slowly, step by step, keeping our eyes locked on the thing in front of us. The creature mirrored us, matching our pace, closing the distance inch by inch. Then it stopped. Its head snapped to the side, like it heard something we couldn't. The woods went silent. Then, a voice. Soft. Broken. "Help!" Evan's voice. But it wasn't coming from the creature. It was coming from behind us. Mark spun around. "Evan!" "No!" I grabbed him, but he tore free. He ran toward the voice. Straight into the fog. "Mark!" I shouted, sprinting after him. The fog swallowed everything. The trees blurred past. My boots slipped on wet leaves. My breath tore out of me in ragged gasps. I heard him ahead of me, crashing through the underbrush. Then, a scream. Not loud. Not long. Cut off too fast. "Mark!" I yelled, pushing harder. I burst into a clearing and froze. Mark was on his knees. His rifle lay on the ground beside him. He was staring at something in front of him. Something tall. Something thin. Something leaning forward like it was whispering into his ear. "Get away from him!" I shouted, raising my rifle. The creature straightened. Slowly. Bones cracking. Limbs snapping back into place. It turned its head toward me. And smiled. Not with lips. Not with teeth. With its entire face. A slow, stretching motion that made my stomach twist. "Daniel!" it whispered. My father's voice. I fired. The shot tore through the clearing, echoing off the trees. The creature jerked backward, its body twisting unnaturally. For a moment I thought I'd hit it. Thought maybe, just maybe, it could be hurt. Then it straightened. Slowly. Deliberately. Mark looked at me, eyes wide with terror. "Run!" I grabbed him, pulled him to his feet. We ran. Branches tore at our clothes. The fog swallowed everything. The creature's footsteps, if they were footsteps, followed us, too quiet, too smooth, too close. We didn't stop. Not when the fog thinned. Not when the trees opened up. Not when the fire road came into view. We ran until our legs gave out. Until our lungs burned. Until the world blurred. We collapsed near the trailhead, gasping for breath. Mark looked at me, face pale, eyes hollow. "It's not going to stop," he said. I shook my head. "No." He swallowed hard. "It's hunting us." "No," I said quietly. "It's choosing." He stared at me. "Choosing what?" I looked back toward the ridge. Toward the fog. Toward the thing that had worn our voices like masks. Which one of us it wants? We didn't speak for a long time. We just sat there on the dirt beside the fire road, backs against a fallen log, trying to catch our breath while the morning light slowly pushed the fog back into the trees. My hands were shaking so badly I had to clench them into fists to make it stop. Mark stared at the ground, jaw tight, eyes unfocused, like he was replaying something in his head he couldn't shut off. Eventually, he said, "We can't outrun it." I didn't answer. Not because I disagreed, but because saying it out loud would make it real in a way I wasn't ready for. He looked at me then, really looked, and I saw something in his expression I hadn't seen since we were kids, fear so deep it bordered on resignation. "It's not just following us," he said. "It's choosing." I nodded slowly. "I know." He swallowed hard. "Why us?" I didn't have an answer. Maybe it didn't need a reason. Maybe it didn't think the way we think. Maybe it just saw two people alone in the woods and decided we were interesting. Or maybe it had been watching us long before we ever stepped onto the ridge. The fog drifted across the road again, thin and harmless looking in the daylight. But I knew better. Fog wasn't just fog up here. Not anymore. "We need to move," I said. "If we stay here, it'll find us." Mark stood, slinging his rifle over his shoulder. "Back to the station?" "Yeah." We started down the fire road, moving fast but careful. The woods were quiet again, but not in the peaceful way they should have been. It was the same heavy, listening silence from before. The kind that made you feel like the trees were leaning in to hear your footsteps. Every so often, I glanced behind us. The fog followed at a distance, drifting between the trunks like it was keeping pace. Not rushing. Not chasing. Just watching. We walked for nearly an hour before the road widened and the trees thinned. I could see the faint outline of the ranger station through the branches. Relief washed over me so hard my knees almost buckled. "We made it," Mark said, exhaling shakily. But something in his voice made me turn. He wasn't looking at the station. He was looking at the ground. At footprints. Fresh ones. Bare. Small. Evan size. Leading toward the station. My stomach dropped. "No." Mark stepped forward. He made it out. "Mark," I said quietly. "Think." He froze. The footprints were too clean. Too evenly spaced. Too perfectly placed. Like someone had studied how a scared teenager might run, and then recreated it step by step. "It's bait," I said. Mark's face twisted. "Why? Why do this?" "To pull us in." He looked at me, eyes wide. "Then what do we do?" Before I could answer, a voice called out from the trees. "Help!" Evan's voice. But it wasn't coming from the station. It was coming from behind us. We spun around. The fog thickened instantly, rolling across the road like a wave. The trees blurred. The air grew cold. Too cold. "Help me!" the voice cried again. Closer. Mark raised his rifle. "Show yourself!" The woods went silent. Then, a shape stepped out of the fog. Tall. Thin. Wrong. Its limbs were too long. Its posture too still. Its head tilted at an unnatural angle. The fog curled around its legs, hiding everything below the knees. Its skin looked pale in the dim light, stretched too tight over bones that didn't match anything human. It didn't move. It didn't blink. It just watched us. Then it spoke. "Daniel!" My father's voice. Then, "Mark!" Our mother's voice. Then, "Help!" Evan's voice. Then, "Please!" My own voice. Layered together. "Wrong," Mark whispered. "It wants one of us." I nodded. "Yeah." He looked at me, eyes hollow. "It's not going to stop." "No." He swallowed hard. "Then we run." I shook my head. "It'll follow. Then we fight." "You saw what happened when we shot it." He didn't argue. He didn't need to. The creature took one step forward. The movement was wrong. Too smooth. Too quiet. Like its joints didn't bend the way human joints do. Like it was imitating the idea of walking without understanding how it worked. Mark raised his rifle again. "Get behind me!" "No," I said. "We stay together." The creature tilted its head. Then it opened its mouth. And screamed. The sound hit me like a physical force. My vision blurred. My ears rang. My knees buckled. Mark staggered backward, clutching his head. The creature stepped closer. I forced myself to stand. Forced myself to raise my rifle. Forced myself to aim. "Daniel!" it whispered. My father's voice. Perfect. I pulled the trigger. The shot tore through the clearing. The creature jerked backward. Then straightened. Slowly. Deliberately. Mark grabbed my arm. "Run!" We ran. Not toward the station. Not toward safety. Toward the only place the creature hadn't expected us to go. Back into the woods. Back toward the ridge. Back toward the place where it had first shown itself. The fog swallowed us instantly. The trees blurred. The world tilted. My lungs burned. My legs screamed. Behind us, the creature followed. Not rushing. Not chasing. Just moving. Steady. I could hear it. Breathing. Whispering. Calling our names. We reached the base of the ridge and started climbing. The incline was steep, the ground slick with leaves and frost. Mark slipped once, and I grabbed him, pulling him up. "Keep going!" I shouted. We climbed higher. The fog thinned. The trees opened. And we reached the top. The ridge stretched out before us, a long spine of rock and wind. The world below was a sea of fog. The air was cold enough to sting. Mark collapsed to his knees, gasping. "What now?" I didn't answer. Because I didn't know. The woods behind us went silent. Then, a shape emerged from the fog. Tall. Thin. Wrong. It stepped onto the ridge, its limbs bending in unnatural angles, its head tilted like it was studying us. Mark stood slowly. "Daniel!" I looked at him. He looked at me. And I knew. He wasn't going to run. He wasn't going to fight. He was going to give himself up. "No," I said. "Don't." He shook his head. "It wants one of us. We don't know that." "Yes," he said quietly. "We do." The creature took another step forward. Mark stepped toward it. I grabbed him. "Stop!" He pulled free. "I'm not letting it take you." "Mark!" He turned to me, eyes full of something I couldn't name. Fear. love, resignation. Go, he said. No. Go! The creature leaned forward. Mark took another step. I reached for him. And the world exploded in white. Fog. Wind. A scream that wasn't a scream. I don't remember falling. I don't remember hitting the ground. I remember only one thing. A voice. Soft. Broken. Daniel! My father's voice. Then, silence. When I opened my eyes, the ridge was empty. The fog was gone. The woods were quiet. Mark was gone. No footprints. No blood. No sign of a struggle. Just gone. Like he'd stepped into a different kind of space. Like the creature had chosen. I searched for him until my legs gave out. I screamed his name until my throat bled. I stayed on that ridge until the sun went down and the cold nearly killed me. But he never came back. I made it to the station the next morning. They asked what happened. I told them the truth. They didn't believe me. They searched for Mark for 3 days. They found nothing. No footprints. No clothing. No body. Just the ridge. Silent. Watching. Listening. I haven't been back since. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind is just right, I hear a voice outside my window. Soft. Broken. Daniel! My brother's voice. Perfect. And I know. It's still choosing. And it's not done with me. Not yet. Story 2. I didn't go up to the lake to find anything. Not peace, not clarity, not some dramatic emotional rebirth. I went because I didn't know where else to go. When the divorce papers were finally signed, when the house was emptied out and the last box was shoved into the back of my truck, I realized I didn't have a single place in the world that felt like mine anymore. So I drove north. Past the towns, past the farms, past the last gas station with a working pump. I kept going until the road turned to gravel, then to dirt, then to something that barely counted as a road at all. The cabin belonged to a friend of a friend. Good for clearing your head, he'd said. Quiet. Remote. No neighbors for miles. He didn't mention the lake. He didn't mention the way the wind sounded when it moved across the ice. He didn't mention the feeling that something was waiting under the surface. I arrived just before dusk. The sky was a flat sheet of gray, the kind that made it impossible to tell where the clouds ended and the snow-covered lake began. The cabin sat at the edge of the tree line, a squat shape of dark wood and frost. Smoke curled weakly from the chimney, leftover heat from whoever had been there last, maybe. Or maybe the place just held warmth the way old houses sometimes do. I parked the truck, grabbed my bag, and stepped out into the cold. The air hit me like a slap. Sharp. Clean. Too clean. The kind of cold that made your breath feel like it didn't belong to you. Inside, the cabin was small but solid. A wood stove, a cot, a table, a single window facing the lake. On the table sat a stack of notebooks, the covers warped from moisture. I didn't touch them. Not yet. I was too tired to care about whatever the last tenant had written. I lit the stove, unpacked my bag, and sat on the edge of the cot. The silence pressed in from all sides. Not peaceful silence. Not the kind that comes from being far from people. This was different. Heavy. Expectant. Like the woods were holding their breath. I told myself it was just the shock of being alone after months of lawyers and arguments, and slammed doors. I told myself I needed the quiet. I told myself a lot of things. Then I heard it. A sound from outside. A soft, distant crack. Ice shifting. Normal, I told myself. Lakes freeze and thaw. Ice moves. It groans. It cracks. It breathes. But the sound didn't fade. It repeated. Slow. Rhythmic. Like footsteps. I stood and moved to the window. The lake stretched out in front of me, a flat expanse of white broken only by a few dark patches where the ice had thinned. The tree line on the far side was a jagged silhouette against the gray sky. Nothing moved. But the sound continued. Crack, 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 like someone walking across the ice. I stayed at the window until the last light drained from the sky. The sound stopped eventually, but the silence that followed felt worse. I slept badly that night. Every time I drifted off, I dreamed of footsteps on ice. Slow, heavy, getting closer. In the morning, the world was white. Snow had fallen overnight, covering the lake in a fresh layer of powder. I stepped outside, breath fogging in the air, and walked toward the shoreline. That's when I saw them. Tracks, leading from the tree line to the lake. Bare footprints. Small. Light. Too light. They stopped at the edge of the ice. No return prints. I crouched down, heart pounding. The prints were fresh. The snow around them was undisturbed. No drag marks. No signs of slipping. Just a straight line of footprints leading onto the lake. And then nothing. I stood slowly, scanning the tree line. The woods were still. Too still. No birds. No wind. Just the faint hum of silence pressing in from all sides. I backed away from the lake and returned to the cabin. The notebooks on the table caught my eye again. I picked up the top one and flipped it open. The handwriting was neat at first. Notes about weather, ice thickness, animal sightings. Then, halfway through, the writing changed. The letters grew cramped, jagged, uneven. I read a line. Something under the ice. Heard it again last night. Not wind. Not water. Something else. Another line. It knows my name. Another. Do not go on the lake after dark. I closed the notebook. The silence pressed in harder. That night, the footsteps returned. Crack. 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 Closer this time. I sat on the cot, staring at the window, heart hammering in my chest. The sound moved across the lake, slow and deliberate. Not random. Not natural. Then, a voice. Faint. Muffled. Like someone calling from under the ice. Daniel! My breath caught. No one knew I was here. No one should have known my name. The voice came again. Daniel, help! I stood slowly, legs shaking, and stepped toward the window. Something moved on the lake. A shape. Tall. Thin. Wrong. It stood at the edge of the ice, facing the cabin. Its limbs were too long. Its posture too still. The snow around it didn't move. The ice beneath it didn't crack. It didn't belong there. It didn't belong anywhere. I stepped back from the window. The shape didn't move. Then, it tilted its head. And the voice came again. Daniel! My own voice. Perfect. I stumbled away from the window, heart pounding, breath shaking. The footsteps on the ice grew louder. Closer. Crack. 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 Then, silence. I didn't sleep. I didn't move. I just sat there, listening to the ice breathe beneath the weight of something that shouldn't exist. When dawn finally came, the shape was gone. But the footprints remained, leading from the lake to the cabin, stopping just outside the door. And beside them, another set. Long. Narrow. Toes splayed too wide. I stared at them until my eyes burned. Then I heard it again. A voice. Soft. Broken. Daniel! From under the ice. From the lake. From everywhere. And I knew I wasn't alone. Not anymore. Not ever again. I didn't open the door that morning. I stood there staring at the footprints. Those small, bare human ones beside the long, narrow, wrong ones. And every instinct in my body told me that stepping outside would be the last mistake I ever made. The cold pressed against the cabin walls like a living thing. The silence felt heavier than the snow on the roof. I backed away from the door and sat on the edge of the cot, trying to steady my breathing. The notebooks were still on the table. I picked up the second one, the one with the warped cover and the torn spine. The handwriting inside was worse than the first, shaky, uneven, like the writer's hands had been trembling. I flipped through pages filled with frantic notes. It knows when I'm awake. It waits for the dark. It scratches under the floorboards. It whispers through the ice. Then one line, written so hard the pen nearly tore through the paper. It is hungry. I closed the notebook and set it aside. My hands were shaking. I told myself it was the cold, but I knew better. Something was wrong with this place. Something was wrong with the lake. Something was wrong with the thing that had called my name in my own voice. I forced myself to eat something, crackers, jerky, anything to keep my hands busy. The stove crackled softly, the only sound in the cabin. Outside, the wind picked up, brushing against the walls with a low, hollow moan. Snow began to fall again, thick and heavy, turning the world beyond the window into a white blur. By midday, the storm had swallowed everything. I couldn't see the lake. I couldn't see the tree line. I couldn't see anything. The world had become a white void. I tried the radio. Nothing but static. I tried my phone. No signal. I tried to convince myself that the storm would pass, that I'd be able to leave in a day or two. But the wind kept rising, and the snow kept falling, and the silence beneath the storm felt wrong. Like something was listening. By late afternoon, the temperature had dropped so low that frost formed on the inside of the window. The storm howled outside, shaking the cabin walls. I sat by the stove, wrapped in blankets, staring at the door. Then I heard it. A knock. Soft. Gentle. Like someone asking politely to be let in. I froze. The knock came again. Then a voice. "Daniel!" My breath caught. It was my ex-wife's voice. Perfect. "Daniel, please, open the door." I stood slowly, legs shaking. The voice was so real, so familiar, that for a moment I forgot where I was. Forgot the storm. Forgot the footprints. Forgot everything except the sound of her voice. I stepped toward the door. Then I stopped. Because the voice changed. Just slightly. Enough to break the illusion. "Daniel, help!" The tone flattened. The cadence shifted. The warmth drained out of it. It sounded like someone trying to remember how a human voice worked. I backed away. The voice came again. "Daniel!" Lower now. Wrong. Then, a scraping sound. Under the floorboards. Slow. Deliberate. Like something dragging its fingers along the underside of the cabin. I stumbled backward, heart pounding. The scraping moved from one side of the cabin to the other, circling beneath me. The wood creaked. The stove flickered. The wind outside howled louder, as if trying to drown out the sound. Then the scraping stopped. Silence. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Then, a whisper. From under the floor. "Hungry!" The words slid through the cracks in the wood like cold air. I felt it in my bones. I felt it in my teeth. I felt it in the part of my mind that still believed in things I couldn't explain. I backed into the corner of the cabin, and stayed there until the storm finally began to die down. Hours passed. The wind softened. The snow stopped. The silence returned. But the whisper didn't. It stayed. Low. Steady. Repeating the same word. "Hungry!" I didn't sleep that night. I sat with my back against the wall, staring at the floorboards, waiting for something to break through. The whisper faded eventually, but the feeling didn't. The feeling that something was under the ice. Under the cabin. Under me. Waiting. When dawn came, the storm had passed. The world outside was buried in snow. The lake was a flat, white sheet stretching into the distance. The footprints from the night before were gone, erased by the storm. But new ones had appeared, leading from the lake to the cabin. Bare footprints. Small. Light. And beside them, another set. Long. Narrow. Toes splayed too wide. I stared at them until my eyes burned. Then I heard it again. A voice. Soft. Broken. "Daniel!" From under the ice. From the lake. from everywhere. And I knew the storm hadn't trapped me here. It had trapped it here with me. And it was getting closer. I didn't go outside that morning. I didn't even open the door. I stood there staring at the footprints, those small, bare human ones beside the long, narrow, wrong ones, and every instinct in my body told me that stepping onto that snow would be the last thing I ever did. The cold pressed against the cabin walls like a living thing. The silence felt heavier than the snow on the roof. I backed away from the door and sat on the edge of the cot, trying to steady my breathing. The stove crackled softly, but even that sound felt swallowed by the room. I kept glancing at the floorboards, half expecting to hear that scraping again. The whisper. The word that had crawled under my skin and stayed there. Hungry. I tried to distract myself. I boiled water. I made instant coffee. I paced the cabin until my legs ached. But every time I stopped moving, I felt it again, that pressure under the floor, like something shifting in the frozen earth beneath the cabin. Like something waiting. By midday, the storm had cleared enough that I could see the lake again. The surface was smooth, untouched, except for a long, dark crack running across the center. It hadn't been there yesterday. It looked like a wound. I forced myself to step outside. The cold hit me instantly, sharp enough to sting my eyes. The snow was deep, nearly to my knees, and the world was silent in a way that didn't feel natural. I walked to the edge of the lake, careful not to step onto the ice. The footprints were still there. The small ones, the long ones, leading from the lake to the cabin. But now there were more. A second trail of small footprints, circling the cabin. A third set leading toward the tree line. A fourth set leading back to the lake. All identical. All perfect. All wrong. I crouched down, heart pounding. The prints were too clean. Too evenly spaced. Too deliberate. Like someone had studied how a person walked, and then recreated it step by step. I looked toward the tree line. Something moved. A shadow. Tall. Thin. Wrong. I stood slowly, breath fogging in the air. The shadow didn't move again. It just stood there, half hidden by the trees, watching. I backed away from the lake and returned to the cabin. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely close the door. I sat on the cot, staring at the window, waiting for the shadow to move again. It didn't. Not for hours. The sun dipped low. The sky turned a pale, icy blue. The temperature dropped. The silence deepened. Then, a sound. Soft. Muffled. From under the ice. A knock. I froze. Another knock. Then a voice. "Daniel!" My breath caught. It was my ex-wife's voice again. Perfect. "Daniel, please, help me!" I stepped toward the window, heart pounding. The lake was still. The ice was smooth. The crack in the center looked deeper now, darker, like something was pushing up from beneath. The voice came again. "Daniel!" Lower now. Wrong. Then, a shape moved under the ice. A dark shadow sliding beneath the surface, slow and deliberate. Too big to be a person. Too long. Too thin. It drifted toward the shore, toward the cabin, toward me. I stumbled backward, knocking over the chair. The shadow stopped just beneath the surface, directly in front of the window. The ice bulged slightly, like something was pressing against it from below. Then, a hand, pale, long, wrong, pressed against the underside of the ice. The fingers were too long. The joints were too sharp. The nails were black and cracked. The hand slid across the ice, leaving a trail of frost behind it. I backed into the corner of the cabin, heart hammering in my chest. The hand stopped. Then, a face pressed against the ice. Not human. Not animal. Something in between. The eyes were sunken black pits. The mouth was too wide, filled with jagged, broken teeth. The skin was stretched tight over a skull that didn't match human proportions. It stared at me. Through the ice. Through the window. Through everything. Then it opened its mouth. and spoke. Hungry! The word vibrated through the ice, through the air, through my bones. I felt it in my teeth. I felt it in my spine. I felt it in the part of my mind that still believed in things I couldn't explain. The face slid away from the ice, disappearing into the dark water beneath. The shadow drifted back toward the center of the lake, slow and deliberate. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just stared at the ice, waiting for it to break. It didn't. Not yet. But I knew it would. Soon. When the sun finally set, the footsteps returned. Crack. 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 Moving across the ice. Slow. Deliberate. Closer. I sat on the cot, staring at the door, rifle in my hands, breath shaking. The footsteps stopped just outside the cabin. Silence. Then, a voice. Soft. Broken. Daniel! My own voice. Perfect. I closed my eyes. And the whisper came again. From under the floor. From under the ice. From everywhere. Hungry! And I knew. It wasn't just calling to me. It was coming for me. I didn't sleep. I don't think anyone could have, not with that voice drifting through the cracks in the floorboards, not with the memory of that face pressed against the underside of the ice burned into my mind. I sat with my back against the wall, rifle across my lap, staring at the door as if it might open on its own. The whisper faded eventually, but the silence that followed felt worse. Heavier. Like the air itself was waiting. By dawn, the cold inside the cabin was unbearable. Frost coated the window from the inside. My breath hung in the air like smoke. I fed the stove until the flames roared, but the heat barely pushed back the chill. It felt like the cold wasn't coming from outside. It felt like it was rising from the ground beneath me. I forced myself to move. I needed to do something, anything, to keep from losing my mind. I stepped outside, boots crunching through the snow, and scanned the lake. The surface was smooth again, except for that long, dark crack running across the center. It looked deeper now. Wider. Like something had pushed against it from below. The footprints were still there. The small ones. The long ones. Leading from the lake to the cabin. But now there were more. A new set of small footprints, circling the cabin. Another set leading toward the tree line. Another leading back to the lake. All identical. All perfect. All wrong. I crouched down, heart pounding. The prints were too clean. Too evenly spaced. Too deliberate. Like someone had studied how a person walked, and then recreated it step by step. I looked toward the tree line. Something moved. A shadow. Tall. Thin. Wrong. I stood slowly, breath fogging in the air. The shadow didn't move again. It just stood there, half hidden by the trees, watching. I backed away from the lake and returned to the cabin. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely close the door. I sat on the cot, staring at the window, waiting for the shadow to move again. It didn't. Not for hours. The sun dipped low. The sky turned a pale, icy blue. The temperature dropped. The silence deepened. Then, a sound. Soft. Muffled. From under the ice. A knock. I froze. Another knock. Then a voice. Daniel! My breath caught. It was my ex-wife's voice again. Perfect. Daniel, please, help me! I stepped toward the window, heart pounding. The lake was still. The ice was smooth. The crack in the center looked deeper now, darker, like something was pushing up from beneath. The voice came again. Daniel! Lower now. Wrong. Then, a shape moved under the ice. A dark shadow sliding beneath the surface, slow and deliberate. Too big to be a person. Too long. Too thin. It drifted toward the shore, toward the cabin, toward me. I stumbled backward, knocking over the chair. The shadow stopped just beneath the surface, directly in front of the window. The ice bulged slightly, like something was pressing against it from below. Then, a hand? pale, long, wrong, pressed against the underside of the ice. The fingers were too long. The joints were too sharp. The nails were black and cracked. The hand slid across the ice, leaving a trail of frost behind it. I backed into the corner of the cabin, heart hammering in my chest. The hand stopped. Then, a face pressed against the ice. Not human. Not animal. Something in between. The eyes were sunken black pits. The mouth was too wide, filled with jagged, broken teeth. The skin was stretched tight over a skull that didn't match human proportions. It stared at me. Through the ice. Through the window. Through everything. Then it opened its mouth. And spoke. Hungry! The word vibrated through the ice, through the air, through my bones. I felt it in my teeth. I felt it in my spine. I felt it in the part of my mind that still believed in things I couldn't explain. The face slid away from the ice, disappearing into the dark water beneath. The shadow drifted back toward the center of the lake, slow and deliberate. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just stared at the ice, waiting for it to break. It didn't. Not yet. But I knew it would. Soon. When the sun finally set, the footsteps returned. Crack. 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 Moving across the ice. Slow. Deliberate. Closer. I sat on the cot, staring at the door, rifle in my hands, breath shaking. The footsteps stopped just outside the cabin. Silence. Then, a voice. Soft. Broken. Daniel! My own voice. Perfect. I closed my eyes. And the whisper came again. From under the floor. From under the ice. From everywhere. Hungry! And I knew. It wasn't just calling to me. It was coming for me. I don't know how long I sat there, rifle across my lap, breath shaking, eyes fixed on the door like it might start bending inward under the weight of something pressing against it. The whisper faded eventually, but the silence that followed was worse. It felt intentional. Like the thing under the ice was waiting for me to make the next move. By morning, the cold inside the cabin had become something unnatural. Not the kind of cold that seeped in through cracks or drafts. This was deeper. Heavier. Like the temperature was being pulled downward from beneath the floorboards. I could see my breath even standing right next to the stove. Frost crept along the walls in thin, branching veins. I fed the fire until the stove glowed red, but the heat barely pushed back the chill. It wasn't the weather. It was the lake. I forced myself to step outside again. The air hit me like a wall, sharp, metallic, the kind of cold that makes your teeth ache. The snow was deeper than yesterday, nearly to my thighs in some places. The world was silent except for the faint groan of ice shifting beneath the surface. The footprints were still there, but now they were everywhere. Small, bare human prints circling the cabin in wide loops. Long, narrow prints weaving between them, some leading toward the treeling, some toward the lake, some toward the cabin door. All fresh. All perfect. All wrong. I crouched down, heart pounding. The small prints were too light. Too shallow. A real person would have sunk deeper into the snow. These looked like impressions made by something that didn't weigh enough. Or something that didn't understand weight at all. I followed one set of small prints toward the treeling. They stopped abruptly at the base of a pine tree. No return prints. No disturbance. Just stopped. Like the person had vanished. Or been lifted. I turned back toward the lake. The crack running across the center was wider now. Darker. Like a mouth opening. I stepped closer, careful not to go onto the ice. The surface was smooth, untouched, except for a faint shadow drifting beneath it. Slow. Deliberate. Too long to be a person. Too thin to be an animal. I backed away. The shadow followed. I stumbled into the cabin and slammed the door behind me. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely latch it. I sat on the cot, staring at the floorboards, waiting for the scraping to start again. It didn't. Not yet. Instead, something else happened. A sound. Soft. Faint. From outside. A voice. "Daniel!" My breath caught. It wasn't my ex-wife's voice this time. It was a child's. High. Thin. Fragile. "Daniel, help!" I moved to the window slowly, like I was underwater. The lake was still. The ice was smooth. The crack in the center looked deeper now, darker, like something was pushing up from beneath. The voice came again. "Help me!" It sounded like it was coming from the tree-line. I scanned the woods. Nothing. Then, movement. A small figure stepped out from between the trees. A boy. Barefoot. Shivering. Skin pale as the snow around him. He took one step toward the cabin. Then another. "Help!" he whispered. My heart hammered against my ribs. I reached for the door. And froze. Because the boy's shadow didn't match his body. It was too long. Too thin. Too wrong. I stepped back from the door. The boy took another step. His head tilted at an unnatural angle. His mouth opened too wide. And the voice that came out wasn't a child's anymore. "Daniel!" My own voice. Perfect. I stumbled backward, knocking over the chair. The boy's body twitched, like a puppet pulled by invisible strings. Then it collapsed into the snow, limbs folding in ways no human limbs should. The shadow beneath it stretched. Lengthened. Rose. A tall, thin shape unfolded itself from the snow, limbs bending in unnatural angles, head tilting like it was studying me through the window. I backed into the corner of the cabin, heart pounding. The creature stepped closer. Slow. Deliberate. The snow didn't crunch beneath its feet. It didn't leave footprints. It didn't disturb the surface at all. It stopped just outside the window. And smiled. Not with lips. Not with teeth. With its entire face. A slow, stretching motion that made my stomach twist. Then it spoke. "Hungry!" The word vibrated through the glass, through the air, through my bones. I stumbled away from the window, breath shaking. The creature leaned closer. Its face pressed against the glass. The frost on the window melted around it. Then, a crack. From under the cabin. Loud. Sharp. Like something breaking through ice. I froze. Another crack. Then another. The floorboards trembled beneath my feet. Something was moving under the cabin. Something big. Something hungry. I grabbed the rifle and backed toward the door. The creature outside tilted its head. The thing under the cabin scraped against the floorboards. The ice on the lake groaned. And the whisper came again. From everywhere. "Hungry!" I threw the door open and ran. Into the snow. Into the cold. Into the woods. Anywhere but here. Anywhere but the lake. Anywhere but the thing that was rising from beneath the cabin. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The sound coming from beneath the cabin, those cracking, splintering jolts of wood under pressure, felt like they were aimed directly at my spine. Every instinct I had screamed that if I hesitated even for a second, something would reach up from the frozen ground and pull me under. The snow swallowed my legs with every step. The cold bit into my face hard enough to make my eyes water. I stumbled through drifts that came up to my thighs, lungs burning, breath tearing out of me in ragged bursts. Behind me, the cabin groaned, loud, sharp, final. A sound like something heavy collapsing inward. I didn't stop. Not even when the trees closed around me. Not even when the wind died. Not even when the silence returned. I ran until my legs gave out, until I fell to my knees in the snow, gasping for breath. The woods around me were still, too still. The kind of stillness that felt like a held breath. I forced myself to stand, leaning against a tree, trying to get my bearings. The lake was somewhere behind me. The cabin too. But the woods were unfamiliar. The storm had erased every landmark. Every path. Every sense of direction. I turned slowly, scanning the trees. That's when I saw it. A figure. Far between the trunks. Tall. Thin. Wrong. It didn't move. It didn't breathe. It just stood there, half hidden by the branches, watching me. The snow around it was untouched. No footprints. No disturbance. Like it had simply appeared there. I backed away slowly, heart pounding. The figure tilted its head. Then, a voice. Soft. Broken. Daniel! My own voice. Perfect. I turned and ran. Branches whipped my face. Snow filled my boots. The cold tore at my lungs. I didn't care. I just ran. The woods blurred around me, a maze of white and gray and shadow. I stumbled over roots, crashed through drifts, clawed my way between trees. Behind me. Crack. 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 Footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Matching my pace. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I burst into a clearing and nearly collapsed. The snow here was shallow, swept clean by the wind. In the center of the clearing stood something that made my stomach twist. A hole. A perfect circle carved into the snow. The ice beneath it exposed. Thin. Dark. Cracked. I stumbled backward, breath shaking. The hole was too clean. Too deliberate. Like something had melted the snow from below. Like something had risen up to the surface. Then, a sound. From under the ice. A knock. Soft. Gentle. Like someone asking politely to be let in. I backed away, heart hammering. Another knock. Then a voice. Daniel! My ex-wife's voice. Then my mother's. Then my own. Layered together. Wrong. I turned to run. And froze. Because the trees behind me were no longer empty. The figure stood there. Closer now. Too close. Its limbs were too long. Its shoulders too narrow. Its head tilted at an unnatural angle. The snow around it didn't move. The air around it didn't stir. It didn't belong here. It didn't belong anywhere. It took one step forward. The movement was wrong. Too smooth. Too quiet. Like its joints didn't bend the way human joints do. Like it was imitating the idea of walking without understanding how it worked. I stumbled backward toward the hole in the ice. The creature stepped closer. Daniel! It whispered. My own voice. Perfect. I raised the rifle with shaking hands. My breath fogged the air. My fingers were numb. I aimed at its chest, or where its chest should have been, and pulled the trigger. The shot echoed through the clearing. The creature jerked backward, then straightened. Slowly. Deliberately. Its limbs snapped back into place with a sound like cracking ice. It took another step. I fired again. And again. And again. The creature didn't fall. It didn't bleed. It didn't react. It just kept walking. Slow. Steady. Hungry. I backed up until my heel hit the edge of the hole. The ice groaned beneath me. The water below was black. Deep. Moving. The creature stopped a few feet away. Tilted its head. Opened its mouth. And spoke. Hungry! The word vibrated through the clearing, through the ice, through my bones. I stumbled. The ice cracked. A thin line shot across the surface beneath me. The creature stepped closer. I slipped. The ice gave way. And the world dropped out from under me. I plunged into the freezing water. The cold hit me like a fist. My breath vanished. My vision blurred. The world became a whirl of black and white and pain. I kicked, clawed, fought my way upward, but the ice above me was slick, smooth, impossible to grip. Something moved beneath me. Something long. Something thin. Something wrong. A hand brushed my leg. Fingers too long. Joints too sharp. I screamed, but the water swallowed the sound. I kicked again, desperate, lungs burning, vision fading. My hand broke the surface. Then my arm. I grabbed the edge of the ice and pulled with everything I had. The ice cracked. But it held. I dragged myself out of the water, gasping, shaking, half blind. I crawled across the snow, away from the hole, away from the lake, away from the thing rising beneath the surface. Behind me, a face pressed against the underside of the ice. Watching. Waiting. Hungry. I didn't stop crawling until the trees swallowed me again. I didn't look back. Not once. I don't remember how I made it out of the woods. I don't remember reaching the road. I don't remember collapsing in the snow until headlights cut through the darkness and someone pulled me into a truck. I woke up in a hospital 2 days later. They told me I had hypothermia, frostbite, exposure. They asked what happened. I told them the truth. They didn't believe me. They said the cabin had collapsed under the weight of the storm. They said the lake was frozen solid. They said no one else had been up there in months. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind is just right, I hear it again. A knock. Soft. Gentle. From under the ice. Then a voice. Daniel! My own voice. Perfect. And I know. It's still hungry. And it remembers my name. Story 3. I don't know what finally pushed me to talk about that winter, or why after all these years the memories have started clawing their way back up like something buried shallow. Maybe it's because the ridge looks different now, stripped and quiet, like the mountain itself is trying to forget what happened. Or maybe it's because I've run out of excuses to keep pretending that what I saw, what I heard, what I lived through, was anything other than real. I'm not telling this for sympathy. I'm telling it because someone needs to understand why that place died, why the lights went out one house at a time, why the station shut down, and why I still wake up some nights thinking I hear my brother's voice calling me from the tree line. Back then, Ridge Hollow was the kind of place people drove past without noticing. A cluster of houses tucked into a fold of the Appalachian foothills, a single diner, a gas station, a volunteer firehouse, and the hydro station where I worked nights. 400 people, give or take. Enough to know everyone's name, not enough to hide from anything. I'd moved back after my brother died, thinking the quiet would help. I'd been a forest ranger before the accident, before the guilt, before the nightmares. The station job was simple, steady, and lonely, exactly what I thought I needed. The first sign that something was wrong came in late October, just after the leaves had turned and the air had that sharp, metallic bite that meant winter wasn't far. A teenager named Mason Turner went missing up on the ridge. He was 16, a good kid, the kind who helped his neighbors shovel snow without being asked. He'd gone hiking alone, which wasn't unusual for him. What was unusual was that he didn't come back. Search and rescue found him the next morning, lying in a shallow depression near the old fire road. No visible injuries. No signs of a fall. No animal tracks nearby. His face was pale, eyes open, mouth slightly parted like he'd been trying to say something. The coroner said hypothermia, but the temperature hadn't dropped low enough for that. And Mason had been wearing a jacket thick enough to handle far worse. People whispered, but nobody said anything out loud. Not then. I remember standing near the body bag as they zipped it up, feeling the cold settle into my bones. Something about the way his hands were curled, like he'd been reaching for something, or reaching away from it, made my stomach twist. I told myself it was just grief, just the memory of my brother's body being carried out of the woods years earlier. But deep down, I knew it wasn't the same. A week later, the dogs started disappearing. First it was the Miller family's shepherd, then old Mrs. Carter's beagle, then 2 more from houses near the base of the ridge. No blood, no tracks, no signs of a struggle. Just gone. People started keeping their pets inside, locking their doors earlier, leaving porch lights on all night. Ridge Hollow wasn't the kind of place where people scared easily, but you could feel something shifting, like the whole town was holding its breath. I worked nights at the station, which sat a mile outside town, tucked against the river with the ridge rising steeply behind it. The building was old, concrete and steel, humming with the constant low vibration of the turbines. Most nights were quiet. I'd make my rounds, check the gauges, drink too much coffee, and try not to think about the things I'd lost. But after Mason died, the nights felt different. The silence outside wasn't peaceful anymore. It was watchful. The first time I heard the scream, I thought it was an animal. It came from somewhere up on the ridge, long and thin, rising and falling in a way that made the hair on my arms stand up. Not a coyote. Not a bobcat. Not anything I'd heard in all my years working the forest. It sounded almost human, but stretched, distorted, like someone calling for help through a broken radio. I stepped outside with my flashlight, scanning the tree line. Nothing moved. The scream came again, closer this time, and I felt something cold slide down my spine. I told myself it was just the wind. Just my imagination. Just grief playing tricks on me. But when I went back inside, I locked the door, something I'd never done before. 2 nights later, I saw the figure on the ridge. It was just after midnight. I'd stepped outside to get some air, the kind of cold that stings your lungs and clears your head. The moon was bright enough to paint the ridge in silver, and that's when I saw it, something standing near the tree line, tall and thin, too tall to be a person. It wasn't moving. It wasn't swaying like a tree. It was just standing there, watching. I froze. My first thought was that it was a trick of the light. A shadow. A dead tree. But then it shifted, just slightly, like it was adjusting its weight. The movement was wrong, too smooth, too fluid, like its joints weren't where they should be. I lifted my flashlight, but the beam didn't reach that far. The figure didn't react. It just stayed there, silent and still, until a cloud passed over the moon and the ridge went dark. When the light returned, it was gone. I didn't sleep when I got home that morning. I sat at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee going cold in my hands, staring at the window like something might be standing outside. My wife used to tell me I had a bad habit of letting my mind run wild, of seeing danger where there wasn't any. But she wasn't there anymore, and the house felt too big, too empty, too quiet. The next day, people in town started talking about hearing voices at night. Not whispers. Not footsteps. Voices. Familiar ones. A man named Harris swore he heard his dead father calling his name from the woods behind his house. A woman said she heard her sister, who'd moved away years ago, crying outside her window. Nobody wanted to admit it, but everyone was thinking the same thing. Whatever was out there wasn't just watching anymore. It was learning. And then it came for me. It started with small things, the kind you can almost convince yourself you imagine. A tapping on the window late at night. Footsteps on the gravel outside my house when nobody should have been out walking. The sound of something brushing against the siding, slow and deliberate, like fingertips dragging across wood. I told myself it was raccoons, or branches in the wind, or the house settling. But deep down, I knew better. I'd spent too many years in the forest to mistake those sounds for anything natural. One night, around 2 in the morning, I woke up to what I thought was my brother calling my name. Not shouting. Not panicked. Just saying it the way he used to when he wanted me to come outside and help him with something. Soft. Familiar. Close. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, listening. The house was dark, the kind of dark that feels thick, like it's pressing in on you. I held my breath, waiting. Then I heard it again. My name. But this time, it came from the backyard. I froze. My brother had been dead for 3 years. I'd been there when they found him, lying at the base of a ravine after a fall he never should have taken. I'd carried the guilt of that day like a weight strapped to my chest. Hearing his voice now felt like someone had reached inside me and twisted something sharp. I got out of bed slowly, moving like I was underwater. I didn't turn on the lights. I didn't want whatever was out there to know I was awake. I walked to the back window and pulled the curtain aside just enough to see the yard. There was nothing. Just the faint outline of the shed, the fence, the trees beyond. No movement. No figure. No brother. But the voice came again, closer this time, right near the porch. Come outside. My blood went cold. That wasn't how my brother talked. The tone was right, the cadence was right, but something underneath it was wrong. like someone trying to imitate him but missing the part that made him human. I stepped back from the window, heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat in the living room with the lights on, gripping a baseball bat like it was the only thing keeping me tethered to reality. When the sun finally came up, I felt like I'd aged 10 years. I didn't tell anyone. Not at first. I didn't want to be the guy who heard voices in the night. But the next day at the station, I overheard two of the guys talking about strange noises near their homes. One said he heard someone walking on his roof. Another swore he heard his wife calling him from the woods, even though she'd been asleep beside him. Nobody laughed. Nobody brushed it off. Everyone just went quiet, like we were all thinking the same thing but too afraid to say it. A few days later, I saw the figure again. It was just after my shift ended. The sky was still dark, but the first hints of dawn were creeping in. I walked out to my truck, rubbing my eyes, exhausted. The air was cold enough to sting. I opened the door, tossed my bag inside, and that's when I felt it, the sensation of being watched. Not the casual kind, not the someone's passing by kind. This was focused, deliberate, like a spotlight on the back of my neck. I turned slowly toward the ridge. There it was, standing at the tree line. Tall. Thin. Wrong. The light was better this time, enough to see more than just a silhouette. Its limbs were too long, its posture too still, its head tilted slightly like it was studying me. I couldn't see its face, but I could feel its attention, heavy and cold. I don't know how long we stood like that. Seconds. Minutes. Time didn't feel real. Then it moved, one slow step forward, and I swear its leg bent in a way no human leg could bend. My breath caught in my throat. I reached for the truck door, ready to dive inside, but before I could move, the thing dropped to all fours. The motion was fluid, unnatural, like its bones weren't connected the way they should be. It crawled along the ridge, fast but silent, disappearing behind a cluster of trees. I waited, expecting it to reappear, but it didn't. The ridge was empty again. I got in my truck and drove home faster than I should have, checking the rearview mirror every few seconds like I expected to see it sprinting after me. That was the morning I realized it wasn't just watching the town. It was watching me. Over the next week, the voices got worse. Not every night, but often enough that I stopped sleeping. Sometimes it was my brother. Sometimes it was my mother, who died when I was a kid. Once, it was my own voice calling from the woods behind the house. That one nearly broke me. Hearing yourself say things you know you didn't say does something to your mind, something I still don't have the words for. People in town were unraveling. A man named Collins packed up his truck in the middle of the night and drove off without telling anyone. The next morning, his wife found their front door wide open and muddy footprints in the hallway. Another family boarded up their windows and refused to come outside. The diner started closing early. Kids stopped playing outside. The whole town felt like it was shrinking, folding in on itself. One night, I was at the station when the power flickered. Just once. Just long enough for the lights to dim and the turbines to groan. I checked the monitors. Everything looked normal. But then I heard it. A soft tapping on the metal door at the back of the building. Tap. 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 Slow. Rhythmic. Like someone knocking with a single finger. I grabbed my flashlight and walked toward the door, every instinct screaming at me to turn around. I reached the door, pressed my ear against the cold metal, and listened. Silence. Then, right next to my ear, a whisper. "Let me in." It was my brother's voice. I stumbled back so fast I nearly fell. My flashlight clattered to the floor. The whisper came again, this time from the small window above the door. "Please! It's cold." I didn't look. I couldn't. I backed away until I hit the opposite wall, breathing hard, shaking. The whispering stopped. The tapping stopped. The building went silent again, except for the hum of the turbines. I stayed in that corner for a long time, gripping the flashlight like a lifeline, waiting for something else to happen. Nothing did. but the silence felt worse than the knocking. When my shift ended, I didn't go home right away. I sat in my truck, staring at the ridge, knowing that whatever was out there wasn't done with me. Not even close. And I was right. A few days after the knocking at the station door, I started noticing something else. People were avoiding me. Not in an obvious way, not like they were crossing the street when they saw me, but in small, subtle shifts. Conversations would stop when I walked into the diner. Neighbors who used to wave from their porches now just nodded stiffly and went inside. Even the guys at the station seemed uneasy around me, like they were waiting for me to say something they didn't want to hear. I didn't blame them. I looked like hell. I wasn't sleeping. My hands shook when I tried to drink coffee. I jumped at every sound. I'd catch myself staring at the ridge for minutes at a time, waiting for that tall, thin shape to appear again. I knew I was unraveling, but I didn't know how to stop it. One evening, just before my shift, I stopped at the gas station to grab a sandwich. The clerk, a kid named Tyler, looked pale and jittery. When I asked if he was okay, he hesitated, then leaned in close like he didn't want anyone else to hear. "Did you hear it last night?" he whispered. "Hear what?" He swallowed hard. "Something was walking around behind the dumpsters. I thought it was a bear at first, but it wasn't moving right. And then it said my name." My stomach dropped. "What do you mean, said your name?" "It sounded like my mom," he said, voice cracking. "But she was home. Asleep." I checked. I didn't know what to say. I wanted to tell him he imagined it, that stress was getting to him, that it was just the wind. But I couldn't. Not after what I'd heard. Not after what I'd seen. "Keep your doors locked," I said quietly. "And don't go outside at night. No matter what you hear." He nodded, eyes wide, like he already knew that but needed someone else to say it out loud. That night at the station, the air felt heavier than usual, like a storm was coming even though the sky was clear. I made my rounds, checked the turbines, walked the perimeter. Everything looked normal. But the silence outside wasn't normal. It was too still, too expectant, like the whole forest was holding its breath. Around 3 in the morning, I stepped outside to check the intake valves. The river was low, the moon reflecting off the water in long, broken lines. I stood there for a moment, breathing in the cold air, trying to calm the tightness in my chest. Then I heard it. A soft crunch of leaves. A footstep. Then another. I turned slowly toward the tree line. At first, I didn't see anything. Just the dark shapes of trees, the faint outline of the ridge rising behind them. Then something moved, something tall, stepping out from behind a trunk. My breath caught. It was closer than before. Much closer. Maybe 50 yards away. It stood upright, but its posture was wrong, like its spine had too many joints. Its arms hung too low, almost to its knees. Its head tilted to one side, as if studying me. I couldn't see its face, but I could feel its attention like a weight pressing down on me. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Then it spoke. Not in my brother's voice. Not in anyone's voice I recognized. It was a low, rasping whisper, like someone trying to speak with a throat full of gravel. "Come here." The words were wrong. The tone was wrong. The shape of the sounds was wrong, like it didn't understand how human speech worked but was trying anyway. I stepped back instinctively, and the creature mirrored the movement, one step forward, slow and deliberate. My heart hammered so hard I thought I might pass out. I reached for my flashlight, but my hand was shaking so badly I dropped it. The creature tilted its head further, like it was curious. Then it moved. Not toward me. Not away. It just folded. Its legs bent sideways, its spine arched, and in one fluid motion it dropped to all fours. The sound it made, bones shifting, joints popping, was so unnatural I felt bile rise in my throat. And then it crawled. Fast. Not toward me, but across the clearing, disappearing behind the maintenance shed in seconds. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over the railing. I wanted to run inside, lock the doors, hide. But I forced myself to stay still, listening. Silence. Then, from behind the shed, a voice. My voice. Help me! I felt something inside me break. Hearing your own voice coming from the darkness does something to your mind, something primal. It strips away logic, reason, everything you think you know about the world. I backed toward the station door, fumbling with the keys, hands shaking so badly I could barely fit them into the lock. The voice came again, closer this time. Please! I'm hurt. I got the door open, slammed it behind me, locked it, then locked the second bolt for good measure. I stood there, chest heaving, staring at the metal door like it might burst inward at any moment. For the next hour, I heard nothing. No footsteps. No voices. No tapping. Just the hum of the turbines and the pounding of my own heartbeat. When my shift ended, I didn't go home. I drove to the far end of town, parked near the old church, and sat there until the sun came up. I couldn't face the house. I couldn't face the backyard where I'd heard my brother's voice. I couldn't face the ridge. But the ridge wasn't done with me. 2 days later, the creature came to my house. It was just after midnight. I was sitting in the living room, lights off, staring at the window. I don't know why. Maybe I sensed something. Maybe I'd been waiting for it. The house was quiet, the kind of quiet that feels wrong, like the air is too thick to breathe. Then I heard footsteps on the porch. Slow. Heavy. Deliberate. I froze. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. Then came a soft scraping sound, like nails dragging across wood. Let me in. My brother's voice. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I sat there in the dark, gripping the arms of the chair so hard my knuckles ached. Please, the voice said. It's cold. The doorknob rattled. I closed my eyes, praying it would go away. Then, from the window behind me, another voice. My mother's. Sweetheart. Open the door. I felt tears sting my eyes. She'd been dead for 20 years. The scraping on the door grew louder, more frantic. The voices overlapped, calling my name, pleading, crying, begging. My heart felt like it was going to explode. And then, suddenly, everything stopped. Silence. I sat there for a long time, shaking, waiting for something else to happen. Nothing did. But I knew then, without a doubt, that whatever was out there wasn't just watching me. It wanted me. And it wasn't going to stop. After that night on the porch, I stopped pretending things would get better. I stopped pretending I was imagining it. I stopped pretending Ridge Hollow was just going through a rough winter. Something was out there, something old and patient and hungry, and it had decided I was worth its attention. I didn't know why. I didn't know what it wanted. But I knew it wasn't going to stop. I tried to keep going to work, tried to keep some sense of routine, but every night felt worse than the last. The ridge seemed closer somehow, like the tree line was creeping down toward the river inch by inch. The shadows felt thicker. The silence felt heavier. Even the air tasted different, metallic and sharp, like the atmosphere before lightning strikes. One evening, just before my shift, I stopped by the diner. It was nearly empty, just 2 old men nursing coffee and the waitress wiping down the counter. The place used to be packed at that hour, full of families and truckers and teenagers. Now it felt like a tomb. When I walked in, the waitress, Linda, looked up at me with tired eyes. She'd lived in Ridge Hollow her whole life, raised 3 kids here, buried her husband here. She wasn't the type to scare easily. But that night, she looked scared. You hear about the Thompsons? She asked quietly. I shook my head. No. What happened? They're gone, she said. Packed up in the middle of the night. Didn't tell anyone. Their neighbor found their front door open this morning. Muddy footprints in the hallway. Same kind everyone's been seeing. My stomach tightened. Did anyone see them leave? No, she said. But their dog was still tied up in the yard. They wouldn't have left him behind. I didn't have a response. I just nodded and sat down at the counter. Linda poured me a cup of coffee, her hands trembling slightly. You think it's gonna get worse? She asked. I didn't want to answer. I didn't want to say the truth out loud. But she deserved honesty. Yes, I said. I think it is. She nodded slowly, like she'd already known but needed to hear someone else say it. She walked away without another word. That night at the station, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. Not from the ridge this time. From closer. From the trees near the river. Every time I walked past the window, I felt eyes on me. Every time I stepped outside, I felt the air shift, like something was moving just out of sight. Around 2 in the morning, I heard a noise near the intake valves. A splash. Then another. I grabbed my flashlight and walked toward the river, heart pounding. The water was low, the rocks slick with frost. I scanned the shoreline, expecting to see an animal. Instead, I saw footprints. Not human. Not animal. Something in between. Long, narrow, with toes that seemed too elongated, too spread out. They led from the water up toward the trees, then disappeared into the undergrowth. I crouched down, shining the light on them. The prints were fresh. Minutes old. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. Then I heard breathing. Not mine. Slow. Deep. Wet. I stood up slowly, turning toward the sound. My flashlight beam shook as I raised it, scanning the trees. The breathing grew louder, closer, like something was standing just beyond the edge of the light. Who's there? I said, my voice barely more than a whisper. The breathing stopped. Silence. Then, from the darkness, a voice. My brother's voice. Don't be afraid. I stumbled backward, nearly slipping on the rocks. The voice came again, softer this time, almost gentle. Come here. I need you. I shook my head, backing away. You're not him, I whispered. You're not him. The voice changed then. Shifted. Warped. Like someone twisting a radio dial through static. Help me, it said, but the tone was wrong, the pitch wrong, the rhythm wrong. It sounded like someone trying to imitate a human without understanding what made a voice human. I turned and ran. I didn't stop until I was inside the station, door locked, lights on. I stood there, chest heaving, staring at the door like it might burst open. The building felt too small, too fragile, like it couldn't keep anything out. I didn't finish my shift. I called in sick for the first time in years. I drove home with my hands shaking on the wheel, checking the rearview mirror every few seconds. When I got home, I found something on my porch. A dead deer. Or what was left of one. Its body had been torn open, ribs exposed, organs missing. But there was no blood. None. The snow around it was untouched, clean and white. The deer looked like it had been drained, emptied, then placed carefully on the porch like a gift. Or a warning. I stood there for a long time, staring at it, unable to move. My breath fogged in the air, my hands numb. Finally, I forced myself to step closer. There were footprints around the deer. The same ones I'd seen by the river. Long, narrow. Wrong. They circled the porch, then led toward the backyard, disappearing into the trees. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the living room with a shotgun across my lap, staring at the door, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. But the silence felt worse than any noise. The next morning, I found something else. On the porch railing, carved into the wood, were 3 letters. A-T. My brother's name was Matthew. I felt the world tilt beneath me. My vision blurred. My hands went cold. It knew his name. It knew mine. It knew where I lived. And it wanted me to know that. I called the sheriff's office, but nobody answered. I drove into town, but the streets were empty. Houses dark. Curtains drawn. It felt like the whole town was hiding, waiting for something terrible to happen. At the station, I found Sheriff Dalton sitting at his desk, staring at a stack of reports with a hollow look in his eyes. He didn't even look up when I walked in. "You see the prints again?" he asked quietly. "Yes," I said. "And more." He nodded slowly, like he'd expected that. People are leaving, he said. More every day. I can't blame them. What are we going to do? I asked. He looked at me then, and I saw fear in his eyes. Real fear. The kind that comes from knowing you're outmatched. I don't know, he said. But whatever that thing is, it's not done. He was right. It wasn't done. Not even close. The night everything finally broke open started colder than usual. The kind of cold that feels like it's coming from inside the earth rather than the sky. I remember stepping out of my truck at the station and seeing my breath hang in the air longer than it should have, like the world was slowing down. The ridge looked darker than usual too, the tree lines swallowed in a kind of shadow that didn't match the moonlight. I knew something was wrong before I even unlocked the door. Inside, the station felt off. The hum of the turbines was there, but quieter somehow, like someone had thrown a blanket over the sound. The lights flickered once when I walked in, then steadied. I tried to shake it off, tried to tell myself it was just nerves, just exhaustion, just the weight of the last few weeks pressing down on me. But deep down, I knew better. Around midnight, the power dipped again. Not a full outage, just a flicker, a moment where the lights dimmed and the turbines groaned like they were straining against something. I checked the control panels. Everything looked normal. But the air felt wrong, heavy and electric, like the moment before a lightning strike. Then I heard the first knock. Soft. Slow. Deliberate. On the metal door at the back of the station. I froze. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I waited, listening. Another knock. Louder this time. I took a step back from the door, my breath coming in short, sharp bursts. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to know. But I couldn't stop myself. I walked toward the door, each step feeling like it weighed 100 pounds. Please, a voice whispered from the other side. Let me in. My brother's voice. I stopped dead in my tracks. My vision blurred. My hands went numb. Please, the voice said again, softer this time. I'm cold. I shook my head, backing away. You're not him, I whispered. You're not him. The voice changed then. Shifted. Warped. Like someone dragging a needle across a record. Help me, it said, but the tone was wrong, the pitch wrong, the rhythm wrong. It sounded like someone trying to imitate a human without understanding what made a voice human. Then the knocking stopped. Silence. I stood there shaking, waiting for something else to happen. Nothing did. I forced myself to breathe, forced myself to move, forced myself to turn away from the door. That's when the window shattered. The sound was sharp and violent, glass exploding inward like a shotgun blast. I spun around, flashlight in hand, heart slamming against my ribs. The cold air rushed in through the broken window, carrying with it a smell I'll never forget: wet earth, rot, and something metallic, like blood that had been left out too long. I raised the flashlight, shining it toward the window. Something was climbing through. Long fingers curled over the sill, pale and thin, the joints bending in ways that made my stomach twist. Then a head appeared, too narrow, too elongated, the skin stretched tight over bone. Its eyes were wrong. Too dark. Too deep. Too empty. It pulled itself inside with a slow, deliberate motion, like it was savoring the moment. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over a chair. The creature straightened, unfolding itself like a piece of broken machinery being forced into shape. It stood taller than any person should, its limbs too long, its posture too still. Then it spoke. My voice. Don't run. I felt something inside me snap. I turned and bolted toward the control room, slamming the door behind me and locking it. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the bolt. I backed away from the door, breathing hard, staring at the metal like it might start bending inward. For a moment, there was silence. Then the creature tapped on the door. Tap. 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 Slow. Rhythmic. Mocking. Let me in, it whispered. Please. I grabbed the radio, hands trembling, and tried to call for help. Static. Nothing but static. I tried again. Still nothing. The creature tapped again, harder this time. Tap. 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 Then it stopped. Silence. I didn't know which was worse, the tapping or the silence. I stood there, gripping the radio like a weapon, waiting for the door to burst open. Minutes passed. Or maybe hours. Time didn't feel real anymore. The only thing I could hear was my own breathing and the faint hum of the turbines. Then the lights went out. Total darkness. I froze, unable to move, unable to breathe. The darkness felt alive, thick and suffocating, pressing in on me from all sides. Then, from somewhere in the room, a whisper. Matthew. My brother's name. I spun around, flashlight shaking in my hand, but the beam barely cut through the darkness. I backed into the corner, heart pounding, breath coming in ragged gasps. Matthew, the voice said again, closer this time. Help me. I shook my head, tears streaming down my face. You're not him, I whispered. You're not him. The voice changed then. Shifted. Warped. Became something else entirely. Come with me. The flashlight flickered, then went out. I screamed. I don't remember what happened next. Not clearly. Just flashes. The door bursting open. Cold air rushing in. The creature's silhouette in the doorway. The sound of bones cracking. My own voice screaming, but not from my mouth. When I came to, the sun was rising. The station was silent. The window was shattered. The door was broken. But the creature was gone. I stumbled outside, shaking, barely able to stand. The ridge looked different in the morning light, emptier somehow. Like something had been taken from it. Or released. I drove into town, desperate to find someone, anyone. But the streets were empty. Houses dark. Curtains drawn. It felt like the whole town had vanished overnight. At the sheriff's office, I found a note taped to the door. Evacuation ordered. Do not stay after dark. No signature. No explanation. Just those words. I left Ridge Hollow that morning. I didn't pack. I didn't say goodbye. I just drove until the ridge was nothing but a distant shadow in the rearview mirror. I never went back. They shut down the hydro station a month later. The town emptied out over the next year. Some people said it was the economy. Some said it was the cold. Some said it was just time. But I know the truth. Something old lives in those mountains. Something that watches. Something that waits. Something that knows your voice, your memories, your grief. Something that doesn't forget. And some nights, when the wind is just right, I swear I still hear it. Calling my name. Story 4. I've spent most of my life trying to forget the winter of 2014, but the older I get, the harder it is to keep those memories buried. Some nights I wake up with the taste of metal in my mouth, convinced I can still hear her calling my name from somewhere deep in the pines. Other nights I lie awake until dawn, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the sound of footsteps crunching through the snow outside my window. I used to tell myself it was just trauma, just the mind replaying old wounds. But I know better now. Some things don't stay dead. Some things don't stay gone. And some things never stop being hungry. Back then, I lived in a place called Black Pine Valley, a narrow stretch of land tucked between two ridges in northern Minnesota. 300 people, maybe a little more in the summer when the cabins filled up. Winters were long, brutal, and quiet. The kind of quiet that presses against your ears until you start hearing things that aren't there. Or maybe things that are. I'd moved there after leaving the search and rescue unit, after the accident that killed my partner, Emily. I told people I needed a slower life, something steady, something that didn't involve hiking into blizzards looking for bodies. The truth was simpler. I couldn't stand the guilt anymore. I took a job as a night watchman at the lumber mill on the north end of the valley. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills and kept me away from people. Most nights I walked the perimeter, checked the equipment, drank too much coffee, and tried not to think about the look on Emily's face the last time I saw her. The mill sat right at the edge of the forest, where the pines grew so thick they blocked out the moonlight. Even in daylight, the woods felt wrong, too still, too dark, too old. Locals said the valley had always been strange, long before any of us lived there. I didn't believe them then. I should have. The first sign that something was wrong came in early December, after the first real snowfall. A hunter named Carl Jensen went missing up near the western ridge. Carl wasn't the type to get lost. He'd been hunting those woods since before I was born. When he didn't come home, half the valley went out looking for him. I joined them, out of habit more than anything. Old instincts die hard. We found his tracks easily enough, deep, steady footprints leading into the trees. But after a few hundred yards, the tracks changed. They got wider, deeper, like something heavier had stepped into them, or like Carl had started dragging his feet. Then the tracks stopped altogether in a clearing where the snow was disturbed, churned up like there'd been a struggle. We found blood too, dark and frozen, splattered across the snow and long marks. But no body. No drag marks. No animal prints. Nothing. The sheriff said it was wolves. Everyone nodded, but nobody believed it. Wolves don't leave that kind of mess without leaving tracks. And they don't take a full-grown man without leaving something behind. 2 days later, they found what was left of Carl. Or what was left of his bones. They were scattered across a frozen creek bed a mile from where we'd found the tracks. Clean. Stripped. Polished. Like something had gnawed them down to nothing. But there were no prints. No blood. No signs of an animal kill. Just bones lying in the snow like someone had placed them there. People in the valley stopped talking after that. Not because they weren't scared, because they were terrified. But fear does strange things to a community that small. It makes people quiet. It makes them pretend. It makes them look the other way. I tried to tell myself it was just a freak accident. A bear, maybe. Or a cougar. Something desperate enough to attack a man in winter. But deep down, I knew better. I'd seen animal kills before. This wasn't one. A week later, the screaming started. The first time I heard it, I was doing my rounds at the mill. It was close to midnight, the sky clear and full of stars, the kind of cold that makes your breath freeze in your beard. I was walking past the loading yard when I heard it, high-pitched, thin, and distant. At first I thought it was a fox. They make awful sounds in winter. But this wasn't a fox. It was too long, too human, stretched out like someone screaming underwater. I froze, listening. The sound came again, closer this time, echoing through the trees. My stomach twisted. I'd heard people scream before, on mountainsides, in storms, in the dark. This was worse. This was wrong. It sounded like someone begging for help, but the words were twisted, broken, like the voice didn't know how to form them. I took a step toward the tree line, shining my flashlight into the pines. The beam barely cut through the darkness. The trees swallowed the light like they were drinking it. I stood there for a long time, waiting for something to move. Nothing did. When the scream came a third time, it was right behind me. I spun around so fast I slipped on the ice, falling hard on my side. The flashlight skittered across the ground, its beams swinging wildly. My breath came out in sharp bursts, fogging the air. I scrambled to my feet, heart pounding, scanning the yard. There was nothing. No footprints. No shadows. No movement. Just silence. But the silence felt worse than the scream. I didn't tell anyone. Not that night. Not the next day. Not even when the neighbors started talking about hearing voices outside their windows. Or when Mrs. Halvorson swore she saw something tall and thin standing at the edge of her property, watching her house for hours. Or when the Petersons' dog was found torn apart behind their shed, its bones stripped clean just like Carl's. I kept my mouth shut. Because I knew what I'd heard. And I knew it wasn't done. After the night I heard the scream behind me, I started carrying a second flashlight and a flare gun on my rounds. It didn't make me feel safer, but it gave me something to hold on to when the darkness pressed too close. The mill felt different after that, emptier somehow, even when the machines were running. The shadows seemed deeper. The silence seemed heavier. And the forest felt like it was watching. People in town were starting to crack. You could see it in their eyes, the way they darted toward the tree line whenever the wind shifted. You could hear it in the way they talked, short, clipped sentences, like they were afraid of saying too much. The grocery store closed earlier every night. Kids stopped walking to school. Even the dogs refused to go outside after dark, whining and scratching at the door until someone let them back in. One evening, I stopped by the general store to pick up coffee and batteries. The owner, a man named Frank, was standing behind the counter staring at the radio like it had personally offended him. When I walked in, he jumped, knocking over a stack of canned soup. "Jesus, you scared me," he muttered, rubbing his face. "You okay?" I asked. He hesitated, then shook his head. "Heard something last night. Out by the shed." "What kind of something?" He swallowed hard. "Sounded like my wife." I frowned. "She was home, wasn't she?" "She was asleep," he said, snoring loud enough to shake the walls. "But I heard her voice outside, clear as day, calling my name." My stomach tightened. "What did she say?" "She said she needed help," he whispered. "Said she fell? Said she couldn't get up." I didn't say anything. I didn't have to. The look in his eyes told me everything. "You didn't go outside," I said finally. "No," he said. "But I almost did." He looked at me then, really looked, and I saw the fear there, the same fear I'd been trying to hide in myself. "You think it's connected to Carl?" he asked. I didn't answer. I didn't need to. He nodded anyway, like he already knew. That night at the mill, the wind picked up, howling through the trees like something alive. Snow blew sideways across the yard, stinging my face as I made my rounds. The cold was brutal, the kind that sinks into your bones and stays there. I pulled my jacket tighter and kept walking, flashlight beam cutting through the swirling snow. I was halfway across the yard when I saw the footprints. They were near the loading dock, half filled with snow but still visible. Long, deep. Too deep for a human. Too long for a wolf. The toes were wrong too, elongated, splayed. Like something had stretched them out. I crouched down, brushing away the snow with my glove. The print was nearly twice the length of my boot. I felt my breath catch in my throat. I stood slowly, scanning the yard, the tree line, the shadows between the stacks of lumber. The wind howled, carrying with it a faint sound, something between a moan and a growl. I backed away, heart pounding, and hurried inside. For the rest of the night, I stayed in the control room, lights on, shotgun across my lap. Every time the building creaked, I jumped. Every time the wind shifted, I felt a cold shiver crawl up my spine. I didn't see anything else, but I knew it was out there. Watching. Waiting. 2 days later, another man went missing. His name was Robert Hale, a logger who lived alone in a cabin near the southern ridge. When he didn't show up for work, his crew went to check on him. They found his front door open, snow blown inside, a pot still simmering on the stove. His coat was hanging by the door. His boots were gone. Outside, they found footprints leading into the woods. The same kind I'd seen at the mill. Long, deep. Wrong. The sheriff organized a search party, but I didn't join them. I couldn't. Not after what happened with Emily. I told myself I was done with that part of my life, that I'd paid my dues. But the truth was simpler. I was scared. They found Robert's body the next morning, or what was left of it. His bones were scattered across a clearing near the ridge, stripped clean, just like Carl's. But this time, there were marks, deep grooves carved into the bone, like something had chewed through them with enormous force. The snow around the clearing was untouched. No blood. No tracks. No signs of a struggle. Just bones. People stopped pretending after that. The valley changed. Doors stayed locked. Curtains stayed closed. Fires burned all night. The air felt heavy, like the whole valley was sinking under the weight of something ancient and hungry. One night, I woke up to a sound outside my window. A voice. Soft. Familiar. "Please, help me!" I sat up slowly, heart pounding, staring at the frosted glass. The voice came again, closer this time. "Please! I'm cold!" My breath caught in my throat. It was Emily's voice. I swung my legs out of bed, feet hitting the cold floor. I walked to the window, hands shaking, and pulled the curtain aside just enough to see outside. The yard was empty. Snow falling in soft, silent flakes. But the voice came again, right next to the glass. "Please, don't leave me!" I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over the chair. My chest tightened. My vision blurred. I pressed my hands to my ears, shaking my head. "You're not her," I whispered. "You're not her." The voice changed then. Shifted. Warped. Became something else entirely. A low, guttural growl that vibrated through the walls. I grabbed my shotgun and sat in the corner until dawn, shaking, waiting for something to break through the window. Nothing did. But the voice stayed with me. And I knew then, without a doubt, that whatever was out there wasn't just hunting. It was choosing. And it had chosen me. After the night I heard Emily's voice outside my window, something in me shifted. I stopped pretending I could handle this alone. I stopped pretending the valley was just going through a rough winter. I stopped pretending the thing in the woods was anything less than a predator that had learned my name, my grief, my weaknesses. But even then, I didn't leave. I don't know why. Maybe I was too stubborn. Maybe I was too scared to admit how scared I really was. Or maybe some part of me believed I deserved whatever was coming. The next few days were a blur of exhaustion and dread. I barely slept. When I did, I dreamed of snow-covered trees and long, skeletal hands reaching out from the darkness. I dreamed of Emily calling my name, her voice echoing through the pines, growing thinner and more distorted until it wasn't her voice anymore. I woke up shaking, drenched in sweat, the cold air burning my lungs. People in town were unraveling. You could see it in the way they moved, quick, jerky motions, like they were afraid of their own shadows. You could hear it in the way they talked, whispers, half-finished sentences, long pauses where they stared at the floor. The valley felt like a pressure cooker, the air thick with fear and something else, something older, heavier, hungrier. One morning, I stopped by the sheriff's office to check on the investigation into Robert's death. Sheriff Dalton looked like he hadn't slept in days. His eyes were bloodshot, his hands shaking as he poured himself a cup of coffee. "You hear anything last night?" he asked without looking at me. I hesitated. "Voices." He nodded slowly, like he'd expected that. "You go outside?" "No." "Good," he said. "Don't." He sat down heavily, rubbing his temples. "We're getting reports from all over the valley. People hearing things. Seeing things. Doors opening on their own. Footprints in the snow. I've lived here my whole life, and I've never seen anything like this." "What do you think it is?" I asked. He looked at me then, really looked, and I saw something in his eyes I'd never seen before. Fear. "I don't know," he said quietly. "But whatever it is, it's not human." I didn't argue. That night at the mill, the wind was brutal, howling through the trees like a living thing. Snow whipped across the yard in thick sheets, stinging my face as I made my rounds. The cold was so intense it felt like it was burning my skin. I pulled my jacket tighter and kept walking, flashlight beam cutting through the swirling snow. I was near the storage shed when I heard it. A crunch of snow. Soft. Slow. Deliberate. I froze, turning toward the sound. The wind howled, carrying with it a faint smell, rot, metal, and something sweet, like decaying fruit. My stomach twisted. I raised my flashlight, scanning the yard. At first, I didn't see anything. Then something moved near the tree line. A tall, thin shape, half hidden by the blowing snow. Too tall to be a person. Too thin to be a bear. It stood perfectly still, its limbs hanging at unnatural angles, its head tilted slightly like it was studying me. I felt my breath catch in my throat. The creature took one step forward. The snow beneath its foot didn't crunch. It cracked, like ice breaking under weight. I stumbled backward, heart pounding, flashlight shaking in my hand. The creature took another step, its movements slow and deliberate, like it was savoring the moment. Then it spoke. Not in Emily's voice. Not in anyone's voice I recognized. A low, guttural growl that vibrated through the air. "Who you hungry?" The words stretched unnaturally, like the creature didn't understand how human speech worked but was trying anyway. My blood ran cold. I backed away slowly, keeping the flashlight trained on the creature. It took another step. Then another. Then it dropped to all fours. The motion was fluid, unnatural, like its bones weren't connected the way they should be. Its limbs bent at impossible angles, its spine arching like a bowstring. It crawled across the snow with terrifying speed, closing the distance between us in seconds. I turned and ran. I sprinted across the yard, slipping on the ice, nearly falling twice. The wind roared in my ears, drowning out everything except the sound of my own heartbeat. I reached the mill door, fumbling with the keys, hands shaking so badly I could barely fit them into the lock. Behind me, I heard the creature's breath. Wet. Heavy. Close. I got the door open, dove inside, and slammed it shut. I locked the bolt, then the second bolt, then the chain. I backed away from the door, chest heaving, staring at the metal like it might burst inward at any moment. For a long time, there was nothing. No footsteps. No breathing. No voices. Just silence. Then something scraped against the door. Slow. Long. Like claws dragging across metal. I pressed my back against the far wall, shotgun in hand, shaking so hard I could barely keep my grip. The scraping continued, rhythmic and deliberate, like the creature was testing the door, testing me. Then it stopped. Silence. I waited. Minutes passed. Or maybe hours. Time didn't feel real anymore. Eventually, the wind died down. The building settled. The silence grew heavier. Thicker, pressing against my ears until I thought I might scream just to break it. Then, from the other side of the door, a voice. Emily's voice. Soft. Broken. "Please, let me in." I closed my eyes, tears streaming down my face. "You're not her," I whispered. "You're not her." The voice changed then. Shifted. Warped. Became something else entirely. A low, guttural growl. "Who you hungry?" I stayed in the control room until dawn, shotgun across my lap, staring at the door, waiting for it to break open. It never did. But I knew then, without a doubt, that the creature wasn't just hunting. It was stalking. And it wasn't going to stop. Not until it got what it wanted. The morning after the creature stalked me at the mill, I drove home with the kind of dread that sits low in your stomach and refuses to move. The sky was a pale, washed-out gray, the kind that promises more snow. The roads were slick, the trees heavy with frost, their branches bending under the weight. Everything looked frozen in place, like the valley itself was holding its breath. When I pulled into my driveway, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Footprints. Not mine. Not human. They circled my house in wide loops, weaving between the trees, crossing the yard, stopping near the windows. Long, deep impressions in the snow, the toes splayed unnaturally wide. Some prints were so deep they reached the frozen ground beneath. I got out of the truck slowly, shotgun in hand, scanning the tree line. The forest was silent. Too silent. Even the birds were gone. I walked toward the house, heart pounding, and crouched beside one of the prints. It was fresh. Hours old at most. The creature had been here while I was gone. Watching. Waiting. I stood up, scanning the yard again, every muscle in my body tense. The wind shifted, carrying with it a faint smell, rot, metal, and something sweet. My stomach twisted. I backed toward the house, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The air felt wrong. Colder than it should have been. Still. Heavy. I walked through the rooms slowly, checking every corner, every closet, every shadow. Nothing was out of place. Nothing was missing. But the feeling lingered, like the house had been disturbed, like something had moved through it while I was gone. I didn't sleep that day. I sat at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee growing cold in my hands, staring at the window, waiting for something to move. The hours crawled by. The light faded. The temperature dropped. By the time I left for my shift, the valley was swallowed in darkness. At the mill, the wind had died down, leaving the air unnervingly still. The snow crunched under my boots as I walked across the yard, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The machines hummed inside, a low, steady vibration that usually comforted me. Tonight, it felt like a warning. I was halfway through my rounds when I heard it. A voice. Soft. Familiar. "Please, help me!" I froze. It was Emily's voice again. But this time, it wasn't coming from the woods. It was coming from inside the mill. My breath caught in my throat. I raised my flashlight, scanning the shadows between the stacks of lumber. The voice came again, closer this time. "Please, don't leave me!" My hands shook. My vision blurred. I took a step back, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my teeth. "You're not her," I whispered. "You're not her." The voice changed then. Shifted. Warped. Became something else entirely. A low, guttural growl that vibrated through the air. "Who you hungry?" I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over a pallet. The growl echoed through the mill, bouncing off the metal walls, growing louder, deeper, more distorted. I raised the shotgun, scanning the shadows, breath coming in short, sharp bursts. Then I saw it. A tall, thin shape moving between the stacks of lumber. Too tall. Too thin. Its limbs bent at impossible angles, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a puppet being pulled by invisible strings. Its skin was pale, stretched tight over bone, its ribs protruding like jagged branches. Its head was elongated, the jaw too wide, the mouth too large. It stepped into the light. And I saw its eyes. Black. Empty. Hungry. I froze, unable to move, unable to breathe. The creature tilted its head, studying me with a curiosity that felt worse than hatred. It took one slow step forward, its foot cracking the ice beneath it. Then it spoke. Not in Emily's voice. Not in mine. In a voice that sounded like a dozen voices layered on top of each other, all distorted, all wrong. "Come with me!" My legs finally responded. I turned and ran. I sprinted across the yard, slipping on the ice, nearly falling twice. The wind roared in my ears, drowning out everything except the sound of my own heartbeat. I reached the control room, slammed the door shut, locked it, then locked the second bolt for good measure. The creature hit the door a second later. The impact shook the entire building. I stumbled backward, shotgun raised, breath coming in ragged gasps. The creature hit the door again, harder this time. The metal groaned. The hinges rattled. The lights flickered. Then the creature stopped. Silence. I stood there shaking, waiting for the next impact. It didn't come. Instead, something scraped against the door. Slow. Long. Like claws dragging across metal. Then a voice. Emily's voice. Soft. Broken. "Please let me in." I closed my eyes, tears streaming down my face. "You're not her," I whispered. "You're not her." The voice changed then. Shifted. Warped. Became something else entirely. A low, guttural growl. "Who you hungry?" The scraping stopped. Silence. I stayed in the control room until dawn, shotgun across my lap, staring at the door, waiting for it to break open. It never did. But when I stepped outside at sunrise, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Footprints. Hundreds of them. Circling the mill. Leading into the woods. Leading out of the woods. Leading right up to the control room door. and carved into the snow, in long, jagged lines, were 3 words. I see you. I stood there for a long time, staring at the message, the cold burning my skin, my breath fogging the air. The creature wasn't just hunting anymore. It was taunting. And it wasn't going to stop. Not until it got what it wanted. I didn't go home after that night. I couldn't. The thought of stepping into that house, of lying in that bed with the windows looking out into the woods, it made my skin crawl. Instead, I drove aimlessly through the valley until the sky began to lighten, the first hints of dawn turning the snow a pale blue. I ended up parking near the old ranger station, a place I hadn't visited since before Emily died. The building was abandoned now, half buried in snow, the windows boarded up, the roof sagging under the weight of too many winters. I sat there for a long time, engine running, heater blasting, staring at the tree line. The forest looked different in the early morning light, still dark, still ancient, but less alive somehow. Like whatever had been moving through it all night had retreated deeper into the shadows. But I knew better. It wasn't gone. It was waiting. By the time I finally drove back into town, the valley was waking up. Smoke curled from chimneys. A few people were shoveling their driveways, heads down, shoulders hunched against the cold. Nobody waved. Nobody looked up. Fear hung over the valley like a storm cloud. I stopped at the sheriff's office again. Dalton was there, sitting at his desk with a map spread out in front of him. He looked worse than before, pale, hollow-eyed, like he hadn't slept in days. "You look like hell," he said when I walked in. "Thanks," I muttered. "You don't look much better." He didn't argue. He gestured to the map. 3 more people went missing last night." My stomach dropped. "Who?" "The Halvorsons. And Tyler from the gas station." I felt a sharp pain in my chest. Tyler had been just a kid. Barely 20. Always nervous, always polite. He didn't deserve this. None of them did. "We found tracks near their houses," Dalton said. "Same as the others. Long, deep." "Wrong." I nodded slowly. "It's getting bolder. It's getting hungry," he said quietly. We stared at each other for a long moment, the weight of those words settling between us. Then Dalton sighed and rubbed his face. "I called the state police," he said. "They're snowed in. Roads are blocked for miles. We're on our own." I didn't respond. There was nothing to say. That night, I went to the mill early. I didn't want to be alone in my house. I didn't want to be anywhere near the woods. The mill felt safer, even though I knew it wasn't. At least there were walls. Locks. Lights. The wind had picked up again, howling through the valley like a living thing. Snow blew sideways across the yard, stinging my face as I walked toward the building. The cold was brutal, the kind that makes your bones ache. I pulled my jacket tighter and kept moving. Inside, the mill was quiet. Too quiet. The machines were off for the night, the lights dimmed to save power. The air felt heavy, thick with the smell of oil and sawdust. I made my rounds, checking the doors, the windows, the equipment. Everything looked normal. But the silence felt wrong. I was near the loading dock when I heard it. A voice. Soft. Familiar. "Please, help me!" I froze. It was Emily's voice again. But this time, it wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from inside the mill. My breath caught in my throat. I raised my flashlight, scanning the shadows between the stacks of lumber. The voice came again, closer this time. "Please, don't leave me!" My hands shook. My vision blurred. I took a step back, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my teeth. "You're not her," I whispered. "You're not her." The voice changed then. Shifted. Warped. Became something else entirely. A low, guttural growl that vibrated through the air. "Who you hungry?" I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over a pallet. The growl echoed through the mill, bouncing off the metal walls, growing louder, deeper, more distorted. I raised the shotgun, scanning the shadows, breath coming in short, sharp bursts. Then I saw it. A tall, thin shape moving between the stacks of lumber. Too tall. Too thin. Its limbs bent at impossible angles, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a puppet being pulled by invisible strings. Its skin was pale, stretched tight over bone, its ribs protruding like jagged branches. Its head was elongated, the jaw too wide, the mouth too large. It stepped into the light. And I saw its eyes. Black. Empty. Hungry. I froze, unable to move, unable to breathe. The creature tilted its head, studying me with a curiosity that felt worse than hatred. It took one slow step forward, its foot cracking the ice beneath it. Then it spoke. Not in Emily's voice. Not in mine. In a voice that sounded like a dozen voices layered on top of each other, all distorted, all wrong. Come with me! My legs finally responded. I turned and ran. I sprinted across the yard, slipping on the ice, nearly falling twice. The wind roared in my ears, drowning out everything except the sound of my own heartbeat. I reached the control room, slammed the door shut, locked it, then locked the second bolt for good measure. The creature hit the door a second later. The impact shook the entire building. I stumbled backward, shotgun raised, breath coming in ragged gasps. The creature hit the door again, harder this time. The metal groaned. The hinges rattled. The lights flickered. Then the creature stopped. Silence. I stood there shaking, waiting for the next impact. It didn't come. Instead, something scraped against the door. Slow. Long. Like claws dragging across metal. Then a voice. Emily's voice. Soft. Broken. Please let me in. I closed my eyes, tears streaming down my face. You're not her, I whispered. You're not her. The voice changed then. Shifted. Warped. Became something else entirely. A low, guttural growl. Who you hungry? The scraping stopped. Silence. I stayed in the control room until dawn, shotgun across my lap, staring at the door, waiting for it to break open. It never did. But when I stepped outside at sunrise, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Footprints. Hundreds of them. Circling the mill. Leading into the woods. Leading out of the woods. Leading right up to the control room door. And carved into the snow. In long, jagged lines were 3 words. I see you. I stood there for a long time, staring at the message, the cold burning my skin, my breath fogging the air. The creature wasn't just hunting anymore. It was taunting. And it wasn't going to stop. Not until it got what it wanted. I didn't go home after seeing the message carved into the snow. I couldn't. The idea of stepping into that house, of lying in that bed with the windows looking out into the woods, it made my skin crawl. Instead, I drove until the sun was fully up, until the valley was washed in pale winter light. But even then, the fear didn't fade. It clung to me like frostbite, sinking deeper the longer I tried to ignore it. I ended up parking near the old fire road, the one that led up toward the northern ridge. I used to hike it with Emily during training runs, long before everything went wrong. Back then, the forest felt alive in a good way, quiet, steady, ancient. Now it felt like a graveyard. Every tree looked like a headstone. Every shadow looked like something waiting to move. I sat there for a long time, engine running, heater blasting, staring at the tree line. I kept expecting to see it, tall, thin, wrong, standing between the pines, watching me. But the woods stayed still. Too still. By the time I drove back into town, the valley was nearly silent. Smoke rose from a few chimneys, but most houses were dark. Curtains drawn. Doors locked. People were hiding. Or gone. I stopped at the sheriff's office again. Dalton wasn't there. The door was unlocked, the lights off. A half-finished cup of coffee sat on his desk, steam long gone. Papers were scattered everywhere, maps, reports, photos of footprints, photos of bones. It looked like he'd left in a hurry. I called his name. No answer. I checked the back room. Empty. I checked the parking lot. His truck was gone. I don't know why, but that scared me more than anything else. Dalton wasn't the type to run. If he was gone, it meant something had happened. Or he'd finally realized what I was too stubborn to admit. The valley was lost. I drove to the mill because I didn't know where else to go. It was the only place that felt familiar, even if it wasn't safe. The wind had picked up again, blowing snow across the yard in thick sheets. The cold was brutal, the kind that makes your bones ache. I pulled my jacket tighter and walked toward the building. Inside, the mill was dark. The emergency lights flickered weakly, casting long shadows across the floor. The air felt heavy, thick with the smell of oil and something else, something metallic and sweet, like blood that had been left out too long. I made my way to the control room, shotgun in hand, every muscle in my body tense. The silence pressed against my ears, so complete it felt unnatural. I checked the doors, the windows, the equipment. Everything looked normal. But the feeling lingered, like the building itself was holding its breath. Then I heard it. A voice. Soft. Familiar. "Please, help me!" I froze. It was Emily's voice again. But this time, it wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from the hallway. My breath caught in my throat. I raised my flashlight, scanning the shadows. The voice came again, closer this time. "Please, don't leave me!" My hands shook. My vision blurred. I took a step back, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my teeth. "You're not her," I whispered. "You're not her." The voice changed then. Shifted. Warped. Became something else entirely. A low, guttural growl that vibrated through the air. "Who you hungry?" I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over a chair. The growl echoed through the mill, bouncing off the metal walls, growing louder, deeper, more distorted. I raised the shotgun, scanning the shadows, breath coming in short, sharp bursts. Then I saw it. Standing at the end of the hallway. Tall. Thin. Wrong. Its limbs bent at impossible angles, its skin stretched tight over bone, its ribs protruding like jagged branches. Its head was elongated, the jaw too wide, the mouth too large. Its eyes were black, empty, hungry. It stepped into the light. And I saw its teeth. Long. Sharp. Broken. Like shards of bone jammed into its gums. It took one slow step forward, its foot cracking the ice beneath it. Then it spoke. In Emily's voice. "Please, help me!" I felt something inside me break. I raised the shotgun and fired. The blast echoed through the mill, deafening in the enclosed space. The creature jerked backward, its body twisting unnaturally. But it didn't fall. It didn't bleed. It didn't even flinch. It straightened slowly, bones cracking, limbs bending back into place. Then it smiled. A wide, jagged, impossible smile. And it ran. Not toward me. Around me. Fast. Too fast. I spun, trying to track it, but it moved like a shadow, flickering between the stacks of lumber. I fired again. And again. The shots echoed, sparks flying as pellets ricocheted off metal. But the creature didn't stop. It was playing with me. Taunting me. Hunting me. I backed toward the control room, heart pounding, breath coming in ragged gasps. The creature darted between the shadows, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a puppet being pulled by invisible strings. Then it stopped. Right in front of me. Close enough that I could smell it, rot, metal, and something sweet, like decaying fruit. It leaned in, its face inches from mine. And in a voice that sounded like a dozen voices layered on top of each other, all distorted, all wrong, it whispered. "Come with me!" I pulled the trigger. Click. Empty. The creature tilted its head, studying me with a curiosity that felt worse than hatred. Then it lunged. I don't remember what happened next. Not clearly. Just flashes. The sound of metal tearing. The feeling of cold air rushing past me. The creature's breath on my neck. My own voice screaming, but not from my mouth. When I came to, the sun was rising. The mill was silent. The creature was gone. And the valley was empty. I stumbled outside, shaking, barely able to stand. The snow was untouched. The footprints were gone. The message was gone. The world looked clean, peaceful, innocent. A lie. I drove out of Black Pine Valley that morning. I didn't pack. I didn't say goodbye. I just drove until the ridge was nothing but a distant shadow in the rearview mirror. I never went back. They shut down the mill a month later. The valley emptied out over the next year. Some people said it was the economy. Some said it was the cold. Some said it was just time. But I know the truth. Something old lives in those woods. Something that watches. Something that waits. Something that knows your voice, your memories, your grief. Something that never stops being hungry. And some nights, when the wind is just right, I swear I still hear it. Calling my name. Story 5. I've tried for years to convince myself that what happened along the reservation line wasn't real. That it was stress, or grief, or the desert playing tricks on me the way it does when the heat gets inside your skull. But the older I get, the harder it is to keep lying to myself. Some nights I still wake up thinking I hear it walking outside my window, slow, deliberate steps on gravel, the kind that don't belong to any animal I've ever known. Other nights I dream of the old service road, the one that cuts between tribal land and county property, and I see it standing there again, tall and wrong, waiting for me to look its way. I'm not telling this for attention. I'm not telling it because I want anyone to believe me. I'm telling it because I can't keep carrying it alone. And because if someone else ever hears the same voice I heard that winter, someone calling their name from the dark in a voice that shouldn't exist, I want them to know not to answer. Back in 2011, I worked for the County Road Department in northern New Mexico. Not the glamorous kind of job people imagine when they think of the Southwest. No scenic overlooks or tourist pullouts. Mostly I patched asphalt, cleared debris after monsoon storms, and checked the old service roads that ran along the border of the Navajo Reservation. Those roads were barely used anymore, cracked and sun-bleached, but the county kept them on the books, so someone had to drive them once a week and make sure they hadn't washed out. That someone was me. I lived alone in a small rental trailer outside a town I won't name. Not because I'm scared of anyone finding me, nobody cares about me anymore, but because the people who still live there don't deserve to have this dragged back into their lives. They've lost enough. The first strange thing happened in late October. Nights were getting colder, the kind of cold that creeps in fast once the sun drops behind the mesas. I was driving the reservation line road, checking for erosion after a week of heavy rain. The sky was clear, the moon bright enough to see without headlights. I remember thinking how quiet everything felt. Not peaceful quiet, empty quiet. Like the desert was holding its breath. I was about 5 miles in when I saw something standing on the shoulder ahead of me. At first I thought it was a person. Tall, thin, facing the road. Maybe a rancher or someone from the res who'd wandered too far. But as I got closer, something felt off. The proportions weren't right. The arms were too long. The neck was too thin. And it wasn't moving, not even a shift of weight, not even a tilt of the head. Just standing there, perfectly still, like a badly made mannequin someone had left in the desert. I slowed the truck, squinting through the windshield. The figure didn't react. Didn't turn. Didn't step back. Just stood there, facing the road, waiting. When I got within 30 yards, it stepped off the shoulder and walked into the brush. Not ran. Not hurried. Walked. Slow, deliberate steps, like it wanted me to see the way it moved. And the way it moved was wrong. The joints bent strangely, like they weren't connected the way human joints should be. The stride was too long, the posture too loose, like its bones were held together by something that didn't understand how a body is supposed to work. I stopped the truck and rolled down the window, listening. Nothing. No footsteps. No brush moving. No breathing. Just silence. I told myself it was a trick of the light. A shadow. A tall yucca plant. Anything but what it looked like. I drove the rest of the road fast, checking the mile markers without really seeing them, my hands tight on the wheel. When I got home, I didn't sleep. I sat at the kitchen table with a beer in my hand, staring at the wall, replaying the way it stepped off the road. The way its head never turned. The way the desert went silent around it. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been a person. A tall one, maybe drunk or high, wandering the back roads. It wasn't the first time I'd seen someone out there who didn't belong. The desert attracts all kinds. But then the calls started. A woman who lived near the reservation line said someone had been knocking on her windows at night. Not tapping, knocking. Slow, heavy knocks that shook the glass. When she looked outside, she saw a tall figure standing in her yard, too thin to be a man, too still to be anything alive. A rancher reported finding one of his horses dead in the morning, its body untouched except for the neck, which had been twisted so far around it nearly face backward. A teenager claimed he heard someone calling his name from the arroyo behind his house. His dead grandmother's voice. People whispered the word nobody wanted to say out loud. Ye Nalblishai. Skinwalker. I didn't believe it. Not then. I respected the stories, respected the culture, but I didn't believe something like that could be real. I told myself people were scared because of the horse, because of the knocks, because of the dark. Fear spreads fast in small towns. But then it came back. 2 weeks after I first saw it, I was driving the same road, same time of night, same cold wind blowing across the desert. I was thinking about nothing in particular when I saw something move in my rearview mirror. A tall shape. Standing in the middle of the road behind me. I hit the brakes so hard the truck fishtailed. When I looked again, it was gone. I sat there for a long time, engine idling, heart pounding, staring into the darkness behind me. The desert was silent. Too silent. Then I heard it. A voice. Soft. Familiar. Calling my name. From the brush. From the dark. From the place where the figure had disappeared 2 weeks earlier. I didn't wait to hear it again. I drove. Fast. All the way back to town. And for the first time in my life, I locked every door and window before going to bed. But it didn't matter. Because whatever was out there already knew where I lived. And it wasn't done with me. Not even close. For a few days after that night on the reservation line, I tried to convince myself it had been nothing. A trick of the wind. A coyote. A shadow. Anything but what it felt like. But the desert has a way of stripping lies off you, the same way the sun strips paint off old metal. You can tell yourself whatever you want, but when you're out there alone, with nothing but the wind and the sand and the endless dark, the truth finds you. And the truth was this: something had stepped off that road. Something tall. Something wrong. Something that knew my name. I didn't tell anyone at work. The guys on my crew were good people, but they didn't need to hear that I was seeing things on the back roads. Road department workers don't get paid enough to deal with supernatural bullshit. They barely get paid enough to deal with the living. But the calls kept coming in. A man who lived near the old trading post said he heard someone walking around his property at night. Heavy footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. When he went outside with a flashlight, he saw a tall figure standing near his barn, its back turned, its head tilted like it was listening to something only it could hear. When he called out, the figure didn't move. Didn't turn. Didn't react. It just stood there, perfectly still, until he got close enough to see that its arms were too long, its shoulders too narrow, its spine too curved. Then it walked away. Not ran. Walked. Slow, steady steps, like it wasn't afraid of anything in this world. Another woman said she heard her dead husband calling her name from the arroyo behind her house. She almost went outside. She had the door open, 1 foot on the porch, before she realized the voice wasn't right. The tone was right. The words were right. But something underneath was wrong. Hollow. Empty. Like someone wearing her husband's voice like a mask. People whispered. People prayed. People locked their doors. But nobody said the word out loud. Not yet. The next time I saw it, I wasn't on the reservation line. I was at home. It was just after midnight. I'd been sitting at the kitchen table, staring at a half-finished beer, trying to convince myself to go to bed. The trailer was quiet, the kind of quiet that makes you feel like you're underwater. The only sound was the hum of the old refrigerator and the occasional creak of the metal frame settling in the cold. Then I heard footsteps outside. Slow, heavy, crunching on gravel. I froze, listening. The footsteps moved along the side of the trailer, toward the back window. My breath caught in my throat. I stood up slowly, moving toward the window, every muscle in my body tense. The footsteps stopped. Right outside the glass. I reached for the curtain, hand shaking, and pulled it back just enough to see outside. Nothing. Just darkness. Just the faint outline of the desert. Just silence. Then something tapped on the window. Soft. Deliberate. Like a single finger tapping the glass. I stumbled backward, heart pounding, breath coming in short, sharp bursts. The tapping came again, louder this time. Then a voice. My mother's voice. Open the door, honey. My mother had been dead for 8 years. I shook my head, backing away from the window. No, I whispered. No, no, no. The voice came again, softer this time, almost pleading. Please let me in. I pressed my hands to my ears, shaking my head. You're not her, I whispered. You're not her. The tapping stopped. Silence. I stood there for a long time, staring at the window, waiting for something else to happen. Nothing did. Eventually, I grabbed my keys, got in my truck, and drove. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew I couldn't stay there. I ended up at the old service yard, the one the county barely used anymore. It was empty, dark, cold. But it felt safer than my trailer. I parked near the equipment shed, turned off the engine, and sat there in the dark, breathing hard, trying to calm the shaking in my hands. That's when I saw it. Standing at the edge of the yard. Tall. Thin. Still. Its silhouette was framed by the moonlight, its limbs too long, its posture too loose, like it was made of rope and bone instead of flesh. It stood there for a long time, watching me. I couldn't see its face, but I could feel its attention, heavy and cold, like a hand pressing against my chest. Then it took a step forward. And another. Slow, deliberate steps, like it was testing the ground. I fumbled for the keys, started the truck, and floored it. The tires spun on the gravel before catching, and I tore out of the yard, dust and rocks flying behind me. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see how fast it could move. When I got home, the sun was rising. The desert looked peaceful again, warm and golden in the early light. But the peace felt fake. Thin. Like a blanket thrown over something rotten. I didn't sleep that day. I sat on the couch with the shotgun across my lap, staring at the door, waiting for the footsteps to come back. They didn't. But that night, something worse happened. I heard my own voice calling from outside. Calling my name. Begging me to come out. And that was the moment I realized something terrifying. It wasn't just mimicking voices. It was learning. It was practicing. It was getting better. And it wanted me to hear it. After the night it used my voice, something in me broke. Not in a dramatic way, no screaming, no panic attack, no running into the desert like some horror movie idiot. It was quieter than that. A slow, sinking realization that whatever was out there wasn't just passing through. It wasn't wandering. It wasn't curious. It had chosen me. And it wasn't going to stop. For the next few days, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes I heard it, not the creature itself, but the echo of my own voice calling from the dark. The tone was perfect. The cadence was perfect. But the soul was missing. It was like hearing a recording of yourself played backward, the shape of the sound right but the meaning twisted. I stopped going home after dark. I slept in my truck or at the service yard, or sometimes not at all. The guys at work noticed, but they didn't ask questions. People in small towns know when not to pry, especially when the desert starts acting strange. And the desert was acting very strange. One morning, I found a set of footprints along the reservation line road. Not human. Not animal. Something in between. Long, narrow impressions with toes that spread too wide, like a handprint turned into a footprint. The stride was enormous, 6-7 feet between steps. And the prints didn't follow the road. They crossed it. Straight across. As if the creature didn't care about boundaries. As if it didn't see them. I followed the prints for a while, walking slowly, shotgun slung over my shoulder, the sun rising behind me. The desert was quiet, the kind of quiet that feels like a held breath. The prints led into a patch of brush, then stopped abruptly. Not faded. Not scattered. Stopped. Like whatever made them had simply lifted off the ground and vanished. I stood there for a long time, staring at the last print, the edges sharp and clean in the sand. The air felt heavy, like the moment before a storm. The hairs on my arms stood up. I turned around slowly, scanning the desert. Nothing. But I felt watched. That feeling didn't leave me for the rest of the day. That night, I parked my truck behind the old equipment shed at the service yard. I didn't want to go home. I didn't want to be anywhere near the windows. I sat in the cab with the engine off, wrapped in a blanket, shotgun across my lap. The desert was cold, the kind of cold that sinks into your bones and stays there. The moon was bright, casting long shadows across the yard. Around 2 in the morning, I heard footsteps. Slow. Heavy. Crunching on gravel. I froze, breath catching in my throat. The footsteps moved along the side of the shed, toward the back of my truck. I gripped the shotgun tighter, my hands shaking. Then something brushed against the tailgate. Soft. Deliberate. Like fingertips dragging across metal. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breathing. The footsteps moved again, circling the truck. I could hear them clearly. Too heavy for a coyote, too slow for a person. The sound made my skin crawl. Then a voice. My voice. Come out! I felt my stomach drop. The voice came again, closer this time. Come out! I need your help. I shook my head, pressing my back against the seat. No, I whispered. No, no, no. The voice changed then. Shifted. Warped. Became something else entirely. A low, guttural growl that vibrated through the truck. Who you hungry? I squeezed my eyes shut, gripping the shotgun so hard my knuckles ached. The footsteps moved again, slower now, like the creature was savoring the moment. Then something tapped on the window. Soft. Deliberate. I opened my eyes. A handprint was pressed against the glass. Long fingers. Too long. Too thin. The skin was pale, stretched tight over bone, the nails cracked and jagged. The hand slid slowly down the window, leaving a faint smear of dust behind. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. The hand disappeared. The footsteps moved away. Slow. Steady. Then silence. I stayed in the truck until sunrise, shaking, staring at the window, waiting for the hand to return. It didn't. But when I finally stepped outside, I saw something in the dirt beside the truck. Footprints. The same ones I'd seen on the reservation line. Long. Narrow. Wrong. And next to them, drawn in the sand with a single long finger, were 3 letters. A-T. My name is Matthew. I felt the world tilt beneath me. My vision blurred. My hands went cold. It knew my name. It knew my voice. It knew where I slept. And it wanted me to know that. I drove straight to the sheriff's office. Sheriff Dalton was sitting at his desk, staring at a stack of reports with a hollow look in his eyes. He didn't even look up when I walked in. You see it again? He asked quietly. Yes, I said. And it knows my name. He nodded slowly, like he'd expected that. They always do. he said. I frowned. What do you mean? They always do. He looked at me then, and I saw something in his eyes I'd never seen before. Fear. Real fear. You're not the first, he said. And you won't be the last. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to think. But I knew one thing. Whatever was walking the reservation line wasn't just passing through. It was hunting. And I was next. After that conversation with Sheriff Dalton, I stopped pretending I could handle this alone. I stopped pretending it was just fear or imagination or the desert playing tricks on me. When a man like Dalton, someone who'd spent 30 years dealing with the worst humanity had to offer, looked at you with fear in his eyes. You listened. You didn't argue. You didn't rationalize. You didn't try to be brave. You survived. But surviving meant staying awake, staying alert, staying inside after dark. And even then, it didn't feel like enough. For the next week, I barely slept. Every night, I heard something outside, footsteps on gravel, slow and heavy, the faint scrape of something brushing against the siding, a soft tapping on the window, like a single finger tapping the glass. Sometimes it was my voice calling from the dark. Sometimes it was my mother's. Once it was my father's, a man I hadn't spoken to in years, whose voice I barely remembered. But the creature remembered. Or learned. Or stole. I didn't know which possibility scared me more. One night, around 3 in the morning, I heard something move across the roof of my trailer. Slow, deliberate steps, too heavy to be a raccoon, too slow to be a cat. The metal creaked under the weight. I sat on the couch with the shotgun across my lap, staring at the ceiling, breath shallow, heart pounding. The steps moved from one end of the roof to the other, then stopped directly above me. Silence. Then a low, guttural growl vibrated through the metal. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I sat there until the sun came up, the shotgun shaking in my hands. When I finally stepped outside, the roof was covered in dust and sand, except for one long, narrow footprint near the edge. The toes were splayed wide, the heel elongated, the arch too deep. It looked like a human footprint stretched out like taffy. I didn't go back inside. I drove straight to the service yard and slept in my truck. But even that didn't feel safe anymore. 2 nights later, I woke up to the sound of someone walking around the truck. Slow, heavy steps circling the vehicle. I sat up, breath catching in my throat, gripping the shotgun. The footsteps stopped near the driver's side door. Then something pressed against the window. A face. Not human. Not animal. Something in between. The skin was pale, stretched tight over bone. The eyes were dark, too large, too deep, like empty sockets filled with shadow. The mouth was wide, too wide, the lips cracked and torn. It leaned closer, its breath fogging the glass. Then it spoke. In my voice. "Let me in!" I screamed. I don't remember doing it. I don't remember thinking. I just remember the sound tearing out of my throat, raw and desperate. The creature jerked back, its head snapping to the side like a broken puppet. Then it crawled away, not walked, crawled, on all fours, its limbs bending at impossible angles, its spine arching like a bowstring. I sat there shaking, staring at the empty yard, waiting for it to come back. It didn't. But the next morning, I found something in the dirt beside the truck. A dead coyote. Or what was left of one. Its body had been torn open, ribs exposed, organs missing. But there was no blood. None. The ground around it was clean, untouched. The coyote looked like it had been drained, emptied, then placed carefully beside the truck like a gift. Or a warning. I backed away slowly, stomach twisting, breath shaking. The desert was silent. Too silent. Even the wind felt wrong, like it was holding its breath. I drove to the sheriff's office again, but Dalton wasn't there. His truck was gone. The door was locked. The lights were off. I knocked. No answer. I checked the diner. Closed. The gas station. Closed. The trading post. Closed. The whole town felt empty, like everyone had vanished overnight. I drove to the edge of the reservation, hoping to find someone, anyone, who could tell me what was happening. But the houses were dark. The yards were empty. The dogs were gone. The silence was suffocating. I stopped at the old boundary marker, the one that separated county land from tribal land. The wooden post was weathered, the paint faded, the sign barely legible. And carved into the wood, deep and jagged, were 3 letters. A-T. My name. I felt the world tilt beneath me. My vision blurred. My hands went cold. It wasn't just following me. It was marking me. Claiming me. I stumbled back, breath shaking, heart pounding. The desert felt alive around me. The air thick with something ancient and hungry. I turned to get back in the truck. That's when I saw it. Standing on the ridge above the road. Tall. Thin. Still. Its silhouette was framed by the setting sun, its limbs too long, its posture too loose, like it was made of rope and bone instead of flesh. It stood there for a long time, watching me. I couldn't see its face, but I could feel its attention, heavy and cold, like a hand pressing against my chest. Then it raised one arm. Slowly. Deliberately. And pointed at me. I froze. The creature tilted its head, studying me with a curiosity that felt worse than hatred. Then it spoke. Not in my voice. Not in my mother's. In a voice I hadn't heard in years. My brother's. Come here. My brother had been dead for a decade. I stumbled backward, shaking my head, tears stinging my eyes. No, I whispered. No, no, no. The creature took one step forward. Then another. Slow, deliberate steps, like it was savoring the moment. I turned and ran. I don't remember getting in the truck. I don't remember starting the engine. I don't remember driving. I just remember the sound of my own heartbeat pounding in my ears, the desert blurring past the windows, the sky darkening behind me. When I finally stopped, I was miles away, parked on the side of the highway, shaking so hard I could barely breathe. I sat there until the sun came up, staring at the empty road, waiting for the creature to appear in the rearview mirror. It didn't. But I knew it wasn't gone. It was waiting, watching, learning. And it wasn't done with me. Not even close. I didn't go home for 3 days after the thing pointed at me from the ridge. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that long, thin arm rising slowly, deliberately, like it was choosing me from a crowd that didn't exist. Every time I tried to sleep, I heard my brother's voice calling from the dark, the tone perfect, the cadence perfect, but the soul missing. It was like hearing a memory rot in real time. I slept in my truck, or tried to. Mostly I just sat there with the shotgun across my lap, staring at the horizon, waiting for the sun to rise. The desert nights were cold, the kind of cold that sinks into your bones and stays there. The wind carried sand across the road in thin, whispering sheets. Sometimes I thought I heard footsteps in the gravel behind me, but when I turned, there was nothing. Just the empty desert. Just the silence. On the 4th day, I forced myself to go home. I couldn't avoid it forever. I needed clothes, food, a shower. I needed to pretend I still had a life. The trailer looked the same as always, small, sun-bleached, lonely. But something felt different. The air felt heavier. The silence felt thicker. The desert around it felt wrong. I stepped inside slowly, shotgun raised, breath shallow. The living room was empty. The kitchen was empty. The bedroom was empty. Nothing was out of place. Nothing was missing. But the feeling lingered, like the walls had been watching me walk through the door. I checked the windows. All closed. I checked the locks. All latched. I checked the roof from outside. No new footprints. No scratches. No signs of anything climbing across the metal. For a moment, I let myself believe it was over. Then I saw the note. It was sitting on the kitchen table, a single sheet of paper torn from a notebook. My name was written across the top in shaky, uneven letters. Matthew. My stomach dropped. My hands went cold. I picked up the paper slowly, heart pounding. Under my name, written in the same jagged handwriting, were 3 words. I found you. I stumbled back, nearly knocking over a chair. The room spun. My breath came in short, sharp bursts. I dropped the paper like it was burning my skin. Someone had been inside. Not someone. It. I backed toward the door, shotgun raised, scanning the room. The air felt thick, suffocating, like something had been breathing in the space just moments before. I stepped outside, slamming the door behind me, chest heaving. I didn't go back inside. I drove straight to the sheriff's office again, hoping Dalton had returned. He hadn't. The door was still locked. The lights still off. The coffee still cold. I knocked. No answer. I drove to the diner. Closed. The gas station. Closed. The trading post. Closed. The whole town felt abandoned, like everyone had vanished overnight. The silence was suffocating. The air felt heavy, like the desert itself was holding its breath. I drove to the reservation boundary again, hoping to find someone, anyone, who could tell me what was happening. But the houses were dark. The yards were empty. The dogs were gone. The silence was absolute. I stopped at the old boundary marker again. The carved letters were still there. A-T. But something new had been added beneath them. A symbol. A long, vertical line with 2 shorter lines branching off near the top. I didn't recognize it. But it felt old. Older than the reservation. Older than the desert. Older than anything human. I reached out to touch it. The wood was warm. Too warm. Like something had carved it recently. Like something had been standing there, waiting for me. I pulled my hand back, heart pounding. The desert felt alive around me, the air thick with something ancient and hungry. I turned to get back in the truck. That's when I heard it. A voice. Soft. Familiar. My brother's voice. Maddie. I froze. The voice came again, closer this time. Maddie, please. I turned slowly, breath shaking. The creature was standing 20 yards away. Tall. Thin. Still. Its limbs were too long, its posture too loose, its head tilted like it was studying me. Its skin was pale, stretched tight over bone. Its eyes were dark, empty, hungry. It took 1 step forward. Then another. Slow, deliberate steps, like it was savoring the moment. Maddie, it whispered, my brother's voice perfect, flawless, hollow. I stumbled backward, shaking my head. You're not him, I whispered. You're not him. The creature tilted its head further, like it was curious. Then it spoke again. This time in my mother's voice. Come home, baby. My breath caught in my throat. Then it spoke in my father's voice. Son. Then in my own voice. Let me in. I screamed. I don't remember doing it. I don't remember thinking. I just remember the sound tearing out of my throat, raw and desperate. The creature jerked back, its head snapping to the side like a broken puppet. Then it dropped to all 4s. The motion was fluid, unnatural, like its bones weren't connected the way they should be. Its limbs bent at impossible angles, its spine arching like a bowstring. It crawled across the desert with terrifying speed, closing the distance between us in seconds. I dove into the truck, slammed the door, locked it, and floored the gas. The tires spun on the sand before catching, and I tore out of the boundary area, dust and rocks flying behind me. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see how fast it could move. I drove until the sun was high in the sky, until the desert looked warm and harmless again, until my hands stopped shaking enough to grip the wheel. But even then I knew the truth. It wasn't done with me. It wasn't chasing me. It was hurting me, pushing me, guiding me, and I had no idea where it wanted me to go. I didn't go back to the reservation line for a long time after that. I avoided the boundary marker like it was radioactive. I avoided the old service road. I avoided the desert at night. But the thing about the desert is this: it doesn't care what you avoid. It doesn't care what you fear. It doesn't care where you hide. If something out there wants you, it will find you. And it wanted me. The next few days were a blur of exhaustion and dread. I barely slept. When I did, I dreamed of long, thin arms reaching through my windows, of voices calling my name from the dark, of footsteps circling my trailer. I woke up shaking, drenched in sweat, the cold air burning my lungs. I tried to go to work, but I couldn't focus. Every time I drove past a patch of brush, I expected to see it standing there. Every time I checked a service road, I expected to see footprints. Every time I heard the wind shift, I expected to hear my brother's voice calling from the arroyo. The guys at the yard noticed. They didn't say anything. But they noticed. People in small towns always notice when someone starts to unravel. They just don't ask questions, because they're afraid the answers might be something they can't handle. One afternoon, I was sitting in the break room, staring at a cup of coffee I hadn't touched, when Frank, one of the older guys on the crew, sat down across from me. He didn't say anything at first. Just watched me with that quiet, steady look older men get when they've seen too much and know better than to pretend otherwise. "You look tired," he said finally. I nodded. "Haven't been sleeping." He took a slow sip of his coffee. "You hear it?" My stomach tightened. "Hear what?" He didn't answer right away. He just stared at the table, his jaw tightening, his fingers tapping lightly against the mug. "The voices," he said quietly. "At night." I felt a cold shiver crawl up my spine. "What kind of voices?" He swallowed hard. "My wife's. She's been gone 6 years. But I heard her last night. Calling me from the backyard. Sounded just like her. Same tone. Same laugh. Same everything." I didn't breathe. "I almost opened the door," he said. "I almost stepped outside. But something felt wrong. Something in the way she said my name. Like she didn't know what it meant." I nodded slowly. "Yeah," I whispered. "I know that feeling." He looked up at me then, and I saw fear in his eyes. Real fear. The kind that comes from knowing you're not imagining things. The kind that comes from knowing something is out there, watching you, learning you, wanting you. "You seen anything?" he asked. I hesitated. Then I nodded. He didn't ask what. He didn't want to know. He just stood up, put a hand on my shoulder, and said, "Be careful." Then he walked away. That night I didn't go home. I drove aimlessly through the valley, trying to outrun the feeling that something was following me. The desert was dark, the sky full of stars, the air cold enough to sting. I drove past the old trading post, past the abandoned gas station, past the empty diner. Everything felt deserted. Everything felt wrong. Around midnight, I pulled over near a dry wash and turned off the engine. The silence was suffocating. The only sound was the ticking of the cooling engine and the faint whisper of sand shifting in the wind. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Slow. Heavy. Crunching on gravel. I froze, breath catching in my throat. The footsteps moved along the side of the truck, toward the passenger door. I gripped the shotgun, my hand shaking. Then something tapped on the window. Soft. Deliberate. I turned slowly. A face was pressed against the glass. Not human. Not animal. Something in between. Its skin was pale, stretched tight over bone. Its eyes were dark, empty, hungry. Its mouth was too wide, the lips cracked and torn. It leaned closer, its breath fogging the glass. Then it spoke. In my voice. "Let me in." I felt my stomach drop. My breath came in short, sharp bursts. The creature tilted its head, studying me with a curiosity that felt worse than hatred. Then it spoke again. This time in my brother's voice. "Maddie." I shook my head, tears stinging my eyes. "You're not him," I whispered. "You're not him." The creature's mouth stretched into a wide, jagged smile. Then it crawled away. Not walked. Crawled. its limbs bent at impossible angles, its spine arching like a bowstring. It moved across the desert with terrifying speed, disappearing into the darkness in seconds. I sat there shaking, staring at the empty wash, waiting for it to come back. It didn't. But when I finally stepped outside, I saw something in the sand beside the truck. Footprints. The same long, narrow, wrong footprints I'd seen before. But this time, there were dozens of them. Circling the truck. Leading into the wash. Leading out of the wash. Leading toward the reservation line. And carved into the sand, in long, jagged lines, were 3 words. Aim. Close. I stumbled back, breath shaking, heart pounding. The desert felt alive around me, the air thick with something ancient and hungry. I got in the truck and drove. Fast. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't care. I just needed to get away. But no matter how far I drove, no matter how many miles I put between myself and that wash, the feeling didn't fade. It was close. Closer than ever. And it wasn't going to stop. Not until it got what it wanted. I didn't go home after that night in the wash. I didn't even think about it. The idea of stepping inside that trailer, of sitting in that living room with the thin metal walls and the windows facing the desert, it made my skin crawl. I drove until the sky turned gray, until the sun rose behind the mesas, until the desert looked warm and harmless again. But the desert lies. It always lies. I parked behind the old county storage building, the one nobody used anymore. The place was half collapsed, the roof sagging, the windows boarded up. But it felt safer than anywhere else. At least there were walls. At least there was shade. At least the thing out there couldn't see me from miles away. Or so I told myself. I slept for maybe an hour. Maybe less. When I woke up, my neck hurt, my back hurt, and my mouth tasted like dust. The sun was high, the air already hot. I stepped out of the truck stretched, and walked toward the storage building to splash some water on my face. That's when I saw the door. It was open. Just a crack. I froze. I hadn't opened it. Nobody had opened it. Nobody had been here in months. I approached slowly, shotgun raised, breath shallow. The desert was silent. Too silent. Even the wind felt like it was holding its breath. I pushed the door open with the barrel of the shotgun. The inside was dark, the air stale and heavy. Old tools hung from the walls. Dust covered everything. Nothing looked disturbed. Nothing looked moved. Except for one thing. A single footprint in the dust. Long. Narrow. Wrong. My stomach twisted. I backed away slowly, eyes scanning the shadows. The air felt thick, suffocating, like something had been standing in that room just moments before. I stepped outside, heart pounding, breath shaking. The desert was still empty. Still silent. Still watching. I got back in the truck and drove. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't care. I just needed to move. I needed distance. I needed space. But no matter how far I drove, the feeling didn't fade. It was close. Closer than ever. And it wasn't hiding anymore. Around noon, I stopped at the only place in the valley that still felt normal, the old diner. The sign was faded, the paint peeling, but the door was unlocked. I stepped inside, shotgun slung over my shoulder, breath still unsteady. Linda, the owner, looked up from behind the counter. She looked tired. Pale. Scared. "You okay?" she asked. "No," I said. "Are you?" She shook her head. "Nobody is." I sat down at the counter. She poured me a cup of coffee. Her hands were shaking. "You hear it too?" I asked. She nodded slowly. "Last night. Sounded like my sister. She died in '09. I didn't say anything." She swallowed hard. "It was outside my window. Calling my name. Laughing. But it wasn't her laugh. It was wrong." I nodded. "Yeah. I know." She looked at me then, really looked, and I saw something in her eyes I hadn't seen in anyone else yet. Resignation. Not fear. Not panic. Resignation. Like she already knew how this story ended. "You should leave," she said quietly. "Before it gets worse." I wanted to laugh. Leave? Where? How far could I go before it followed? How far could I run before it found me again? It had my name. My voice. My memories. It had been inside my home. It had stood inches from my face. It had crawled around my truck like a starving animal. Leaving wasn't an option. Surviving barely was. I finished the coffee, thanked her, and stepped outside. The sun was bright, the sky clear, the desert stretching out in every direction. But something felt wrong. The air felt heavy. The silence felt thick. Then I saw it. A figure standing on the far side of the road. Tall. Thin. Still. Its limbs were too long, its posture too loose, its head tilted like it was studying me. It stood there for a long time, watching me. I couldn't see its face, but I could feel its attention, heavy and cold, like a hand pressing against my chest. I froze. The creature took one step forward. Then another. Slow, deliberate steps, like it was savoring the moment. I backed toward the truck, heart pounding, breath shaking. The creature stopped. Tilted its head. Then it spoke. In my voice. "Don't run." I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over the curb. The creature took another step, its limbs bending at impossible angles, its spine arching like a bowstring. Then it dropped to all fours. The motion was fluid, unnatural, like its bones weren't connected the way they should be. It crawled across the desert with terrifying speed, closing half the distance between us in seconds. I dove into the truck, slammed the door, locked it, and floored the gas. The tires spun on the asphalt before catching, and I tore out of the diner parking lot, dust and gravel flying behind me. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see how fast it could move. I drove until my hands stopped shaking enough to grip the wheel. I drove until the sun dipped behind the mesas. I drove until the sky turned purple and the desert grew cold again. And when I finally stopped, miles from anywhere, I realized something that made my blood run cold. It wasn't chasing me. It didn't need to. It knew exactly where I was going. Because it had been guiding me there all along. I didn't understand it at first, the feeling that I wasn't just being followed, but guided. Like every road I took, every turn I made, every place I stopped was part of something else's plan. Something patient. Something ancient. Something that had all the time in the world. But the desert understands patterns better than people do. And after enough nights of running, enough nights of hearing my own voice calling from the dark, enough nights of seeing that tall, thin silhouette standing just far enough away to make me doubt my own eyes, I finally realized the truth. It wasn't chasing me. It was hurting me. And I was running exactly where it wanted me to go. I didn't know where that was yet. But I could feel it, like a pressure behind my ribs, like a hand on the back of my neck, like a whisper in the wind telling me to keep moving. By the time the sun set that evening, I was exhausted. Not just tired, hollow. Like something had scooped out everything inside me and left only fear and instinct behind. I drove without thinking, headlights cutting through the dark, the desert stretching out endlessly on both sides. The sky was clear, the stars bright, the air cold enough to sting. The road ahead shimmered in the moonlight, cracked and faded, the kind of road nobody used anymore. I didn't recognize it at first. But as the truck bounced over a familiar dip, something clicked in my mind. I knew this road. It was the old reservation line road. The same one where I'd first seen it. The same one where it had stepped off the shoulder and walked into the brush like it was inviting me to follow. My hands tightened on the wheel. My breath caught in my throat. I should have turned around. I should have floored the gas and gotten as far away as possible. But I didn't. I kept driving. Not because I wanted to. Because I felt like I had to. The desert was silent. Too silent. Even the wind had stopped. The only sound was the hum of the engine and the crunch of gravel under the tires. The moon cast long shadows across the road, the kind that move when you're not looking directly at them. Then I saw it. A figure standing on the shoulder ahead of me. Tall. Thin. Still. Exactly where it had stood the first time. My stomach twisted. My hands went cold. I slowed the truck, breath shaking, heart pounding. The figure didn't move. Didn't turn. Didn't react. Just stood there, facing the road, waiting. I stopped the truck 20 yards away. The headlights washed over the figure, but the light didn't touch it. It was like the darkness clung to it, wrapped around it, refusing to let go. I rolled down the window slowly, shotgun across my lap. The air was cold. Still. Heavy. "Why me?" I whispered. The figure didn't move. Didn't breathe. Didn't blink. Then it tilted its head. Slowly. Deliberately. Like it was studying me. Then it spoke. In my brother's voice. "Maddie." My breath caught in my throat. Then it spoke in my mother's voice. "Come home, baby." Then in my father's voice. "Son." Then in my own voice. "Let me in." I felt something inside me snap. I slammed the truck into reverse, tires spinning, gravel flying. The figure took one step forward. Then another. Slow, deliberate steps, like it was savoring the moment. Then it dropped to all fours. The motion was fluid, unnatural, like its bones weren't connected the way they should be. It crawled across the desert with terrifying speed, closing the distance between us in seconds. I floored the gas. The truck lurched backward, bouncing over the uneven road. The creature kept pace easily, its limbs bending at impossible angles, its spine arching like a bowstring. It moved like a spider, like a puppet, like something wearing a human shape without understanding how it worked. I swung the wheel, fishtailing across the road, trying to shake it. The creature darted to the side, its movements jerky and unnatural, like it was glitching through reality. Then it stopped. Just stopped. Like someone had hit pause. I slammed the brakes, chest heaving, breath shaking. The creature stood in the middle of the road, head tilted, limbs bent, eyes dark and empty. Then it raised one arm. Slowly. Deliberately. And pointed behind me. I turned. My stomach dropped. There was another one. Standing on the ridge. Tall. Thin. Still. Then another. And another. And another. 5. 6. 7. All standing perfectly still. All watching me. All pointing at me. I felt the world tilt beneath me. My vision blurred. My hands went numb. Then the first one spoke. In my voice. "You're almost there." I slammed the truck into drive and tore out of there, tires screaming, gravel flying, the engine roaring. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see how many of them were following. I drove until the road ended. Literally ended. The asphalt crumbled into sand, the desert stretching out in front of me like an ocean of darkness. I stopped the truck, chest heaving, breath shaking. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know how I'd gotten there. But I knew one thing. This was where it wanted me. And I had no idea what waited for me in the dark. I sat there in the truck, staring at the end of the road, or what used to be a road, and felt something I hadn't felt since I was a kid, the kind of fear that makes your bones feel hollow. The asphalt didn't just fade into sand. It ended. Like someone had taken a blade and sliced the world clean in half. The desert beyond it looked wrong. Too smooth. Too flat. Too empty. Like a painting instead of a place. I killed the engine. The sudden silence hit me like a punch. No wind. No insects. No distant hum of the highway. Just nothing. A vacuum. A void. I opened the door slowly, shotgun in hand, and stepped out. The sand crunched under my boots, but the sound felt muted, swallowed by the air. I walked to the edge of the broken asphalt and stared out into the desert. Then I realized something that made my stomach twist. There were no stars. The sky above the desert was black. Not dark, black. Like ink. Like a hole. Like something had erased the sky and forgotten to draw it back in. I took a step backward. Then another. The air felt thick, heavy, electric. Like the moment before lightning strikes. My skin prickled. My breath came in short, sharp bursts. Then I heard it. A voice. Soft. Familiar. My brother's voice. "Maddie." I froze. The voice came again, closer this time. "Maddie, come here." I turned slowly. The creature was standing behind the truck. Tall. Thin. Still. Its limbs were too long, its posture too loose, its head tilted like it was studying me. Its skin was pale, stretched tight over bone. Its eyes were dark, empty, hungry. It took one step forward. Then another. Slow, deliberate steps, like it was savoring the moment. I raised the shotgun, hands shaking. "Stay back," I whispered. The creature tilted its head further, like it was curious. Then it spoke. In my voice. "You're almost there." My breath caught in my throat. "Almost where?" I whispered. The creature didn't answer. Instead, it pointed. Not at the desert. Not at the road. At me. Then it dropped to all fours. The motion was fluid, unnatural, like its bones weren't connected the way they should be. It crawled across the sand with terrifying speed, closing half the distance between us in seconds. I fired. The blast echoed across the desert, loud enough to make my ears ring. The creature jerked backward, its body twisting unnaturally. But it didn't fall. It didn't bleed. It didn't even flinch. It straightened slowly, bones cracking, limbs bending back into place. Then it smiled. A wide, jagged, impossible smile. And it spoke again. In my mother's voice. "Come home, baby." I stumbled backward, breath shaking, heart pounding. The creature took another step, its limbs bending at impossible angles, its spine arching like a bowstring. Then it stopped, tilted its head, and pointed at the desert behind me. I turned. The black sky was gone. In its place was something else. A shape. Tall. Thin. Still. Standing in the distance. Then another. And another. And another. Dozens. All standing perfectly still. All watching me. All pointing at me. My breath caught in my throat. My vision blurred. My hands went numb. Then the first one spoke. In my voice. "You're here." I stumbled backward, nearly falling. The creature behind me took another step, its breath cold against my neck. Then the desert changed. Not slowly. Not gradually. Instantly. The sand rippled like water. The air shimmered. The sky flickered. The world bent, twisted, folded in on itself. The horizon warped. The ground shifted. The shapes in the distance moved closer without moving at all. I blinked. And the desert was gone. I was standing in the middle of the old reservation line road. The same cracked asphalt. The same faded paint. The same brush on either side. But something was wrong. The road was too narrow. The brush was too tall. The sky was too dark. The silence was too deep. It wasn't the real road. It was a memory of the road. A copy. A trap. I turned slowly, shotgun raised. The creature was gone. But the footprints were there. Dozens of them. Circling me. Leading into the brush. Leading out of the brush. Leading toward the horizon. And carved into the asphalt, deep and jagged, were 3 words. Follow. The voice. My stomach twisted. My breath shook. My hands trembled. Then I heard it. My brother's voice. Soft. Broken. "Maddie, please." I closed my eyes. "No," I whispered. "You're not him." The voice came again. Closer. "Maddie, help me." I shook my head, tears stinging my eyes. "You're not him." Then the voice changed. Shifted. Warped. Became something else entirely. A low, guttural growl. Who you hungry? I opened my eyes. The creature was standing 10 feet away. Tall, thin, still. Its mouth stretched into a wide, jagged smile. And behind it, the shapes in the distance stepped forward. All at once. All together. All pointing at me. I stumbled backward, breath shaking, heart pounding. Then the creature spoke. In my voice. It's time. I don't know how long I stood there, staring at the creature as it whispered. It's time. In my own voice. Seconds. Minutes. Maybe longer. Time didn't feel real anymore. The desert around me felt like a stage set built in a hurry. Flat, wrong, too quiet. The air was thick, heavy, electric, like the moment before a transformer blows. I backed toward the truck, shotgun raised, breath shaking. The creature didn't move. It just watched me, head tilted, limbs hanging loose like they weren't attached right. Behind it, the other shapes stood perfectly still, pointing at me, their silhouettes flickering like heat mirages. I climbed into the truck, slammed the door, locked it, and turned the key. Nothing. The engine didn't even click. I tried again. Nothing. The dashboard lights flickered once, then died. The creature took one step forward. Then another. Slow, deliberate steps, like it was savoring the moment. I slammed my hand against the steering wheel, breath coming in short, sharp bursts. Come on, I whispered. Come on, come on. Come on. The creature stopped 10 feet from the truck, tilted its head, and smiled. A wide, jagged, impossible smile. Then it spoke. In my brother's voice. Maddie, don't be scared. I felt something inside me twist. My throat tightened. My vision blurred. I shook my head, tears stinging my eyes. You're not him. I whispered. You're not him. The creature's smile widened. Then it spoke again. In my mother's voice. Come home, baby. Then in my father's voice. Son. Then in my own voice. Let me in. I screamed. I don't remember deciding to do it. I don't remember thinking. I just remember the sound tearing out of my throat, raw and desperate. The creature jerked back, its head snapping to the side like a broken puppet. Then the world changed. Not slowly. Not gradually. Instantly. The desert flickered. The sky rippled. The ground shifted. The shapes in the distance vanished. The creature disappeared. And I was sitting in my truck on a completely different road. A road I knew. A road I hated. A road I had avoided for years. The road where my brother died. My breath caught in my throat. My hands went numb. My vision blurred. No, I whispered. No, no, no. The truck was parked on the shoulder, exactly where it had been the night of the accident. The same cracked asphalt. The same faded guardrail. The same drop-off into the arroyo below. The same silence. I stumbled out of the truck, shotgun in hand, breath shaking. The air felt heavy, suffocating, like the desert itself was holding its breath. Then I heard it. A voice. Soft. Broken. My brother's voice. Maddie. I froze. The voice came again, closer this time. Maddie, help me. I shook my head, tears streaming down my face. You're not him. I whispered. You're not him. The voice came again. Maddie, please. I turned slowly. The creature was standing on the edge of the arroyo. Tall. Thin. Still. Its limbs were too long, its posture too loose, its head tilted like it was studying me. Its skin was pale, stretched tight over bone. Its eyes were dark, empty, hungry. It took one step forward. Then another. Slow, deliberate steps, like it was savoring the moment. Then it pointed down into the arroyo. I followed its gesture. My stomach dropped. There was a truck down there. My brother's truck. Crashed. Crushed. Exactly the way it had looked the night he died. I stumbled backward, breath shaking, heart pounding. No, I whispered. This isn't real. The creature tilted its head further. Then it spoke. In my brother's voice. You left me. My breath caught in my throat. You left me. The voice repeated, louder this time. You left me alone. I shook my head, tears streaming down my face. I didn't. I whispered. I tried. The creature stepped closer. You left me. I stumbled backward, nearly falling. The creature's limbs bent at impossible angles, its spine arching like a bowstring. You left me. The voice grew louder, deeper, more distorted. You left me. Then the creature dropped to all fours. The motion was fluid, unnatural, like its bones weren't connected the way they should be. It crawled toward me with terrifying speed, its limbs bending and twisting, its mouth stretching into a wide, jagged smile. I raised the shotgun and fired. The blast echoed across the desert, loud enough to make my ears ring. The creature jerked backward, its body twisting unnaturally. But it didn't fall. It didn't bleed. It didn't even flinch. It straightened slowly, bones cracking, limbs bending back into place. Then it spoke. In my voice. You can't run from this. I stumbled backward, breath shaking, heart pounding. Then the world changed again. The arroyo vanished. The crashed truck disappeared. The road dissolved. And I was standing in the middle of the desert. Alone. Except I wasn't alone. The creature was standing 10 feet away. Tall. Thin. Still. And behind it, the shapes in the distance stepped forward. All at once. All together. All pointing at me. I felt the world tilt beneath me. My vision blurred. My hands went numb. Then the creature spoke. In a voice I had never heard before. A voice that wasn't human. A voice that wasn't pretending to be human. A voice that felt like it came from the earth itself. You are mine. I don't remember dropping the shotgun. I don't remember falling to my knees. I don't remember the scream tearing out of my throat. All I remember is the sound of that voice. Not my brother's, not my mother's, not mine, but something older, deeper, colder. Something that didn't belong in a human throat. You are mine. The words didn't echo. They didn't vibrate. They didn't move through the air like sound should. They just appeared inside my skull, heavy and absolute, like a verdict. I stumbled backward, hands shaking, breath coming in short, sharp bursts. The creature didn't move. It didn't need to. It stood there, tall and thin and wrong, its limbs hanging loose, its head tilted like it was studying me. Behind it, the other shapes stood perfectly still, pointing at me, their silhouettes flickering like dying stars. I turned and ran. I don't remember deciding to run. I don't remember choosing a direction. I just remember the sand under my boots, the cold air burning my lungs, the sky flickering like a broken light. The desert stretched out endlessly in front of me, flat and empty and wrong. Then the world changed again. Not slowly. Not gradually. Instantly. One moment I was running across the desert. The next, I was standing in my childhood bedroom. The same faded wallpaper. The same cracked window. The same old dresser with the missing drawer handle. The same bed with the same worn blanket. Except it wasn't right. The room was too small. The walls were too close. The air was too still. The silence was too deep. It wasn't my room. It was a memory of my room. A copy. A trap. I backed toward the door, breath shaking, heart pounding. The doorknob was cold. Too cold. I turned it slowly, praying it would open. It didn't. It didn't even rattle. I pressed my forehead against the door, tears stinging my eyes. Please, I whispered. Please, please, please. Then I heard footsteps. Slow. Heavy. Deliberate. Coming down the hallway. I turned slowly. The creature was standing in the doorway. Tall. Thin. Still. Its limbs were too long, its posture too loose, its head tilted like it was studying me. Its skin was pale, stretched tight over bone. Its eyes were dark, empty, hungry. It stepped into the room. The walls seemed to shrink. The air grew colder. The silence deepened. I stumbled backward, breath shaking, heart pounding. "Stay away," I whispered. "Stay away from me." The creature tilted its head further. Then it spoke. In my brother's voice. "Maddie." I shook my head, tears streaming down my face. "You're not him," I whispered. "You're not him." The creature stepped closer. "Maddie, help me!" I backed into the corner, hands shaking, breath coming in short, sharp bursts. "You're not him," I repeated louder this time. "You're not him!" The creature's mouth stretched into a wide, jagged smile. Then it spoke again. In my mother's voice. "Come home, baby." Then in my father's voice. "Son." Then in my own voice. "Let me in." I screamed. The walls shook. The floor cracked. The ceiling flickered. The creature stepped closer, its limbs bending at impossible angles, its spine arching like a bowstring. Its mouth stretched wider, 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 until it looked like its face was splitting open. Then the world changed again. The bedroom vanished. The walls dissolved. The floor disappeared. And I was standing in the middle of the desert. Alone. Except I wasn't alone. The creature was standing 10 feet away. Tall. Thin. Still. And behind it, the shapes in the distance stepped forward. All at once. All together. All pointing at me. I stumbled backward, breath shaking, heart pounding. Then the creature spoke. In a voice that wasn't human. A voice that wasn't pretending to be human. A voice that felt like it came from the earth itself. "You cannot run!" I shook my head, tears streaming down my face. "Why me?" I whispered. "Why me?" The creature tilted its head. Then it spoke. In my voice. "You left him." My breath caught in my throat. "You left him," the creature repeated. Louder this time. "You left him alone." I shook my head, sobbing. "I didn't," I whispered. "I tried." The creature stepped closer. "You left him." The shapes behind it stepped closer. "You left him." The ground beneath me shifted. "You left him." The sky flickered. "You left him." The world bent. "You left him." I fell to my knees, hands shaking, breath coming in short, sharp bursts. "Please," I whispered. "Please stop." The creature leaned down, its face inches from mine. Its breath was cold. Its eyes were empty. Its voice was absolute. "You are mine." I don't remember falling. I don't remember the moment my knees hit the sand. I don't remember the shotgun slipping from my hands. All I remember is the sound of that voice, that impossible, ancient voice, echoing inside my skull like it was coming from the bones of the earth itself. "You are mine." The words didn't fade. They didn't soften. They didn't drift away like normal sound. They stayed. Heavy. Absolute. Like a weight pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. I tried to stand, but my legs wouldn't move. I tried to look away, but my eyes stayed locked on the creature. It didn't move. It didn't blink. It didn't breathe. It just stood there, tall and thin and wrong, its limbs hanging loose, its head tilted like it was studying me. Behind it, the other shapes stood perfectly still, pointing at me, their silhouettes flickering like dying flames. They didn't speak. They didn't move. They didn't need to. Their presence alone was enough to make my skin crawl. I forced myself to breathe. Forced myself to move. Forced myself to look away. The desert around me felt wrong, too flat, too empty, too quiet. The sky flickered like a broken screen. The ground shifted beneath my hands, soft one moment, hard the next, like the world couldn't decide what it was supposed to be. Then the creature stepped forward. Just one step. But it felt like the world moved with it. I scrambled backward, breath shaking, heart pounding. "Stay away," I whispered. "Stay away from me." The creature tilted its head further, its neck bending at an impossible angle. Then it spoke. In my brother's voice. "Maddie." I shook my head, tears streaming down my face. "You're not him," I whispered. "You're not him." The creature stepped closer. "Maddie, help me!" I backed away, hands shaking, breath coming in short, sharp bursts. "Stop," I whispered. "Please stop." The creature's mouth stretched into a wide, jagged smile. Then it spoke again. In my mother's voice. "Come home, baby." Then in my father's voice. "Son." Then in my own voice. "Let me in." I screamed. The desert shook. The sky flickered. The ground cracked. The shapes behind the creature stepped forward, all at once, all together, all pointing at me. Their silhouettes flickered, stretched, twisted, like they were made of smoke instead of flesh. Then the world changed. Not slowly. Not gradually. Instantly. The desert vanished. The sky dissolved. The ground disappeared. And I was standing in my brother's hospital room. The same white walls. The same beeping machines. The same smell of antiseptic and fear. The same bed. The same body. Except it wasn't right. The room was too small. The walls were too close. The air was too still. The silence was too deep. It wasn't the real room. It was a memory of the room. A copy. A trap. My brother lay on the bed, pale and still, tubes running from his arms, his chest rising and falling in shallow breaths. His eyes were closed. His skin was cold. His lips were cracked. I stumbled forward, breath shaking, heart pounding. "No," I whispered. "No, no, no." Then his eyes opened. Slowly. Deliberately. And he smiled. A wide, jagged, impossible smile. "Maddie." I stumbled backward, nearly falling. "You're not him," I whispered. "You're not him." He sat up slowly, bones cracking, limbs bending at impossible angles. His head tilted like it was studying me. His eyes were dark, empty, hungry. "Maddie, help me!" I shook my head, tears streaming down my face. "Stop," I whispered. "Please stop." He swung his legs off the bed. Stood. Tall. Thin. Wrong. Then he spoke. In the creature's voice. "You left him." My breath caught in my throat. "You left him," the voice repeated, louder this time. "You left him alone." I shook my head, sobbing. "I didn't," I whispered. "I tried." The creature stepped closer, its limbs bending at impossible angles, its spine arching like a bowstring. "You left him." The walls flickered. "You left him." The bed dissolved. "You left him." The machines vanished. "You left him." The world bent. "You left him." I fell to my knees, hands shaking, breath coming in short, sharp bursts. "Please," I whispered. "Please stop." The creature leaned down, its face inches from mine. Its breath was cold. Its eyes were empty. Its voice was absolute. "You are mine." Then the world changed again. The hospital room dissolved. The walls vanished. The floor disappeared. And I was standing in the desert. Alone. Except I wasn't alone. The creature was standing 10 feet away. Tall. Thin. Still. And behind it, the shapes in the distance stepped forward. All at once. All together. All pointing at me. I stumbled backward, breath shaking, heart pounding. Then the creature spoke. In a voice that wasn't human. A voice that wasn't pretending to be human. A voice that felt like it came from the bones of the earth. "Come!" I don't remember standing up. I don't remember taking the first step. I don't remember deciding to move toward the creature. All I remember is the feeling, a pull, deep and cold, like a hook buried behind my ribs. It wasn't dragging me. It wasn't forcing me. It was inviting me. And some part of me, the part that had been worn down by nights of running and voices and broken memories, wanted to follow. The desert around me flickered like a dying light bulb. One moment it was flat and empty, the sky a black void without stars. The next, it was the reservation line road again, cracked asphalt, faded paint, brush on either side. Then it was my childhood backyard. Then the wash where I'd seen the dead coyote. Then the diner parking lot. Then the hospital hallway. Reality wasn't breaking. It was being rearranged. Like the creature was flipping through my memories, trying them on, seeing which one fit best. The shapes behind it, the tall, thin silhouettes pointing at me, stepped forward again. Not walking. Not gliding. Just appearing closer, like the space between us didn't matter. Their limbs bent at impossible angles. Their heads tilted in perfect unison. Their fingers, long, too long, extended toward me like accusations. The creature in front of me, the one that had spoken in my voice, my brother's voice, my mother's voice, took another step. Its limbs hung loose, its posture wrong, its skin stretched tight over bone. Its eyes were dark, empty, hungry. Then it spoke. Not in a human voice. Not in a stolen voice. In its own voice. A sound like stone grinding against stone. Like wind howling through a dead canyon. Like something ancient waking up after a long sleep. Come! The word didn't echo. It didn't vibrate. It didn't move through the air. It just appeared inside my skull, heavy and absolute. I stumbled backward, breath shaking, heart pounding. Why me? I whispered. Why me? The creature tilted its head. Then the world changed again. The desert vanished. The sky dissolved. The ground disappeared. And I was standing in my brother's truck. The night of the accident. The windshield was shattered. The dashboard was crushed. The air smelled like gasoline and blood. The headlights flickered weakly, illuminating the twisted metal of the guardrail. My brother was slumped over the wheel. Still. Silent. Dead. I screamed. The sound tore out of my throat, raw and desperate. I reached for him, hands shaking, tears streaming down my face. No, I whispered. No, no, no. Then his head turned. Slowly. Deliberately. And he smiled. A wide, jagged, impossible smile. Maddie. I stumbled backward, hitting the passenger door. You're not him, I whispered. You're not him. He sat up slowly, bones cracking, limbs bending at impossible angles. His eyes were dark, empty, hungry. Maddie, help me! I shook my head. Sobbing. Stop, I whispered. Please stop. Then the truck dissolved. The metal vanished. The windshield disappeared. The smell of gasoline faded. And I was standing in the desert again. The creature was inches from my face. Its breath was cold. Its eyes were empty. Its voice was absolute. You left him. I shook my head, tears streaming down my face. I didn't, I whispered. I tried. The creature leaned closer. You left him. The shapes behind it stepped forward. You left him. The ground beneath me shifted. You left him. The sky flickered. You left him. The world bent. You left him. I fell to my knees, hands shaking, breath coming in short, sharp bursts. Please, I whispered. Please stop. The creature leaned down, its face inches from mine. Its mouth stretched into a wide, jagged smile. Its voice was a whisper of dead wind. You are mine! Then the world changed again. The desert vanished. The sky dissolved. The ground disappeared. And I was standing in a place I had never seen before. A place that wasn't a memory. A place that wasn't real. A place that wasn't human. The ground was black, cracked like dried blood. The sky was a swirling void of shadows and shapes that moved without moving. The air was cold, heavy, suffocating. The horizon twisted in impossible angles, folding in on itself like a broken mirror. And the creatures were everywhere. Dozens. Hundreds. Tall. Thin. Still. All pointing at me. All watching me. All waiting. The one in front of me, the one that had taken my brother's voice, my mother's voice, my father's voice, my own voice, stepped closer. Its limbs bent. Its spine arched. Its mouth stretched. And it spoke. This is where you belong. I don't know how long I stood there in that place. That impossible, broken place that wasn't desert, wasn't memory, wasn't dream. The ground beneath my feet was cracked and black, like dried blood. The sky above me twisted in on itself, folding and unfolding like a living thing. The air was cold, heavy, suffocating. Every breath felt like inhaling dust and ash. The creatures, the tall, thin silhouettes, surrounded me in a wide circle. Dozens of them. Maybe hundreds. All perfectly still. All pointing at me. Their limbs were too long, their fingers too thin, their heads tilted at identical angles. They didn't blink. They didn't breathe. They didn't move. Except for one. The one that had followed me for weeks. The one that had spoken in my voice. The one that had worn my brother's face. The one that had crawled across the desert like a starving animal. The one that had whispered, "You are mine." It stepped forward. Its limbs bent at impossible angles. Its spine arched like a bowstring. Its skin stretched tight over bone. Its mouth hung open in a jagged, impossible smile. It wasn't pretending anymore. It wasn't imitating anyone. It wasn't wearing a voice like a mask. This was its true form. And it was horrifying. I stumbled backward, breath shaking, heart pounding. "Why me?" I whispered. "Why me?" The creature tilted its head. Then the world changed. Not slowly. Not gradually. Instantly. The cracked ground dissolved. The twisted sky vanished. The circle of creatures faded like smoke. And I was standing in the middle of the reservation line road. The real one. The cracked asphalt. The faded paint. The brush on either side. The cold desert wind. The distant hum of nothing. Except it wasn't real. I knew it wasn't real. The air was too still. The silence was too deep. The shadows were too long. The sky was too dark. It was another memory. Another copy. Another trap. I turned slowly. The creature was standing in the middle of the road. Tall. Thin. Still. Its limbs hung loose, its posture wrong, its head tilted like it was studying me. Its eyes were dark, empty, hungry. Then it spoke. Not in my voice. Not in my brother's voice. Not in my mother's voice. In its own voice. A sound like stone grinding against stone. "You know why?" I shook my head, tears streaming down my face. I whispered. "I don't know." The creature stepped closer. "You left him." My breath caught in my throat. "You left him," the creature repeated, louder this time. "You left him alone." I shook my head, sobbing. "I didn't," I whispered. "I tried." The creature leaned closer. "You ran." The words hit me like a punch. I stumbled backward, breath shaking, heart pounding. "No," I whispered. "No, no, no." The creature stepped closer. "You ran." The road flickered. "You ran." The sky darkened. "You ran." The world bent. "You ran." I fell to my knees, hands shaking, breath coming in short, sharp bursts. "Please," I whispered. "Please stop." The creature leaned down, its face inches from mine. Its breath was cold. Its eyes were empty. Its voice was absolute. "You ran. And he died." I shook my head violently, tears streaming down my face. "I didn't run," I whispered. "I didn't." The creature's mouth stretched into a wide, jagged smile. Then the world changed again. The road dissolved. The sky vanished. The ground disappeared. And I was standing on the side of the highway. The night of the accident. The headlights of my brother's truck flickered weakly in the darkness. The guardrail was twisted. The air smelled like gasoline and dust. The desert wind howled across the asphalt. I stumbled forward, breath shaking, heart pounding. "No," I whispered. "No, no, no." Then I saw myself, standing on the shoulder, frozen, staring down into the arroyo, not moving, not helping, not climbing down, not calling for help, just standing there, watching, I screamed. The sound tore out of my throat, raw and desperate. "That's not real!" I shouted. "That's not real!" The creature appeared beside me. Tall, thin, still. Its voice was a whisper of dead wind. "It is what you remember." I shook my head violently. "No," I whispered. "No, I tried to climb down. I tried." The creature leaned closer. "You ran." The world flickered. The scene changed. I saw myself again. Running. Not toward the truck. Away from it. Running down the road. Running into the dark. Running from the sound of metal twisting. Running from the scream. Running from the truth. I fell to my knees, sobbing. "Stop," I whispered. "Please stop." The creature leaned down, its face inches from mine. Its voice was absolute. "This is why you are mine!" I screamed again. The world shattered. The highway dissolved. The desert vanished. The sky collapsed. And I was back in the black place. The place that wasn't real. The place that wasn't memory. The place that wasn't human. The creatures surrounded me. Dozens. Hundreds. All pointing at me. All watching me. All waiting. The one in front stepped closer. Its limbs bent. Its spine arched. Its mouth stretched. And it whispered, "Now you understand." I don't know how long I knelt there in that black place, surrounded by those tall, thin silhouettes pointing at me like a jury that had already reached its verdict. Time didn't exist there. The air didn't move. The ground didn't shift. The sky didn't change. Everything was frozen, except for the creature standing in front of me. The one that had followed me for weeks. The one that had worn every voice I'd ever loved. The one that had dragged me through memories I didn't want to see. The one that had shown me the moment I ran. It stepped closer. Its limbs bent at impossible angles. Its spine arched like a bowstring. Its skin stretched tight over bone. Its mouth hung open in a jagged, impossible smile. It wasn't pretending anymore. It wasn't imitating anyone. It wasn't wearing a voice like a mask. This was what it really was. And it was looking at me like it had been waiting for this moment for a very, very long time. I tried to speak, but my throat was dry. My voice came out as a whisper. "What do you want from me?" The creature tilted its head. Then it spoke. Not in a human voice. Not in a stolen voice. Not in a voice that belonged to anything alive. A sound like stone grinding against stone. The truth. The word hit me like a blow. I stumbled backward, breath shaking, heart pounding. "I told you," I whispered. "I didn't run. I didn't." The creature stepped closer. "You ran." The ground beneath me cracked. "You ran." The sky flickered. "You ran." The world bent. "You ran." I fell to my knees, hands shaking, breath coming in short, sharp bursts. "Stop," I whispered. "Please stop." The creature leaned down, its face inches from mine. Its breath was cold. Its eyes were empty. Its voice was absolute. "You ran. And he died. And you have been running ever since." I shook my head violently, tears streaming down my face. "I didn't mean to," I whispered. "I didn't mean to leave him." The creature's mouth stretched into a wider, jagged smile. "But you did." The world changed. Not slowly. Not gradually. Instantly. I was standing on the highway again. The night of the accident. The headlights of my brother's truck flickered weakly in the darkness. The guardrail was twisted. The air smelled like gasoline and dust. The desert wind howled across the asphalt. I saw myself again. Standing on the shoulder. Frozen. Staring down into the arroyo. Not moving. Not helping. Not climbing down. Not calling for help. Just standing there. Watching. I screamed. The sound tore out of my throat, raw and desperate. "That's not real!" I shouted. "That's not real!" The creature appeared beside me. Tall. Thin. Still. Its voice was a whisper of dead wind. "It is what you remember." I shook my head violently. "No," I whispered. "No, I tried to climb down. I tried." The creature leaned closer. "You ran." The scene changed. I saw myself again. Running. Not toward the truck. Away from it. Running down the road. Running into the dark. Running from the sound of metal twisting. Running from the scream. Running from the truth. I fell to my knees, sobbing. "Stop," I whispered. "Please stop." The creature leaned down, its face inches from mine. Its voice was absolute. "This is why you are mine." The world shattered. The highway dissolved. The desert vanished. The sky collapsed. And I was back in the black place. The creatures surrounded me. Dozens. Hundreds. All pointing at me. All watching me. All waiting. The one in front stepped closer. Its limbs bent. Its spine arched. Its mouth stretched. And it whispered, "Now you understand." I shook my head, breath shaking, heart pounding. "Understand what?" I whispered. "What do you want from me?" The creature leaned closer. Its voice was a low, grinding rumble. "Your guilt." I froze. "Your fear." My breath caught in my throat. "Your memory." I stumbled backward. "Your name." I felt the world tilt beneath me. "Your voice." My vision blurred. "Yourself." I fell to my knees. "You." The creature straightened slowly, its limbs cracking, its spine twisting, its mouth stretching into a jagged, impossible smile. "You are mine." The circle of creatures stepped forward. All at once. All together. All pointing at me. The ground beneath me cracked. The sky above me folded in on itself. The air around me grew colder, heavier, darker. And the creature reached out. Its hand, long, thin, wrong, extended toward my face. Its fingers brushed my cheek. Cold. So cold. And I felt something inside me shift. Something deep. Something old. Something I had been running from for years. The creature whispered, "Come with me." And for the first time, I didn't run. When I finally stopped running, when my legs gave out, when my lungs burned, when my mind cracked under the weight of everything the creature had shown me, something inside me went quiet. Not peaceful. Not calm. Just quiet. Like a radio that had been playing static for years had finally been switched off. I knelt in that black place, that impossible, broken place that wasn't desert, wasn't memory, wasn't dream, and felt the cold seep into my bones. The creatures surrounded me in a wide circle, tall and thin and wrong, their limbs too long, their fingers too thin, their heads tilted at identical angles. They didn't blink. They didn't breathe. They didn't move. Except for one. The one that had followed me. The one that had spoken in every voice I'd ever loved. The one that had dragged me through every memory I'd tried to bury. The one that had shown me the moment I ran. It stepped closer. Its limbs bent at impossible angles. Its spine arched like a bowstring. Its skin stretched tight over bone. Its mouth hung open in a jagged, impossible smile. It reached out. Its hand, long, thin, wrong, hovered inches from my face. Cold radiated from it. A cold that wasn't temperature. A cold that was meaning. A cold that was truth. "Come," it whispered. Not a command. Not a threat. An invitation. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I didn't think. I just stared at that hand, that impossible, inhuman hand, and felt something shift inside me. Something deep. Something old. Something I had been running from for years. Guilt. Fear. Memory. My brother's voice. My mother's voice. My father's voice. My own voice. All twisted. All stolen. All used against me. But beneath all of that, beneath the voices, beneath the memories, beneath the fear, there was something else. A truth I had never said out loud. I wasn't running from the creature. I was running from myself. From what I did. From what I didn't do. From the moment I froze. From the moment I ran. From the moment my brother died and I lived. The creature leaned closer. Its breath was cold. Its eyes were empty. Its voice was absolute. You know. I swallowed hard, tears streaming down my face. Yes, I whispered. I know. The creature's mouth stretched into a wider, jagged smile. Then come. Its hand touched my cheek. Cold. So cold. And something inside me broke. Not like a bone. Not like a branch. Like a lock. A lock I had kept shut for years. A lock that held back everything I didn't want to remember. The moment I froze. The moment I hesitated. The moment I heard the metal twist. The moment I heard my brother scream. The moment I turned. The moment I ran. I saw it all. Not as a memory. Not as a nightmare. As truth. I had run. I had left him. I had lived. And I had never forgiven myself. The creature's hand slid from my cheek to my jaw, its fingers curling around my face like a parent holding a child. You are mine, it whispered. And for the first time, I didn't fight. I didn't pull away. I didn't scream. I didn't deny. I didn't run. I let the truth in. I let the guilt in. I let the creature in. The circle of silhouettes stepped closer. All at once. All together. All pointing at me. The ground beneath me cracked. The sky above me folded in on itself. The air around me grew colder, heavier, darker. The creature leaned closer, its forehead touching mine. Its voice was a whisper of dead wind. Now you belong. The world shattered. The black place dissolved. The silhouettes vanished. The creature disappeared. And I was standing in the desert. The real desert. The cold night air. The distant mesas. The faint hum of the wind. The stars overhead. I blinked. My breath fogged in the air. I was alone. No creatures. No voices. No shadows. No broken sky. Just the desert. Just the night. Just me. I looked down. My hands were shaking. My clothes were torn. My boots were covered in dust. My skin was cold. And on my forearm, carved into the flesh with long, thin lines, were 3 words. I am yours. My breath caught in my throat. My vision blurred. My knees buckled. I fell to the ground, hands shaking, breath coming in short, sharp bursts. The desert was silent. Too silent. Then I heard it. A voice. Soft. Familiar. My voice. Maddie. I turned slowly. The creature was standing on the ridge. Tall. Thin. Still. Its head tilted. Its mouth stretched into a jagged smile. And it whispered, "Come!" I don't know how long I lay there in the sand after the creature whispered, "Come!" Minutes. Hours. Maybe longer. The desert night pressed down on me like a weight. The cold seeped into my bones. My breath fogged in the air. My heartbeat echoed in my ears. I wasn't in the black place anymore. I wasn't in a memory. I wasn't in a hallucination. I wasn't in a trap. I was back in the real desert. But the real desert didn't feel real anymore. The stars overhead looked wrong. Too bright, too sharp, too still. The wind didn't move the brush. The sand didn't shift under my hands. The silence wasn't silence. It was listening. And on the ridge above me, the creature stood. Tall. Thin. Still. Its silhouette was framed by the moonlight, its limbs too long, its posture too loose, its head tilted like it was studying me. It didn't move. It didn't blink. It didn't breathe. It just waited. For me. I pushed myself up slowly, my hands shaking, my breath coming in short, sharp bursts. My legs felt weak. My chest felt tight. My skin felt cold. The carved words on my forearm, "I am yours," burned like fresh wounds. I stumbled to my feet, swaying, the desert spinning around me. Why? I whispered. Why me? The creature didn't answer. It didn't need to. I already knew. It wasn't about my brother. It wasn't about guilt. It wasn't about running. It wasn't about the accident. It wasn't about the voices. It was about the moment I stopped running. The moment I let it in. The moment I accepted the truth. The creature stepped off the ridge. Not walked. Not crawled. Not glided. Just appeared closer. 10 feet away. Its head tilted. Its mouth stretched. Its limbs hung loose. Then it spoke. In my voice. Maddie. I shook my head, tears stinging my eyes. Stop, I whispered. Please stop. The creature stepped closer. Maddie, come here. I backed away, breath shaking, heart pounding. You're not me, I whispered. You're not him. You're not anyone. The creature's mouth stretched into a jagged, impossible smile. Then it spoke in its own voice. A sound like stone grinding against stone. You are mine! I stumbled backward, nearly falling. No, I whispered. No, I'm not. The creature stepped closer. You are. I shook my head violently. I'm not, I whispered. I'm not yours. The creature leaned closer. Its breath was cold. Its eyes were empty. Its voice was absolute. You came. My breath caught in my throat. You came, it repeated. You came when I called. I froze. The desert went silent. The wind stopped. The stars dimmed. And I remembered. The first night. The first voice. The first time it called my name from the brush. I had answered. Not out loud. Not with words. But with fear. Fear is a door. And I had opened it. The creature reached out. Its hand, long, thin, wrong, hovered inches from my chest. You belong to me. I shook my head, tears streaming down my face. No, I whispered. No, no, no. The creature's fingers touched my chest. Cold. So cold. And something inside me shifted. Not like a bone. Not like a muscle. Like a memory. A memory I didn't recognize. A memory that wasn't mine. A memory of walking the reservation line. A memory of watching people from the brush. A memory of wearing voices like clothes. A memory of crawling across the desert. A memory of pointing at someone from a ridge. A memory of waiting. Waiting for me. Waiting for this. Waiting for the moment I stopped running. The creature leaned closer. Its forehead touched mine. Its voice was a whisper of dead wind. Now you see, I gasped. The world flickered. The desert dissolved. The sky collapsed. And I was standing in the black place again. But this time, I wasn't surrounded. I was among them. The tall, thin silhouettes. The long limbs. The tilted heads. The empty eyes. They weren't pointing at me. They were pointing with me. I looked down. My hands were long. My fingers were thin. My skin was pale. My shadow was wrong. I stumbled backward, breath shaking, heart pounding. No, I whispered. No, no, no. The creature, the one that had followed me, stepped closer. Its mouth stretched into a jagged smile. You are mine. I shook my head violently. I'm not. The creature leaned closer. You are me. The world shattered. The black place dissolved. The silhouettes vanished. The creature disappeared. And I was standing in the desert. Alone. Except I wasn't alone. I could feel them. All of them. In the sand. In the wind. In the dark. In the silence. Watching. Waiting. Listening. And when I opened my mouth, the voice that came out wasn't mine. The voice that came out of my mouth wasn't mine. It wasn't human. It wasn't even sound. It was a vibration, low and cold, like the desert itself exhaled through me. The air around me trembled. The sand shifted. The stars overhead flickered like dying embers. I clamped my hands over my mouth, but the sound kept coming. It wasn't breath. It wasn't speech. It was something deeper, something older, something that didn't need lungs or vocal cords or a body. The creature on the ridge tilted its head. Then it stepped down. Not walked. Not crawled. Not glided. Just appeared closer. 20 feet away. 10 feet away. 5. Its limbs hung loose. Its posture was wrong. Its shadow bent in directions shadows don't bend. It stopped in front of me. Close enough to touch. Close enough to smell the cold on its skin. Close enough to see the way its eyes weren't eyes at all, just deep, endless pits where light went to die. I stumbled backward, breath shaking, heart pounding. "No," I whispered. "No, no, no." But the voice that came out wasn't mine. "Yes." The creature leaned closer. Its forehead touched mine. The world went silent. Not quiet, silent. The kind of silence that exists before sound is invented. The kind of silence that feels like pressure behind your eyes. The kind of silence that means something is about to change. Then it spoke. Not aloud. Inside me. "You walk now." I shook my head violently. "I'm not." The creature's hand closed around my wrist. Cold. So cold. The carved words on my forearm, "I am yours," pulsed under its touch, glowing faintly in the moonlight like embers under ash. The creature whispered, "You walk the line." The desert shifted. The sand rippled. The sky folded. The horizon bent. And suddenly I was standing on the reservation line road. The real one. The cracked asphalt. The faded paint. The brush on either side. The cold wind. The distant mesas. Except I wasn't alone. I felt them. All of them. In the dark. In the brush. In the sand. In the wind. Watching. Waiting. Listening. The creature stepped back. Its silhouette flickered. Its limbs bent. Its mouth stretched. Then it spoke. In my voice. "Maddie." I froze. The creature smiled. A wide, jagged, impossible smile. "Come!" And then, it turned. Walked into the brush. Slow. Deliberate. Purposeful. Not hunting. Not chasing. Not stalking. Just walking. Walking the line. I stood there, breath shaking, heart pounding, the cold desert wind cutting through me like a blade. I should have run. I should have screamed. I should have fought. But I didn't. Because I felt something inside me shift. Something deep. Something old. Something that wasn't mine anymore. My feet moved. One step. Then another. Toward the brush. Toward the dark. Toward the creature. Toward the line. The desert was silent. Too silent. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Slow. Heavy. Deliberate. My footsteps. Matching its. Following it. Walking the line. And somewhere behind me, far behind me, fading like a dream, I heard a voice. My voice. The real one. Calling my name. Soft. Broken. Afraid. "Maddie." But the sound drifted away. Lost in the wind. Lost in the dark. Lost in the desert. I didn't turn back. I didn't answer. I just kept walking. Because the truth was simple. The truth was final. The truth was absolute. I wasn't being hunted anymore. I wasn't being chased. I wasn't being claimed. I was being replaced. And the thing that walked beside me in the dark wasn't alone anymore. Story 6. My name is Caleb Warren, and for nearly 15 years I worked search and rescue in the Appalachian backcountry. I left the job in 2004 and never went back, not even to visit old friends at the ranger station, not even to hike the trails I once knew better than my own neighborhood. People assume I burned out or got tired of the long nights and the endless tragedies. But that's not why I left. I left because of what happened during the Carter Ridge search. And because I learned that some things in these mountains don't want to be found, and don't want you to leave once you've seen them. I'm writing this now because my nephew told me he wants to join SAR. He's 19, full of confidence, and he asked me why I quit. I lied to him, the same way I've lied to everyone for 20 years. I told him I needed a change. But the truth is, I'm lucky I made it out at all. The call came in on October 9th, 2004. 5 hikers, experienced, well-prepared, familiar with the region, failed to check in after a 3-day loop near Laurel Fork. A ranger doing a routine sweep found their campsite abandoned. Tents slashed open. Gear scattered. Food left on a camp stove. No footprints. No blood. No sign of struggle. Just absence. Our team mobilized at dawn. There were 6 of us, me, my partner Luis, 2 rookies named Carter and Jennings, and 2 district rangers. The air was cold enough to sting your lungs, and the sky had that washed-out gray color that always made the mountains feel older, heavier. About 3 miles in, we saw an old man sitting on a fallen log beside the trail. He wasn't dressed for hiking, just worn jeans, a flannel shirt, and a heavy wool coat. His hair was long and gray, braided down his back. He watched us approach without blinking. Luis greeted him, but the old man didn't answer. He just looked at each of us, his eyes lingering on the rookies' bright orange vests. Then he said, in a voice that sounded like gravel sliding down a metal chute, "You're going the wrong way." Jennings tried to laugh it off. "We're search and rescue, sir. We're looking for missing hikers." The old man shook his head. "They're not missing. They were taken." A cold ripple went through me. "Taken by what?" I asked. He stared at me for a long moment, like he was deciding whether I deserved the truth. Then he said, "There's hunger in that hollow. Old hunger. And something else walking behind it. You go in there, you won't all come back." Luis tried to reassure him, but the old man stood, walked past us, and muttered something under his breath, something that sounded like a warning, or maybe a plea. We should have turned around. We reached the abandoned campsite around noon. The ranger's report hadn't captured the reality of it. The tents weren't just slashed, they were shredded, hanging in long ribbons. A sleeping bag was tangled in a tree branch 8 feet off the ground. A pot lay upside down 20 feet from the fire pit. But the worst part was the silence. No birds. No insects. No wind. Just a thick, suffocating stillness that made the air feel wrong. We split into pairs and began a grid search. Luis and I took the northern quadrant, heading toward the hollow. The deeper we went, the colder it got. Not normal October cold. This was the kind that seeped into your bones, the kind that felt like it didn't belong to the season. About an hour in, we found the first sign. A tree trunk, stripped of bark in long, vertical gouges. The wood beneath was pale and splintered. The marks were too wide for a bear, too deep for a cat. Luis touched the grooves and jerked his hand back. "It's warm," he whispered. I didn't believe him until I touched it myself. The wood felt like it had been sitting in direct sunlight, even though the canopy above us blocked most of the sky. We kept moving. Then, around 3 p.m., we heard it. A voice. Faint. Distant. Echoing through the trees. "Help!" Luis froze. "Tell me you heard that." I nodded. "Sounds like a man." We called out, identifying ourselves, but the voice didn't answer. It just repeated the same word, trembling and drawn out. "Help!" We followed the sound, but every time we thought we were getting closer, it shifted direction. Ahead of us. Behind us. To the left. To the right. Luis stopped walking. "Sound doesn't move like that." He was right. But we kept going. We reached the edge of Dead Hollow just as the sun dipped behind the ridge. The valley below was swallowed in shadow, the trees twisted and black against the fading light. A cold wind blew up from the hollow, carrying a smell I'll never forget: rot, earth, and something metallic. Then we heard it again. But this time, it wasn't a voice calling for help. It was breathing. Slow. Heavy. Wet. Coming from somewhere just beyond the tree line. Luis raised his flashlight. "Who's there?" Something moved. Not walking, gliding, like it was being pulled forward by invisible strings. I saw a shape between the trees. Tall. Too tall. Gaunt. Its limbs were wrong, too long, too thin. Its head tilted at an unnatural angle, like it was listening. Then it spoke. But it didn't use its own voice. It used mine. "Luis, run!" Luis grabbed my arm. "We're leaving. Now." We backed away slowly, never turning our backs. The shape didn't follow. It just watched us, trembling like heat rising off asphalt. When we finally reached the ridge, Luis whispered, "That wasn't a man." I didn't answer. Because I already knew what it was. And I knew something else was out there too, something that wasn't watching us from the trees, but from the shadows behind them. Something that didn't mimic voices. Something that didn't glide. Something that hunted the thing we had just seen. And it was getting closer. We made it back to the ridge just as the last light drained from the sky. The others were already there. Carter and Jennings looked shaken, and the two district rangers were whispering to each other in low, tense voices. When they saw us, they stopped talking. Luis didn't say anything at first. He just sat down on a fallen log and stared at the ground, breathing hard. I could tell he was trying to make sense of what we'd seen, trying to force it into some category that made sense. Bear, cougar, injured person, anything human. But there was nothing human about that shape in the trees. "What of the rangers?" a guy named Harlan asked. "You two find anything?" Luis opened his mouth, closed it, then shook his head. "Nothing useful." I didn't correct him. Not because I wanted to lie, but because I didn't know how to tell the truth. We set up a temporary base on the ridge. The plan was to camp there for the night and continue the search at first light. Normally, we'd rotate night watches, but the rangers insisted on doubling up, 2 people awake at all times. That wasn't standard protocol. Jennings noticed. "Why the extra caution?" he asked. Harlan didn't answer. He just said, "Stay close to camp. Don't wander. Don't follow anything you hear." That last part made my stomach twist. We built a small fire, more for comfort than warmth. The temperature had dropped sharply, and the wind carried that same metallic smell from the hollow. It clung to the air like a warning. Around 9 p.m., we heard the first sound. A long, low howl drifting up from the valley. Not a wolf. Not a coyote. Something deeper. Hungrier. The rookie stiffened. Carter whispered, "What the hell was that?" Harlan stared into the darkness. "Don't answer it." "Answer it?" Jennings said. "It sounded like an animal." Harlan didn't look away from the trees. "That's what it wants you to think." The fire crackled. No one spoke for a long time. Around midnight it started again. But this time, it wasn't a howl. It was a voice. A woman's voice. Soft. Broken. Calling for help. "Please, someone, please." Jennings stood up immediately. "That's a person. We can't just..." Harlan grabbed his arm. "Sit down. She needs help." "That's not a woman," Harlan said. "And if you go out there, you won't come back." Jennings looked at me, desperate for backup. "Caleb, you heard it. That's a person." I swallowed hard. "I heard something. I don't know what it is." The voice came again, closer this time. Too close. "Please, help me," Luis whispered. "It's the same voice we heard earlier. The same pattern." Jennings stared at the darkness. His face pale. "It sounds real." "That's the point," Harlan said. The voice shifted suddenly. Same tone, same cadence. But now it was coming from the opposite direction. "Please help." Then it changed again. Same words. Different voice. A man's voice now. Then a child's. Then something that didn't sound like any human voice at all. A wet, gurgling imitation of speech. Jennings sat down slowly. Jesus Christ! We didn't sleep that night. No one did. Around 3 a.m., the forest went silent again. Not peaceful silent, dead silent. The kind of silence that feels like the world is holding its breath. That's when we heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate, circling the camp. We shined our flashlights into the trees, but the beams seemed to get swallowed by the darkness. The footsteps moved around us, never coming closer, never going farther. Just circling. Luis leaned toward me. It's watching us. I didn't answer, because I knew he was right. Then, just before dawn, the footsteps stopped. And something else started. A scraping sound. Like claws dragging across bark. High above us. We aimed our lights upward. Nothing. Just branches swaying in the faint pre-dawn breeze. But the scraping continued. Moving from tree to tree. Fast. Too fast. Jennings whispered. It's in the canopy. Harlan raised his rifle. Stay together. Don't run. Don't look it in the eyes if you see it. Why not? Carter asked. Harlan didn't answer. He didn't need to. The scraping stopped abruptly. Then the forest went quiet again. When the sun finally rose, the light felt wrong, thin, weak, like it couldn't quite push back the darkness. But at least we could see again. We packed up camp quickly. No one talked about the night. No one had to. We resumed the search, moving deeper into the hollow. The trees grew denser, the air colder. The ground was littered with bones, small ones at first, then larger. Deer. Raccoons. Something that might have been a dog. All stripped clean. Jennings stopped walking. This is a kill zone, he said quietly. Luis nodded. Something's feeding here. We kept moving. About an hour later, we found the first body. Or what was left of it. It was one of the missing hikers, a man in his 30s. His torso was torn open, ribs exposed like broken white fingers. His face was frozen in a look of pure terror. His arms were shredded, as if he tried to fight something off. But the strangest part was the ground around him. No blood. Not a drop. Like something had drained him dry. Jennings gagged. Carter turned away. Luis whispered a prayer under his breath. Harlan knelt beside the body. This wasn't a bear. Or a cat. Or anything natural. I forced myself to look closer. The wounds were ragged, torn, not bitten. The flesh looked pulled. Like something had ripped it away with its hands. Luis pointed at the tree line. Tracks. We followed them. But they weren't footprints. They were impressions. Deep, narrow, spaced too far apart for a human stride. Like something tall had been moving fast. And then we saw something else. Something that made my blood run cold. A second set of tracks. Different shape. Different spacing. Following the first set. Luis whispered. There are two of them. Harlan shook his head. Not two of the same thing. What do you mean? I asked. He looked at me with an expression I'll never forget. Fear. Real fear. One of them hunts, he said. The other imitates. Before I could ask what he meant, we heard a sound behind us. A rustling. A low growl. A whisper. All at once. We turned. And saw movement in the trees. Two shapes. One tall and gaunt. The other crouched low, moving on all fours. Both watching us. Both waiting. The two shapes didn't move at first. They just watched us from the trees, half hidden by the shadows. The taller one stood unnaturally still, its limbs hanging too long, its silhouette trembling like heat distortion. The crouched one shifted its weight slowly, almost thoughtfully, like it was deciding whether to approach. Jennings whispered, "What the hell are those things?" No one answered. The taller shape tilted its head, the motion sharp and jerky. Like a puppet pulled by invisible strings. The crouched one responded with a low, guttural sound, something between a growl and a whisper. Harlan raised his rifle. "Back away. Slow." We did. Step by step. The shapes didn't follow. They just tracked us with their heads, their bodies motionless except for the faint trembling. Then the crouched one stood up. Not fully, just enough for us to see its outline. It was shaped like a man. But wrong. Too thin. Too long. Its joints bent in ways they shouldn't. Jennings gasped. That's a person. No, Louise said quietly. It's not. The crouched figure took a step forward. Its footfall was silent. Completely silent. Not even a crunch of leaves. The taller one stepped back, almost like it was giving the other space. Harlan whispered, "Don't look it in the eyes." Jennings swallowed hard. Why? Because it's not wearing the right ones. Before anyone could react, the crouched figure opened its mouth. But instead of a voice, we heard something else. A sound like tearing fabric. A wet, ripping noise. Then a voice, too familiar. "Caleb!" My blood froze. It was my mother's voice. Perfectly replicated. "Caleb, come here!" Jennings stumbled backward. "Jesus Christ!" Louise grabbed my arm. "Don't listen. Don't look." The figure took another step forward, its limbs bending wrong, its head twitching. Then the taller shape moved. Not toward us, toward the crouched one. It stepped between us and the mimic, its gaunt frame blocking our view. The crouched figure hissed, a sharp, animalistic sound. The tall one responded with a low, rumbling growl that vibrated through the ground. They weren't working together. They were confronting each other. Harlan whispered, "We need to go. Now." We backed away, faster this time. The two shapes didn't follow. They stayed locked in some silent standoff, their bodies tense, their movements unnatural. When we finally reached a clearing, Louise exhaled shakily. "What the hell was that?" Harlan didn't answer. He just kept walking. We regrouped and continued deeper into the hollow. The air grew colder, the trees denser. The ground was littered with bones, fresh ones now. Some still had scraps of flesh clinging to them. Jennings whispered, "This is a feeding ground." Louise nodded. "Something's hunting here. And something else is hunting it," I added. We moved slowly, scanning the trees. Every shadow looked like a figure. Every branch looked like a limb. Then we found the second body. Or what was left of it. A woman this time. One of the missing hikers. Her torso was torn open, ribs exposed. Her face was twisted in terror. Her arms were shredded, like she tried to fight something off. But again, no blood. Not a drop. Jennings gagged. Carter turned away. Louise whispered a prayer. Harlan knelt beside the body. "This wasn't the mimic," he said. "This was the other one." "How do you know?" I asked. He pointed at the wounds. "The mimic tears. The other one consumes." Before I could respond, we heard a sound behind us. A rustling. A low growl. A whisper. All at once. We turned. And saw movement in the trees. Two shapes again. But closer this time. Much closer. The tall one stepped forward, its limbs trembling. The crouched one circled behind it, moving on all fours, its body contorting unnaturally. Jennings raised his rifle. "Stay back!" The tall one didn't react. The crouched one did. It stood up slowly, its spine cracking with each movement. Then it opened its mouth and spoke. But not with its own voice. With Carter's. "Help me!" Carter froze. "That's my voice." The mimic took a step forward. Then another. The tall one growled, a deep, resonant sound that shook the leaves. The mimic hissed and backed away, its limbs twitching. They weren't allies. They were enemies. Predators competing for the same territory. Harlan whispered, "We need to move. Now." We backed away slowly. The shapes didn't follow. They stayed locked in their silent standoff, their bodies trembling with tension. When we finally reached a ridge overlooking the hollow, Louise collapsed onto a rock. "We're not dealing with animals," he said. "We're dealing with something else." Harlan nodded. "Old things. Older than these mountains. Jennings looked at him, terrified. What are they? Harlan hesitated. Then he said something I'll never forget. One of them is hunger. The other is deception. And they'd been fighting for a long, long time. Before anyone could respond, we heard a scream. A human scream. Coming from deep in the hollow. Carter stood up. That's one of the hikers. Harlan grabbed his arm. No. It's not. But it was too late. Carter ran. Straight into the trees. Straight toward the scream. Straight toward the two things waiting in the hollow. And we had no choice but to follow him. Carter disappeared into the trees so fast none of us had time to react. One moment he was standing beside us. The next he was sprinting downhill toward the hollow, crashing through brush and deadfall like a man possessed. Jennings shouted after him, but his voice was swallowed by the forest. Luis cursed under his breath and took off running. I followed, Harlan right behind me. The other ranger stayed at the ridge to radio for backup, though we all knew help wouldn't arrive in time. The forest grew darker as we descended. The canopy thickened, blocking out what little daylight remained. The air felt heavier, colder, like we were walking into a place that didn't want us there. We called Carter's name, but the only answer was the echo of our own voices bouncing off the trees. Then, faintly, we heard him. Over here! His voice was thin, strained, coming from somewhere ahead. Jennings shouted. Carter! Hold on, we're coming! We pushed forward, branches whipping our faces, roots grabbing at our boots. The ground sloped sharply, forcing us to half-slide down loose soil and wet leaves. Then we heard it again. But this time, it wasn't Carter. It was something else. Something mimicking him. Over here. Same tone. Same cadence. But wrong. Like someone trying to imitate a voice they'd only heard once. Luis stopped dead. That's not him. Jennings looked panicked. How do you know? Luis didn't answer. He didn't have to. We kept moving, slower now, more cautious. The trees closed in around us, their trunks twisted and blackened like they'd been burned long ago. The air smelled of rot and cold earth. Then we found Carter. He was standing in a small clearing, his back to us, staring at something on the ground. His posture was rigid, unnatural. Jennings ran toward him. Carter! Jesus, man, what were you? Carter didn't turn around. He didn't move at all. Jennings reached him and grabbed his shoulder. Hey, look at me! Carter collapsed. Just folded to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Jennings screamed. Luis and I rushed forward. Harlan held back, scanning the tree line with his rifle. Carter was alive. Barely. His eyes were open, but unfocused. His lips moved, but no sound came out. His skin was ice cold, his pulse weak. Luis knelt beside him. Carter, can you hear me? What happened? Carter's mouth twitched. Then he whispered something. So faint I had to lean in to hear it. It wore my face. A chill ran through me. What did? Carter's eyes rolled back. His body convulsed once, then went still. Jennings grabbed his hand. Stay with us. Carter, stay with us. But Carter didn't respond. He was breathing, but barely. Harlan stepped into the clearing. We need to move. Now. Jennings looked up, furious. We can't move him. He needs medical. Harlan cut him off. If we stay here, none of us will make it out. Luis looked around. Where's the thing he was looking at? We followed his gaze to the ground. There was a footprint. But not a human one. Not an animal one either. It was long, narrow, deep. Too deep for something that light. And the soil around it was frozen solid. Jennings whispered, What the hell leaves a print like that? Before anyone could answer, we heard a sound behind us. A low, rattling breath. We turned. The tall shape stood at the edge of the clearing. Closer than before. Much closer. Its limbs trembled. Its head tilted. Its chest rose and fell in slow, heavy breaths. Jennings raised his rifle. Stay back, The creature didn't move. It just stared at us with hollow, sunken eyes. Then it opened its mouth and spoke, but not with its own voice. With Carter's. "Help me!" Jennings screamed and fired. The shot echoed through the hollow, birds scattering from the trees. The creature jerked backward, but not like something hit by a bullet. More like something surprised by a loud noise. Then it vanished. Not ran. Not leaped. Vanished. Like it stepped sideways into the shadows and disappeared. Louise grabbed Carter under the arms. "We're getting him out of here." We lifted him together, his body limp and cold. Jennings covered us with his rifle, shaking so hard I thought he'd drop it. We started back toward the ridge. The forest felt tighter now, the trees leaning inward like they were trying to trap us. Every sound made us jump. Every shadow looked like a figure. Halfway up the slope, we heard something behind us. Not the tall creature. Something else. A low, rhythmic clicking sound. Like bones tapping together. Harlan froze. "Don't turn around," Jennings whispered. "Why not?" "Because that one doesn't like being seen." The clicking grew louder. Closer. Carter stirred in our arms, his voice a faint rasp. "It's behind us," Louise whispered. "Don't look. Just keep moving." We climbed faster, our breaths ragged, our legs burning. The clicking followed us, matching our pace. Then, suddenly, it stopped. The forest went silent again. Completely silent. We reached the ridge just as the sun dipped below the horizon. The other ranger was waiting, pale and shaking. "What happened?" he asked. Harlan didn't answer. He just pointed at Carter. "We need to get him out. Now." We started toward the trailhead. But before we'd gone 10 steps, we heard something from the hollow below. A scream. Not human. Not animal. Something in between. Then another sound. A roar. Deep. Hungry. Ancient. Two predators. Two ancient things. Fighting in the dark. And we were caught between them. We moved fast, but not fast enough. The forest was turning darker by the minute, the last scraps of daylight bleeding out behind the ridge. Carter was barely conscious, his weight dragging us down as we tried to carry him uphill. His skin felt colder than the air around us, like something had drained the warmth straight out of him. Jennings kept glancing over his shoulder, his rifle shaking in his hands. "It's following us," he whispered. "I can feel it." Louise didn't look back. "Just keep moving." But I could feel it too. Something was behind us. Something that didn't walk like a man or move like an animal. Something that clicked and scraped and breathed in a way that made my skin crawl. We reached a narrow switchback where the trail curved sharply around a rock outcrop. The trees thinned just enough for a sliver of dying light to reach the ground. Harlan motioned for us to stop. "We need to check Carter again," he said. "Set him down." We lowered him gently. His eyes fluttered open, unfocused and glassy. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Louise leaned close. "Carter, can you hear me?" Carter's mouth twitched. Then he whispered something so faint I barely caught it. "It followed me." Jennings swallowed hard. "What did?" Carter's eyes shifted toward the trees. "The one that wears..." His voice broke off. His body convulsed once, then went still again. Louise checked his pulse. "He's alive, but he's fading." Harlan scanned the forest. "We're not staying here." We moved now. But before we could lift Carter again, a sound drifted up from the hollow below. A scream. Long. High. Human. Jennings froze. "That's one of the hikers." Harlan shook his head. "No. It's not." The scream came again, closer this time. Then it shifted, twisting into something else. A laugh. A sob. A child's cry. A man's voice calling for help. All layered together, overlapping, like someone flipping through radio stations of human suffering. Jennings clamped his hands over his ears. "Make it stop." Louise grabbed his shoulder. Don't listen. It's trying to pull us back. The forest went silent again. Then something moved on the trail below us. A shape. Low to the ground. Fast. Too fast. It darted between the trees, circling us, never fully visible. Every time I caught a glimpse, it looked different. Sometimes like a man crawling on all fours, sometimes like a deer with broken legs, sometimes like something else entirely. Jennings raised his rifle. "What is that thing?" Harlan didn't answer. He just said, "It's not the one that hunts. It's the one that pretends. The mimic. The skinwalker. The thing that wore voices like masks." It circled closer, its movements jerky and unnatural. Then it stopped behind a tree, half hidden. A hand, too long, too thin, wrapped around the trunk. A face leaned out. But it wasn't a face. Not really. It was a shape trying to be a face. Trying to be human. Failing. Its eyes were wrong, too wide, too dark, too empty. Its mouth stretched too far, the skin around it pulled tight like wet leather. And when it spoke, it used Carter's voice again. "Help me!" Jennings fired. The shot echoed through the trees. The creature jerked back, its limbs twisting, its body contorting like it was made of wires and broken joints. Then it vanished behind the tree. Luis grabbed Carter. "We're leaving. Now." We lifted him again and pushed upward, our legs burning, our breaths ragged. The forest around us seemed to close in, the trees leaning inward like they were trying to trap us. Then we heard another sound. A roar. Deep. Resonant. Hungry. The tall one. The Wendigo. It was close. Too close. Jennings whispered. "They're both here." Harlan nodded. "They're hunting each other. And we're in the middle." We reached a narrow ridge where the trail leveled out. The trees thinned, giving us a brief view of the valley below. The hollow was swallowed in darkness now, but we could see movement, shadows shifting, shapes darting between the trees. Then something stepped into the open below us. Tall. Gaunt. Wrong. Its limbs were impossibly long, its ribs visible beneath stretched, pale skin. Its head hung forward, its jaw slack, its eyes sunken deep into its skull. It moved with a slow, deliberate grace, like it was tasting the air. The Wendigo. It lifted its head and looked directly at us. Jennings gasped. "It sees us," Luis whispered. "Don't move." The creature tilted its head, its neck cracking loudly. Then it opened its mouth and screamed. Not a human scream. Not an animal scream. Something older. Something starving. The sound hit us like a physical force, rattling our bones, freezing our blood. Carter convulsed in our arms. Jennings dropped his rifle. Luis stumbled backward. The Wendigo began to climb the slope toward us. Slow. Steady. Inevitable. Harlan raised his rifle. "Run!" We ran. Branches whipped our faces. Roots grabbed at our boots. The forest blurred around us as we sprinted along the ridge, Carter's limp body dragging us down. Behind us, the Wendigo moved faster. Much faster. Its footsteps were heavy, deliberate, shaking the ground. Its breath was a wet, rattling hiss. Every time I glanced back, it was closer, its limbs stretching, its body contorting, its mouth opening wider than any human mouth should. Jennings screamed. "It's gaining!" Luis shouted. "Keep going!" But the trail narrowed ahead, the ridge dropping off sharply on one side. We were running out of room. Then, from the trees to our right, something else burst out. The mimic. The skinwalker. It slammed into the Wendigo with a shriek, its limbs twisting, its body contorting. The two creatures collided in a tangle of claws and teeth and impossible shapes. The forest exploded with sound, roars, screams, snapping branches, tearing flesh. They were fighting. And it was the only reason we were still alive. Harlan shouted, "Move! While they're distracted!" We ran. We didn't look back. We didn't breathe. We didn't think. We just ran. And behind us, in the darkness of the hollow, Two ancient things tore into each other with a fury that shook the mountains. We didn't stop running until the sounds of the fight faded behind us. Even then, none of us dared slow down. The forest felt alive around us, watching, listening, waiting. Every branch that snapped under our boots sounded like something breaking behind us. Every gust of wind felt like breath on the back of my neck. Carter was slipping in and out of consciousness, his head lolling against Luis's shoulder. His skin was so cold it felt like touching stone. His lips were turning blue. Whatever had happened to him in that clearing, it was killing him slowly. Jennings kept muttering under his breath, half prayer, half panic. "We're not gonna make it! We're not gonna make it!" Harlan snapped. "Quiet. Save your breath." But even he sounded shaken. We reached a narrow ridge where the trail forked, one path leading toward the main trailhead, the other toward an old fire road that hadn't been maintained in years. The fire road was longer, but wider. Easier to move fast. Harlan pointed. "We take the fire road." Jennings shook his head. "That's the long way. It's the only way we can carry him without breaking our necks," Harlan said. "Move." We turned onto the fire road. The trees thinned slightly, giving us a sliver of moonlight. The air was still freezing, but at least we could see more than a few feet ahead. For a moment, I thought we might actually make it. Then the forest went silent again. Not quiet, silent. No wind. No insects. No distant fight. Nothing. Luis whispered, "It's back." Jennings spun around, raising his rifle. "Which one?" Harlan didn't answer. He didn't need to. A shape stepped onto the trail behind us. Tall. Gaunt. Wrong. The Wendigo. Its limbs hung like broken branches, its ribs visible beneath stretched, pale skin. Its eyes were hollow pits, its jaw slack, its mouth too wide. It moved with a slow, deliberate grace, like it was savoring the moment. Jennings fired. The shot echoed through the trees. The creature jerked slightly, but didn't fall. Didn't bleed. Didn't even flinch. It just kept walking. Luis whispered, "Run." We ran. Branches whipped our faces. The fire road blurred beneath our feet. Carter's weight dragged us down, but we didn't dare stop. The Wendigo's footsteps were heavy behind us, slow but relentless. Like it knew we couldn't outrun it forever. Jennings stumbled. Luis grabbed him, pulling him upright. "Keep moving!" But the Wendigo was gaining. I could hear its breath now, wet, rattling, hungry. Every inhale sounded like it was sucking the warmth out of the air. Every exhale felt like a warning. Then, from the trees to our right, something else moved. Fast. Low. Silent. The mimic. The Skinwalker. It darted between the trees, circling us, its limbs contorting, its body shifting shapes. One moment it looked like a man crawling on all fours. The next, like a deer with broken legs. The next, like something else entirely. Jennings screamed. "It's flanking us!" Harlan shouted. "Stay together!" But the Skinwalker wasn't attacking. It was hurting us. Pushing us towards something. We reached a narrow choke point where the fire road squeezed between two massive boulders. The Wendigo was behind us. The Skinwalker was beside us. And ahead was darkness. Not normal darkness. A wall of shadow. Thick. Heavy. Wrong. Luis skidded to a stop. "What the hell is that?" Harlan grabbed his arm. "Don't go in there." Jennings looked back. "We don't have a choice." The Wendigo stepped onto the road behind us. The Skinwalker perched on a boulder to our right, its head twitching, its mouth stretching into a grotesque imitation of a smile. We were trapped. Carter stirred weakly. "Don't go in." His voice was barely a whisper, but it was enough. Harlan looked at me. "Caleb. Options." I scanned the trees. The boulders. The shadows. The creatures closing in. "We climb," I said. Luis blinked. "What?" "We climb the rocks. Get above them." They're too big to follow. It was a gamble. A stupid one. But it was all we had. Harlan nodded. Do it. We scrambled up the left boulder, dragging Carter with us. The rock was slick with moss, the surface uneven, but adrenaline kept us moving. Jennings slipped once, nearly falling, but Luis grabbed his vest and hauled him up. The Wendigo reached the base of the boulder. It looked up at us, tilted its head, opened its mouth, and screamed. The sound hit us like a physical force. Jennings clutched his ears. Luis nearly dropped Carter. My vision blurred. My knees buckled. The Skinwalker shrieked in response, a high, piercing sound that made my teeth ache. It leaped onto the opposite boulder, its limbs twisting, its body contorting as it climbed. Harlan fired at it. The bullet hit. The creature jerked, twisted, then kept climbing. Move! Harlan shouted. Get to the top! We reached the ridge of the boulder. The drop on the other side was steep, but survivable. The Wendigo was climbing now, slow but steady. The Skinwalker was faster, its limbs bending in impossible angles as it scrambled upward. Jennings looked at me, eyes wide with terror. We're not gonna make it. Luis grabbed his arm. Jump! We jumped. The fall knocked the wind out of me. I hit the ground hard, rolled, and scrambled to my feet. Luis landed beside me, still holding Carter. Jennings hit a bush and tumbled out, dazed but alive. Harlan was last. He hit the ground with a grunt, rolled, and shouted, Move! We ran again, deeper into the forest, away from the fire road, away from the ridge, away from the creatures. Behind us, the Wendigo roared. The Skinwalker shrieked. And the mountains answered with silence. We didn't stop running until the trees thinned and the faint glow of the ranger station lights flickered through the branches. We had made it out. But not all of us would survive the night. We burst out of the tree-line like animals fleeing a wildfire. The ranger station lights flickered through the branches, warm, artificial, and possibly distant. It felt like salvation and a trap at the same time. The forest behind us groaned with movement, branches snapping under the weight of something massive. Something that wasn't done with us yet. Luis stumbled, nearly dropping Carter. I grabbed his arm and helped steady him. Carter's head lolled, his eyes half open, pupils blown wide. His breath came in shallow, uneven gasps. He looked like he was freezing from the inside out. Jennings sprinted ahead, waving frantically at the station. Open the door! Open the damn door! Two rangers burst out, one with a radio, the other with a shotgun. They froze when they saw us, their eyes widening at the sight of Carter's limp body and our shredded clothes. What happened? One of them asked. Harlan didn't slow down. Inside. Now. We barreled through the door. The rangers slammed it shut behind us and dropped the heavy crossbar into place. The station wasn't built like a fortress, but in that moment it felt like the only thing keeping the night from swallowing us whole. The lights flickered. The floorboards trembled. Something outside moved through the trees, slow, deliberate, heavy. Jennings collapsed onto a bench, shaking uncontrollably. Luis laid Carter on a table, checking his pulse again. He's fading, he whispered. We need a medic. One of the rangers grabbed the radio. Dispatch, this is Station 3. We have an emergency. Repeat, emergency. We need medical evac immediately. Static. Then a faint voice. Copy, what's your... The radio cut out. The lights flickered again. Harlan cursed under his breath. It's interfering with the signal. Jennings looked up, terrified. What is? Before anyone could answer, something slammed against the side of the building. Hard. The walls shook. Dust drifted from the rafters. Carter convulsed on the table, his breath hitching. Luis grabbed his shoulders. Stay with me, Carter. Stay with me. Another slam. Closer this time. Right outside the window. The ranger with the shotgun stepped forward, aiming at the glass. What the hell is out there? Harlan didn't answer. He just raised his rifle and motioned for us to stay back. The window darkened. Not like a shadow passing by. Like something was standing directly in front of it, blocking the light. Breathing. A long, wet exhale fogged the glass. Jennings whispered. It followed us. The fog on the window spread, then smeared downward, like something dragging a hand across the glass. A long, thin hand, with too many joints. Luis whispered. That's not the mimic. He was right. The Wendigo's silhouette loomed outside, tall, gaunt, wrong. Its limbs hung like broken branches. Its head tilted, jaw slack, mouth open in a silent scream. Then it spoke. Not with its own voice. With mine. Let me in! Jennings screamed. The ranger with the shotgun fired. The blast shattered the window, spraying glass across the room. The recoil knocked him backward. The Wendigo didn't flinch. Didn't bleed. Didn't move. It just stared at us through the broken window, its hollow eyes reflecting the flickering lights. Then something else moved behind it. Fast. Low. Silent. The Skinwalker. It darted between the trees, circling the station, its limbs contorting, its body shifting shapes. One moment it looked like a man crawling on all fours. The next, like a deer with broken legs. The next, like something else entirely. The Wendigo turned its head toward it, slow and deliberate. The Skinwalker hissed, a sharp, animalistic sound. The Wendigo responded with a deep, resonant growl that vibrated through the floorboards. They weren't here for us. They were here for each other. The ranger with the shotgun scrambled to his feet. What the hell do we do? Harlan grabbed him by the vest. We stay inside. We stay quiet. And we pray they're more interested in each other than in us. Another slam shook the building, this time from the opposite wall. The Skinwalker was testing the structure, probing for weak points. The Wendigo moved to intercept, its limbs stretching unnaturally as it stalked around the station. Jennings covered his ears. They're going to tear this place apart. Luis looked at me. Caleb. The generator. I blinked. What? The backup generator. If we lose power, we're dead. We need to keep the lights on. He was right. The creatures seemed to avoid the brightest areas. The flickering lights were the only thing keeping them from rushing the windows. Harlan nodded. Go. I'll cover you. I grabbed a flashlight and sprinted down the hall toward the generator room. The building shook again, dust falling from the ceiling. The lights flickered, dimmed, then steadied. I reached the generator room and threw open the door. The machine hummed weakly, struggling to keep up. I checked the fuel gauge. Almost empty. Damn it! I grabbed a spare fuel can from the shelf and began pouring it into the tank. My hands shook so badly I spilled half of it on the floor. Then I heard it. A clicking sound. Behind me. Slow. Rhythmic. Deliberate. I turned. The Skinwalker stood in the doorway. Its limbs were bent at impossible angles. Its head twitched, jerking side to side. Its mouth stretched into a grotesque imitation of a smile. It spoke. But not with its own voice. With Luis's. Caleb. My blood froze. It took a step forward, its joints cracking loudly. Its eyes were wrong, too dark, too empty, too hungry. I backed away slowly. Stay back. It tilted its head. Then it spoke again. This time with my voice. Let me in. The generator sputtered. The lights flickered. The Skinwalker stepped closer. I grabbed the nearest tool, a wrench, and held it up like a weapon. My hands shook so badly I could barely keep my grip. The Skinwalker leaned forward, its face inches from mine. Its breath was cold. Its eyes were empty. Then something slammed into it from behind. The Wendigo. It crashed into the Skinwalker with a roar, its limbs twisting, its jaws snapping. The Skinwalker shrieked, its body contorting as it fought back. The two creatures tore into each other, their screams echoing through the station. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over the generator. The lights flickered violently, then steadied as the fuel kicked in. The Wendigo hurled the Skinwalker against the wall. The Skinwalker twisted midair, landing on all fours, its limbs bending like rubber. It lunged, claws outstretched. The Wendigo caught it by the throat, and everything went silent. For a moment, the two creatures stared at each other, ancient predators locked in a battle older than the mountains themselves. Then the Skinwalker twisted free and vanished into the shadows. The Wendigo turned toward me. Its hollow eyes locked onto mine. Its jaw opened, and it screamed. The scream hit me like a physical blow. It rattled the generator, shook the walls, and sent a spike of pain through my skull. I stumbled backward, clutching my ears. The Wendigo's voice wasn't just sound, it was something deeper, something that vibrated inside your bones, something that felt like it was trying to pull the warmth out of your body. The Skinwalker shrieked in response, a high, piercing sound that made the lights flicker violently. The two creatures collided again, tearing into each other with a fury that didn't belong to anything living. Claws scraped against bone. Teeth snapped. Flesh tore. The generator room filled with the sound of ancient predators locked in a battle older than the mountains themselves. I backed toward the door, my heart pounding so hard I could barely breathe. The Wendigo slammed the Skinwalker against the wall, cracking the plaster. The Skinwalker twisted free, its limbs bending in impossible angles, its body contorting like it was made of wet rope. It lunged at the Wendigo, claws outstretched. The Wendigo caught it by the throat. The Skinwalker's body convulsed, its limbs flailing. Its face shifted rapidly, man, woman, child, animal, like it was cycling through stolen identities, trying to find one that would save it. The Wendigo didn't care. It lifted the Skinwalker off the ground, its long fingers digging into its flesh. The Skinwalker let out a sound I'll never forget, a desperate, broken cry that wasn't human or animal. A sound of something that knew it was dying. Then the Wendigo hurled it across the room. The Skinwalker hit the far wall with a sickening crack and collapsed in a heap, its limbs twisted, its body twitching. It tried to stand, but one of its legs bent the wrong way, folding under its weight. It crawled toward the shadows, dragging itself with its arms, its head twitching violently. The Wendigo turned toward me. Its hollow eyes locked onto mine. Its jaw opened. Its breath rattled. And it stepped forward. I stumbled backward, slamming into the generator. The machine rattled, the lights flickering again. The Wendigo's limbs stretched unnaturally as it moved, its fingers scraping across the floor, leaving long gouges in the wood. It was close now. Too close. I grabbed the wrench again, though I knew it wouldn't help. The Wendigo leaned forward, its face inches from mine. Its breath was cold. Its eyes were empty. Its mouth opened wider, impossibly wide. Then something grabbed its leg. The Skinwalker. It latched onto the Wendigo's ankle with both hands, its fingers digging into the pale flesh. The Wendigo roared, a deep, resonant sound that shook the walls. It kicked, trying to shake the Skinwalker off, but the mimic held on, its limbs twisting, its body contorting as it climbed up the Wendigo's leg like a spider. The Wendigo slammed its foot into the wall, crushing the Skinwalker against it. The mimic shrieked, its body convulsing. The Wendigo lifted its leg again and slammed it down, pinning the Skinwalker to the floor. The Skinwalker's body twitched once, then went still. The Wendigo leaned down, its jaw opening wide, its teeth, long, thin, needle-like, glinting in the flickering light. It was going to feed. I didn't think. I didn't plan. I just acted. I grabbed the fuel can I dropped earlier and hurled it at the Wendigo. The metal container hit its back with a dull clang. The Wendigo jerked, turning its head toward me. Its eyes narrowed. Its jaw twitched. It stepped toward me. I grabbed the wrench and swung it with everything I had. The metal connected with the Wendigo's arm. The impact sent a shock up my arm, nearly knocking the wrench from my hand. The Wendigo barely reacted. It just tilted its head, studying me like I was an insect that had dared to bite. Then it reached for me. Its fingers stretched, long and thin, like pale branches reaching for my throat. I stumbled backward, tripping over the generator's fuel line. The Wendigo lunged, and the generator exploded. A burst of flame shot upward, engulfing the Wendigo's arm. The creature recoiled, its screams shaking the entire building. The flames spread across its skin, burning with an intensity that didn't make sense for such a small spark. The Wendigo thrashed, slamming into the walls, its limbs flailing. The fire clung to it, spreading across its body like it was made of dry tinder. The creature roared, a sound of pure rage and pain. I scrambled to my feet and ran. The hallway was filled with smoke. The lights flickered violently. The building shook as the Wendigo slammed into the walls, its screams echoing through the station. I burst into the main room, coughing, my eyes watering. Louise and Jennings were huddled beside Carter, who was barely conscious. The Rangers were at the windows, weapons raised. Harlan grabbed me. "What happened?" I gasped for breath. "The generator, Wendigo, fire!" A deafening crash cut me off. The Wendigo burst through the hallway door, its body engulfed in flames. Its limbs flailed wildly, its mouth open in a silent scream. The fire lit the room in a hellish glow, casting long, twisted shadows across the walls. Jennings screamed. The Rangers opened fire. Bullets tore through the Wendigo's burning flesh, but it didn't fall. It staggered forward, its limbs trembling, its body collapsing in on itself. Then it dropped to its knees. The flames consumed it, turning its pale skin black, its limbs curling inward. The creature let out one final, broken roar. And then it collapsed. The fire died almost instantly, leaving behind a charred, twisted husk. Silence filled the room. No movement. No breath. No sound. The Wendigo was dead. Or so we thought. Because the Skinwalker wasn't. A low clicking sound echoed from the hallway. Slow. Rhythmic. Deliberate. Jennings whispered, "Oh God, it's still here." The Skinwalker stepped into the doorway. Its body was broken. Its limbs were twisted. Its face was shifting uncontrollably. But it was alive. And it was looking at us. The Skinwalker stood in the doorway, its broken body silhouetted by the flickering lights. Its limbs were twisted at impossible angles, its spine bent like a snapped branch. Its face shifted uncontrollably, man, woman, child, animal, cycling through stolen identities like a deck of cards shuffled by a trembling hand. But its eyes were fixed on us. Empty. Dark. Hungry. Jennings raised his rifle, hands shaking so violently he could barely aim. "Stay back, stay back." The Skinwalker tilted its head, the motion sharp and unnatural. Its jaw cracked open, stretching wider than any human mouth should. When it spoke, the voice that came out wasn't its own. It was Carter's. "Help me!" Louise flinched. "Don't listen. It's not him." The Skinwalker took a step forward. Its broken leg dragged behind it, bones grinding audibly. Its arms hung too long, fingers scraping across the floorboards, leaving thin, splintered grooves. Harlan stepped in front of us, rifle raised. "If it moves again, shoot!" The Skinwalker froze. Then it smiled. Not a human smile. A stretched, torn, grotesque imitation of one. It lifted its head slowly, its face shifting again, this time into something that looked almost like mine. Not perfect. Not even close. But close enough to make my stomach twist. "Caleb," it whispered, using my voice. Jennings screamed and fired. The bullet hit the Skinwalker in the shoulder, spinning it sideways. It collapsed onto the floor, limbs splayed like a broken marionette. But it didn't die. It didn't even bleed. It just lay there, twitching, its body contorting as it tried to stand again. Louise grabbed my arm. "We need to get Carter out of here. Now." Carter was barely conscious, his breath shallow, his skin ice cold. His eyes fluttered open for a moment, unfocused and glassy. "Don't let it touch me," he whispered. Jennings backed away from the Skinwalker, his rifle still trained on it. "What the hell is it? Why won't it die?" Harlan didn't answer. He just motioned toward the back exit. "Move. Now." We lifted Carter again and hurried toward the rear door. The Skinwalker twitched violently, its limbs bending backward as it tried to rise. Its head snapped toward us, its mouth opening in a silent scream. Then it lunged. Not at us. At the Wendigo's corpse. It crawled across the floor with terrifying speed, dragging its broken limbs behind it. It reached the charred husk of the Wendigo and pressed its face against the burned flesh. And then it began to change. Its limbs straightened. Its spine cracked back into place. Its skin tightened. Its movements grew smoother, stronger, faster. Jennings whispered, "It's feeding." Louise shook his head. "No. It's copying." The Skinwalker lifted its head. Its face was no longer shifting. It had chosen one. A new one. A face that looked almost human. Almost familiar. Almost alive. It stood slowly, its movements fluid now, its limbs no longer twisted. It looked at us with eyes that were no longer empty. Eyes that were calculating. Harlan whispered, "Run." We ran. The back door burst open as we shoved through it, the cold night air hitting us like a slap. The forest loomed ahead, dark and silent. The ranger station behind us shook as something slammed into the walls. Jennings looked back. "It's coming!" Louise shouted. "Keep moving!" We sprinted toward the tree line, Carter's weight dragging us down. The forest swallowed us quickly, the darkness closing in around us. Branches whipped our faces. Roots grabbed at our boots. The cold bit into our skin. Behind us, the Skinwalker moved through the trees. Fast. Silent. Relentless. Jennings stumbled. I grabbed his vest and hauled him upright. "Don't stop!" The Skinwalker's footsteps were almost soundless, but every now and then we heard a faint clicking, bones tapping together, rhythmic and deliberate. Louise whispered, "It's tracking us." Harlan nodded. "It knows the forest better than we do." We reached a narrow ravine where the ground dipped sharply. The only way across was a fallen log, slick with moss and dew. Louise crossed first, carrying Carter. Jennings followed, nearly slipping twice. I went next, my heart pounding. Harlan was last. Halfway across, the Skinwalker stepped out of the trees behind him. It stood at the edge of the ravine, its new face expressionless, its body perfectly still. It tilted its head, studying Harlan like a predator deciding how to kill its prey. Harlan raised his rifle. "Stay back." The Skinwalker didn't move. It just watched. Harlan took another step. The Skinwalker stepped onto the log. Slow. Deliberate. Balanced. Jennings screamed, "Harlan, run!" Harlan fired. The bullet hit the Skinwalker in the chest. It staggered but didn't fall. It kept walking, its movements smooth and controlled. Harlan fired again. And again. And again. The Skinwalker kept coming. Harlan turned and ran. He made it 3 steps. Then the Skinwalker lunged. It moved faster than anything I'd ever seen, one moment on the log, the next on top of Harlan, its limbs wrapping around him like a spider. Harlan screamed as the creature dragged him off the log and into the ravine. We heard the impact. A sickening crack. Then silence. Jennings sobbed. "We have to help him." Louise shook his head. "He's gone." The Skinwalker climbed out of the ravine. Slow. Calm. Unhurried. It looked at us. And smiled. Louise whispered, "Run." We ran. The forest swallowed us again, the darkness closing in. The Skinwalker followed, its footsteps silent, its breath steady, its new face expressionless. And for the first time since the search began, I realized something terrifying. The Wendigo had hunted us because it was hungry. But the Skinwalker hunted us because it wanted to. The Skinwalker stepped fully into the room, its new face illuminated by the flickering lights. It wasn't shifting anymore. It had chosen a shape, something disturbingly close to human, but still wrong in ways that made my stomach twist. The proportions were off. The skin too tight. The eyes too dark. The smile too wide. Jennings backed away until he hit the wall. No, 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 no. Luis positioned himself between the creature and Carter, who lay barely conscious on the table. Carter's breath rattled in his chest, each inhale weaker than the last. The Skinwalker tilted its head, studying us with a calm, predatory curiosity. Then it spoke. Caleb. My name. In my voice. Perfectly replicated. I felt something cold crawl up my spine. Luis whispered. Don't respond. Don't acknowledge it. The Skinwalker took another step forward. Its movements were smooth now, fluid, controlled. It wasn't broken anymore. It wasn't mimicking random shapes. It had fed. It had learned. It had become something new. Jennings raised his rifle, hands trembling. Stay back. The Skinwalker didn't flinch, didn't blink, didn't breathe. It just stared at him. Then it spoke again, this time in Harlan's voice. Put the gun down. Jennings froze. His grip loosened. For a moment, I thought he might actually obey. Luis grabbed his arm. Don't listen to it. The Skinwalker's smile widened, stretching unnaturally. Its jaw cracked, the sound sharp and wet. It took another step forward, its fingers twitching like it was deciding who to kill first. I grabbed the nearest object, a metal chair, and held it up like a shield. My hands shook so badly I could barely keep my grip. The Skinwalker's eyes shifted to me. Caleb. It whispered again, softer this time. Almost gentle. Then it lunged. I swung the chair with everything I had. The metal connected with the creature's face, bending inward with a loud clang. The Skinwalker staggered, its head snapping sideways. But it didn't fall. It didn't bleed. It didn't even seem hurt. It turned back toward me, its face dented, the skin stretching over the warped bone beneath. It reached for me with long, thin fingers. Luis tackled it from the side. The two of them crashed into a table, sending medical supplies scattering across the floor. The Skinwalker twisted, its limbs bending in impossible angles as it tried to wrap itself around Luis. He fought back, punching, kicking, grabbing anything he could reach. Get Carter out, he shouted. Jennings grabbed Carter under the arms and dragged him toward the back door. Carter groaned weakly, his head rolling to the side. I ran to help, but the Skinwalker's hand shot out, grabbing my ankle. Its grip was cold, so cold it burned. I kicked, trying to break free, but its fingers tightened, digging into my skin. Luis grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall and slammed it into the creature's arm. The Skinwalker hissed, its grip loosening just enough for me to pull free. Go! Luis shouted. Get him out! Jennings and I dragged Carter through the back door and into the freezing night air. The forest loomed ahead, dark and silent. The ranger station behind us shook as the Skinwalker and Luis fought inside. Jennings looked at me, panic in his eyes. We can't leave him. A scream echoed from inside the station. Luis. Then silence. I swallowed hard. We don't have a choice. We carried Carter toward the tree-ling. His breath was shallow, his skin ice cold. He whispered something, barely audible. Don't let it take me. Jennings choked back a sob. We won't. I promise. A crash echoed behind us. The Skinwalker burst through the back door, its body twisted, its limbs contorted, its face dented and warped. It moved with a jerky, unnatural speed, its eyes locked on us. Jennings raised his rifle. Run! We ran. The forest swallowed us quickly, the darkness closing in. Branches whipped our faces. Roots grabbed at our boots. Carter's weight dragged us down. The Skinwalker followed. Silent. Fast. Relentless. Jennings stumbled. I grabbed him, pulling him upright. Keep moving. The Skinwalker's footsteps were almost soundless, but every now and then we heard that faint clicking, bones tapping together, rhythmic and deliberate. We reached a narrow ravine where the ground dipped sharply. The only way across was a fallen log, slick with moss and dew. Jennings crossed first, dragging Carter. I followed, my heart pounding. The Skinwalker stepped onto the log behind us. Its movements were slow, deliberate, confident. It knew we had nowhere to go. Jennings reached the other side and turned, raising his rifle. "Come on, Caleb!" I took another step. The Skinwalker lunged. I jumped. The creature's hand grazed my boot as I leaped off the log and hit the ground hard. Pain shot up my leg, but I forced myself to stand. Jennings fired. The bullet hit the Skinwalker in the chest. It staggered but didn't fall. It kept coming, its limbs twisting. Its face shifting again, this time into something new. Something familiar. "Luis." Jennings froze. No, that's not him." The Skinwalker smiled. Jennings lowered his rifle. "Jennings!" I shouted. "It's not him!" But it was too late. The Skinwalker lunged. Jennings screamed as the creature slammed into him, its limbs wrapping around his body like a spider. He dropped the rifle, clawing at the creature's face, but it didn't matter. The Skinwalker dragged him into the trees. His screams echoed through the forest, then stopped. Carter whimpered. "Don't let it take me!" I grabbed him, pulling him away from the ravine. "I won't. I promise." But I didn't know if I could keep that promise, because the Skinwalker was coming back, and we were running out of forest. We ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like they were going to give out. The forest around us blurred into a tunnel of black trunks and twisting branches. Carter's weight dragged me down, every step a battle against gravity and exhaustion. The cold bit into my skin, sharper now, almost metallic. The air felt thinner, like the forest itself was closing in. Behind us, the Skinwalker moved through the trees. Not running, not rushing, just following. Silent, steady, patient. Jennings was gone. Luis was gone. Harlan was gone. It was just me and Carter now, stumbling through the dark like prey that had already been chosen. Carter's breath rattled in his chest. His skin was ice cold, his lips turning blue. He whispered something, barely audible. "Don't let it take me!" I tightened my grip on him. "I won't. I promise." But even as I said it, I knew it was a lie. The Skinwalker wasn't chasing us because it needed to. It was chasing us because it wanted to. Because it enjoyed the hunt. Because it enjoyed the fear. A faint clicking echoed behind us, bones tapping together, rhythmic and deliberate. The sound grew louder, closer, then faded again, like it was circling us. I forced myself to keep moving. The forest thinned slightly, the trees giving way to a narrow clearing. Moonlight spilled across the ground, pale and cold. For a moment, I thought we might have a chance. Then Carter's body convulsed. He gasped, his back arching, his eyes rolling back. I lowered him to the ground, panic rising in my chest. "Carter! Stay with me!" His mouth opened, but the voice that came out wasn't his. "Caleb!" My name. In my voice. I froze. Carter's eyes snapped open. They were wrong, too dark, too empty. His jaw cracked open wider than it should, the skin stretching unnaturally. "Caleb!" he whispered again. I stumbled backward. No. Carter's body twitched violently. His limbs bent at impossible angles. His spine arched, cracking loudly. His fingers curled into claws. He wasn't Carter anymore. The Skinwalker had touched him, copied him, infected him, or something worse. Carter's head snapped toward me, his mouth stretching into a grotesque imitation of a smile. "Help me!" he whispered, using his own voice now, but twisted, broken, wrong. I backed away, shaking. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Carter, or whatever was left of him, began to crawl toward me. His movements were jerky, unnatural, his limbs bending in ways that made my stomach twist. Behind him, the Skinwalker stepped into the clearing. It stood tall now, its new face expressionless, its body perfectly still. It watched Carter crawl toward me, its head tilted slightly, like it was studying its own work. Then it spoke. "Caleb!" My name. In Louise's voice. In Harlan's voice. In Jennings's voice. Layered together. A chorus of the dead. I stumbled backward, tripping over a root. The Skinwalker took a step forward. Carter crawled faster, his limbs contorting, his mouth opening wider. I scrambled to my feet and ran. Branches tore at my clothes. Roots grabbed at my boots. The cold bit into my skin. The forest blurred around me. Behind me, 2 sets of footsteps followed. One slow. One fast. The Skinwalker. And the thing wearing Carter's body. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I ran until my legs gave out. I collapsed against a fallen log, gasping for breath. My vision blurred. My hands shook uncontrollably. The forest was silent. Too silent. Then I heard it. A whisper. "Caleb!" I turned. The Skinwalker stood at the edge of the clearing, its face expressionless, its eyes empty. Carter crawled beside it, his limbs twisted, his mouth hanging open. The Skinwalker lifted its hand and pointed at me. Carter lunged. I grabbed a broken branch from the ground and swung it wildly. The branch connected with Carter's head, snapping his neck sideways. His body collapsed, twitching violently. The Skinwalker didn't react. Didn't flinch. Didn't blink. It just watched. I backed away slowly, my breath ragged. "Please, just leave me alone." The Skinwalker tilted its head. Then it spoke. "Run." My blood froze. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't a taunt. It was an invitation. A game. The Skinwalker stepped back into the shadows, its body dissolving into the darkness. Carter's body twitched once, then went still. I turned and ran. I don't remember how long I ran. Minutes. Hours. Days. Time didn't matter. The forest blurred around me, the cold biting into my skin. My lungs burned. My legs felt like they were going to collapse. But I didn't stop. Not until I saw headlights. A ranger truck. Parked on the trail. 2 rangers standing beside it, their faces pale with shock as they saw me stumble out of the trees. I collapsed at their feet. The last thing I heard before everything went black was a voice. Not human. Not animal. Something in between. Whispering from the trees. "Run!" I don't remember the moment the rangers pulled me out of the forest. I don't remember collapsing at their feet, or the way my voice broke when I tried to warn them. I don't remember the questions they asked, or the way they looked at me like I was delirious, hypothermic, out of my mind. What I do remember is waking up in a hospital bed 2 days later, the fluorescent lights burning my eyes, the smell of antiseptic thick in the air. My throat felt raw. My body ached. My hands were bruised and torn, like I'd been clawing at something in the dark. A nurse noticed I was awake and called for a doctor. He came in with a clipboard, his expression carefully neutral. "You're lucky to be alive," he said. "Severe dehydration, hypothermia, exhaustion. You were found alone on the trail." Alone. The word hit me like a punch. "Carter," I croaked. "Jennings. Louise. Harlan." The doctor hesitated. "We found no one else." I pushed myself upright, ignoring the pain. "They were with me. They were right behind me. He put a hand on my shoulder. "Mr. Warren, we searched the area thoroughly. There were no other survivors." Survivors. The implication hung in the air. I swallowed hard. "Bodies?" He shook his head. "Nothing. Nothing. No bodies. No tracks. No signs of struggle. No evidence they'd ever been there. Just me." The doctor left after a few more questions, and the room fell silent. I stared at the ceiling, my mind racing, my heart pounding. The forest had swallowed them. All of them. And it had let me go. Why? I didn't have an answer. Later that night, a ranger came to see me. Not one I knew. Older. Weathered. The kind of man who'd spent his whole life in the mountains. He closed the door behind him and pulled a chair up to my bed. "You're Caleb Warren," he said. "Search and rescue." I nodded. He studied me for a long moment. "You saw something out there." It wasn't a question. I didn't answer. He leaned forward. "I've been working these mountains for 30 years. I've heard stories, seen things I can't explain, but I've never seen anyone come out of Dead Hollow alive." I swallowed hard. "I shouldn't have." He nodded slowly. "No, you shouldn't have." Silence settled between us, heavy and suffocating. Finally, he spoke again. "Whatever you saw, whatever took your team, it won't come after you." I looked at him sharply. "How do you know?" He hesitated. "Because it doesn't need to." I didn't understand. Not then. He stood to leave. "Get some rest. And when you're discharged, leave these mountains. Don't come back." He paused at the door. "And if you ever hear someone calling your name from the woods, don't answer." He left without another word. I didn't sleep that night. When I was discharged, I packed my things and left Tennessee. I didn't say goodbye to anyone. I didn't file a report. I didn't ask questions. I just drove until the mountains were nothing but a distant memory in my rearview mirror. But memories don't stay buried. Not when something is still out there. Not when something remembers you. For years I tried to convince myself it wasn't real. That I'd hallucinated. That the cold and exhaustion had twisted my mind. That the forest hadn't been alive, watching, hunting. But then the dreams started. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, hearing footsteps outside my window. Hearing my name whispered in voices that weren't mine. Seeing shapes in the trees behind my house, tall, gaunt silhouettes that vanished when I blinked. Sometimes I'd hear clicking. Soft. Rhythmic. Deliberate. Sometimes I'd hear breathing. Slow. Wet. Hungry. And sometimes I'd hear a voice. "Caleb." My name. In Louise's voice. In Jennings's voice. In Carter's voice. Layered together. Calling from the woods behind my house. I moved. Again and again. Different towns. Different states. Different landscapes. But the woods always found me. The voices always found me. The clicking always found me. And every time I heard it, I remembered the ranger's warning. If you ever hear someone calling your name from the woods, don't answer. I never did. Not once. But last winter, something changed. I was living in a small town in Colorado, far from the Appalachians. Far from Dead Hollow. Far from everything that had happened. Or so I thought. One night, I woke to a sound outside my window. Not footsteps. Not breathing. Not clicking. A voice. Soft. Broken. Familiar. "Caleb." I froze. The voice came again. "Help me." Carter's voice. I sat up slowly, my heart pounding. The room was dark. The window was frosted over. The wind howled outside. But beneath the wind, I heard it. Clicking. Slow. Rhythmic. Deliberate. I didn't move. Didn't breathe. Didn't blink. The voice came again. "Caleb." Then, a knock. Soft. Gentle. At my door. I didn't answer. I didn't move. I sat there until sunrise, my body shaking, my mind racing. When I finally worked up the courage to open the door, there was nothing there. No footprints. No tracks. No signs of anything. Just a single word scratched into the wood. Run. I packed my things and left that day. I've been running ever since. And now I'm writing this because my nephew wants to join search and rescue. Because he wants to work in the mountains. Because he wants to help people. Because he asked me why I left. And I can't lie to him anymore. Some things in the woods are older than hunger. Older than fear. Older than the mountains themselves. Some things don't stop hunting. Some things don't forget. And some things Some things wear your face when they come for you. I didn't stop running until the ranger truck was nothing but a memory behind me and the forest had swallowed the world again. I don't remember how long I ran. I don't remember the turns I took or the branches that tore at my clothes. I don't remember the pain in my legs or the burning in my lungs. I remember only the sound. Clicking. Soft. Rhythmic. Deliberate. Following me. Always following. When the rangers found me, I was half-conscious, delirious, mumbling warnings they couldn't understand. They wrapped me in blankets, loaded me into the truck, and drove me out of the mountains. I remember the headlights cutting through the trees. I remember the cold air on my face. I remember the ranger in the passenger seat glancing nervously into the rearview mirror, like he expected something to be running behind us. Maybe he saw something. Maybe he didn't. I didn't ask. I didn't want to know. The next few days were a blur of hospital rooms, questions, and paperwork. They asked me what happened. I told them the truth. They wrote down something else. Exposure. Trauma. Hallucinations. Shock. They didn't believe me. Or maybe they did, and they didn't want to admit it. Either way, they closed the case. 5 hikers missing. 4 SAR personnel missing. 1 survivor. Me. I left Tennessee the day I was discharged. I didn't pack much. I didn't say goodbye. I just drove until the mountains were gone and the trees thinned and the world felt less alive. But the forest didn't let me go. Not really. The dreams started first. Then the voices. Then the footsteps outside my window. Then the clicking. Always the clicking. Sometimes it was faint, like something tapping on glass. Sometimes it was loud, like bones snapping in the dark. Sometimes it came from the woods behind my house. Sometimes from the hallway. Sometimes from right outside my bedroom door. I moved. Again and again. Different towns. Different states. Different landscapes. But the clicking always found me. And every time I heard it, I remembered the ranger's warning. If you ever hear someone calling your name from the woods, don't answer. I never did. Not once. But the voices kept coming. Louise. Jennings. Harlan. Carter. Sometimes they whispered. Sometimes they screamed. Sometimes they cried. Sometimes they begged. Caleb, help me. Caleb, don't leave me. Caleb, it hurts. Caleb, run. I tried to ignore them. Tried to drown them out. Tried to convince myself they weren't real. But then last winter happened. The knock on my door. The word scratched into the wood. Run. I left that night. I didn't even take my clothes. I just grabbed my keys and drove until the sun came up. I've been running ever since. And now I'm writing this because my nephew wants to join search and rescue. Because he wants to work in the mountains. Because he wants to help people. Because he asked me why I left. And I can't lie to him anymore. Some things in the woods are older than hunger. Older than fear. Older than the mountains themselves. Some things don't stop hunting. Some things don't forget. Some things don't die. And some things wear your face when they come for you. I don't know how long I have left. I don't know how far I can run. I don't know if writing this will help anyone or if it will only draw them closer. But I do know this. Last night I heard it again. Outside my window. Soft. Gentle. Familiar. A voice. Caleb. I didn't move. Didn't breathe. Didn't blink. The voice came again. Help me! Then, clicking. Slow. Rhythmic. Deliberate. I sat there until sunrise, staring at the window, waiting for the shadow to move. It didn't. But I know it will. Soon. Because the Skinwalker doesn't chase you forever. It waits. It watches. It learns. And when it finally comes for you, it comes wearing the face you least expect. So if you ever hear someone calling your name from the woods, If you ever hear footsteps behind you when you're alone. If you ever hear clicking in the dark. Run. Don't look back. Don't answer. Don't stop. Just run. Because some things in the woods don't want to kill you. They want to become you. And once they do, they never stop looking for the next face to wear.